anybody look at this, call me a tweaker. Is my hairline? So.
Show one.
Get out of here. That big stepper.
Put that on pallet.
Hmm? Yeah. Don't be far away. Zoom in.
Is that good?
Mm-hmm.
Put it down.
I hope the kids don't sit out behind the cold wait on this fucking bus.
Limits of Las Vegas. So much of the Las Vegas Strip is in the county. It's not even within the city of Las Vegas.
What city is it in?
It's not. It's just unincorporated Clark County. Most of the people who live here in the Vegas Valley, if they don't live in Henderson or North Las Vegas, which North Las Vegas is a separate town, most of the people outside of those two actually live in unincorporated Clark County. So if you live like in the southwest part of town, you don't live in a city jurisdiction. So if you want to get like a business license, you don't go to the city of Las Vegas, you go to the Clark County Commission.
What's the story of this neighborhood?
This is an older one. So this is called the Scotch 80s. We're not far at all from where you just
Look at these old cars.
Uh-huh.
It's just got that old world feel in here.
You'll see classic cars.
Great architecture.
Some of these huge homes, Spanish style homes. You
Yeah.
can see some modern homes here in a bit. There's a horse property over here too. But it's right by. Like,
Yeah, it's right by that 7-Eleven.
yeah, we're just right.
This
I mean,
that's the local 7-Eleven.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So the worlds here, like, do they cross much, or just people stay in their zones?
In this neighborhood here, I've been through this neighborhood in my car,
You're
on
fucking
foot
dying.
numerous times. I've never seen like a homeless person in this neighborhood, ever. So, I mean, at least to this extent, they don't seem to cross over much.
What a crazy contrast. I like these types of neighborhoods that have the old vegetation
Yeah.
and unique architecture. Like every home is different here.
Well, this is how you can tell it's an older neighborhood because some of these homes have grass in the front yard.
Yeah.
Yes.
This one right in front of us here.
Is it? You're not allowed to have grass these days, or can you?
Like newer homes? No.
Yeah, you can't. Okay. Or you have remodels like this.
You have some remodels, so you'll see some more modern mixed in with some of the older. But you'll find some homes back here that have been in families that have been here for 40, 50 years. They bought their house here and they've just kept it.
It's got charm though.
It does.
I really like it.
So the reason some people who move here look for these kinds of neighborhoods, because one of the complaints they have is that to them, so many of the new neighborhoods, they look the same.
Yeah.
They have like the stucco homes,
the same exact, like symmetrically
Right,
placed
just
everywhere.
like a carbon copy. They've got so many different layouts you can choose from. Like that's it.
Open your eyes. You deserve better from your phone service. At Total Wireless, we give you unlimited 5G data for just $25 a month and a price guarantee for 5 years. Find your local store at TotalWireless.com.
Just how liberal is Sherrod Brown? He doesn't just support allowing sex change surgeries for kids. Brown voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions where the baby is partially delivered alive. Sherrod Brown is way too liberal.
Fuck Sherrod Brown.
The new $7
You liberal ass motherfuckers.
with the beefy 5
Fuck you, Mooney. You lay down.
taco and the chicken chalupa supreme. The only thing not lux about it is the price. The new
Lamb.
$7 Lux
No.
box only at Taco Bell.
Lay down.
Lay down. Good boy. That's a good boy.
Tim's a very good boy.
Let.
Lay down.
He just looked right in the fucking mouth.
Yeah, mommy's coming.
Lay down.
Sit on him, please.
Peter!
Jacob, as a local, what do people from the outside not understand about Vegas or living in Vegas? What are they missing?
Aside from
What can you teach them?
Lay down.
well, for one, we live in like pretty normal neighborhoods. Like the rest of the
No.
country, people
Wait.
like flying to Vegas. And it's like, hey, you
You're
see
gonna
like, there's
get
thousands
Bowser
and
in your
thousands of homes and apartment buildings and stuff. People live in those, not always on the strip. I mean, a lot of people too, because they vacation here. You know, they come here, they go hard for 3 days, 4 days,
Right.
and they think, oh, I could never live in Vegas. Like, well, if you live here, you're not going to be doing that. Like, you're not on
Right.
vacation when you live here.
Right.
So people live everyday lives, do the same things you do in other cities. They have to take their kids to school, they have to go to work, they have to pay their bills. I mean, they deal with hassle at the DMV, like getting your car registered, all
Yeah.
this sort of stuff.
It is weird, that disconnect. I've heard it before, like, what do they do for work in Vegas? Like, you have millions of people, so you have everything that a city has.
Yeah, people work at banks, they work at restaurants, they work in schools, people
Yeah.
work in nonprofits. Yes, we have a lot of people who work in hospitalities, whether it's casinos, whether it's restaurants, whether it's clubs, whether it's tours, whatever that may be. So it's that element is unique to here. But
Yeah.
you have a lot of jobs that just like any other major city has.
In this, I would never think of being a Vegas home
Oh, this looks like
with this lawn.
Yeah, it looks like it'd be something out of what? The Midwest or the South?
Oh yeah. What's the water
Wait.
situation now? I know it was a big winter.
The water situation actually, it's interesting because Vegas is arguably in the best position of any of the areas that depend on the Colorado River water.
Because it's closest upstream to the source, as far as cities go.
Well-
Why is that?
Well, because we use so little, even the little amount that we get, we don't even use all of that. So we only allotted like 2%, and we don't even use all of that.
Of the water that comes through the Colorado?
And even still, if Lake Mead ever hits Deadpool level, which
Go.
means 895 feet, at that point, the water can
Go
no
lay
longer
down.
flow through Hoover Dam to go downstream to
down.
like California, Arizona. But we can still access that water for
Go.
like, I think it's 20 more feet. It'll only be us using
Lay
it,
down.
not California, Arizona. California, I think it's 27%.
So California has most of the rights to this water, right?
They've got the biggest portion.
But this is the
Go lay
driest
down.
big city in the country, and you get 4 inches of rain a year.
Typical, yeah.
Way
This year
down.
might actually be more because of
You
the
would
acid
do
rain.
too, right.
But no, Las Vegas isn't putting in water restrictions for like 20 years. That's what people don't realize. So when people say,
Lay
like,
down.
oh, you build all these homes in the desert, how could you not prepare for this? They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, the other thing is, too, like, you think these multi-billion-dollar casinos will continue to build and continue to invest here, you know, billions of dollars, thousands of jobs dependent on these construction projects. Think they would continue to invest here if they thought the place was going to be a ghost town in 2 years, 5 years? No, not at all.
Where do you sit here in Vegas? I'm just talking about my ass.
So what's the story with all the rewards cards?
So, it's a similar concept if you're into like credit cards. Credit cards have different rewards, points, and cash back, and miles and things like that, where different casinos have different reward systems for themselves. You get points. So you get points for, thank you, man, appreciate it. Where you earn points for playing slots or playing video poker, for doing table games, and they value the points. One, the value for your dollar gets graded differently. The value for your points, what you can do with it, changes from property to property.
So this is the win.
This is it, man. You see, like, all this. This is known for being like your luxury, high-end. That was Steve Wynn's whole, theme. Was he loved the luxury. He loved being the high-end. He loved making stuff that made people say, "Wow," when they see it. So that's basically been his brand since forever.
And behind this casino, do we have a tunnel?
Yeah, there probably is somewhere underneath us a tunnel. As far as where it opens, I'm not sure if there's an opening right behind this, but there's the tunnel network goes all throughout the entire Vegas Valley, from the northwest to the southwest, all over the place, not just near the Strip.
Okay. The slot machine experience a little different than 7-Eleven, just a tad.
If you're at a place like this, yes.
Is Vegas still the #1 gaming place in the world?
It's not going to be out Macau, that's for sure. Like these places that have properties like Wynn, Venetian, MGM, places that have properties in Macau, their Macau properties make way more money than their Vegas ones. Not even close.
Are they way more opulent, amazing?
Probably similar, but it's just different demographic. I mean, Asia, over in China especially, gambling is huge, right? So here in the U.S., gambling is not as popular among like the millennials and Gen Z as it is like was among baby boomers. Oh wow.
That's nice. That's beautiful. Look at the forest up here.
Yeah. During the nighttime, they actually have a show out here called Lake of Dreams. And if you're sitting at either of the restaurants here, you can enjoy your dinner and watch it. But here, you can just come up here, grab a drink. It's totally free.
Okay.
They do a show. I think it's every half an hour.
We got tables down here.
Yep.
Okay, great. We're going to beat Toronto tonight. What were you saying about pensions and casinos?
Yes, a lot of people work these casinos and hotels. Not all of them are union, particularly on the Strip. A lot of them are union, and that's why a lot of people do it for 20 plus years because they can get like a good pension from it. They have like a retirement package set up. A lot of it's based on seniority. So similar like a government job, if you have seniority, you can get like the best shifts. So there's people who are like an on-call bartender. The longest I've heard was someone who was on the Strip. They've been an on-call bartender for 11 years. Okay. And they were the #1 on-call bartender. So they were the next in line to get a full-time spot.
So still to this day, is it just a few select casinos that do the pensions, or that's a normal thing?
I think it depends on the union, what the union agrees. Because like some places, like maybe the bartenders will be union, but like the security are not. Like so, a certain property, not everybody's necessarily union. But sometimes managers are not.
So many of the people working at these establishments, like the Wynn, they look at this as really good job security and like secure life and retirement type mentality.
Oh, it certainly can be. Like I knew a woman who probably 6 years ago said when she was a housekeeper at the Venetian, she was making 16 something an hour, so well above minimum wage. Plus, you obviously have to keep whatever tips you made. Plus, you have your health insurance that comes with it. So that's why some people like they get into one of these jobs, they like don't want to leave.
Much different vibe down here.
Huh? This is downtown.
So the casino life has died out down here for the most part, or no?
Oh no, there's numerous casinos down here. Right here, this intersection, these green lights, this is Fremont Street. If you look left here, that's going to be under the canopy that you've seen probably in movies and videos. So no, it is a different vibe downtown. We're about 2 miles north of the Strip. So 2 miles north of where a lot of people consider to be the end of the Strip.
So you go into the highway, it totally changes.
Yep, and this is still Las Vegas Boulevard.
This is a hotel, or what is this over here?
Nah, when you see all these weekly stays, Seagull Suites, Budget Suites, Emerald Suites, anything along those lines, those are weekly stays. Any local will tell you that like if you see one of those, that's not a good sign for the area. That's where you'll find lots of drug dealing, that's where you'll find soliciting, that's where you'll find usually higher rates of violence. I've known people, first responders and people who've done security that have worked those places, and they got some wild stories to tell.
And is that where you're taking us?
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna find
What's going on here?
Yeah, we're gonna find you the best room to stay in, Peter. Come on, you want the
I
full
was
Vegas?
asking for a hotel.
You want the full Vegas experience? I got you for at least a week. Don't even need a credit score.
Is this common?
No, but it tells you what kind of neighborhood you're in.
I like it. That's good. I don't know. I'm not sure. He came up so quick. I'm going to Rotterdam.
He's doing great, huh?
I think he's one of the best guys around.
I think he's got a cool vibe. You got a cool story going on here.
Yeah, man. I come in here every day. What, like 4 or 5 times a day?
Yeah. 4 or 5 times a day. Is it customer of the year?
Only for nannies. In the summer,
He does it.
in this place, 7-Eleven, we love only beer. Okay. In the Walgreens, I go there buying some stuff. They also love detergents, soaps, detergents.
The soaps are locked
In the lock.
in Walgreens.
Yeah.
When the Slim Jims are locked, we have big problems.
You can imagine how tough the people live here.
Thanks, guys. Take care, man.
Take care, boss. I'm not gonna lie, that is one of the liveliest 7-Elevens I've ever been in.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, man.
That was pretty wild.
The other cashier I spoke to, I mentioned, I said, oh yeah, when I got the water, so I thought everything was locked away. I saw just the alcohol. He told me, he said, before they locked it away, for every 4 people that would come in and actually buy something, buy alcohol, they would have 50 come in and just steal. Just take something and walk out. So they had to lock it because else they were going to get robbed out of business.
So, rave reviews from you. Best tacos in Las Vegas, they're claiming.
Man, that's a hell of a claim to make. That's a hell of a claim to make.
That looks solid. What do you suggest?
I like steak. I'm a steak carne asada.
Okay. And I go chicken.
¿Un taco de carne asada? ¿Con todo? Mi amigo va a pagar.
And do chicken quesadilla. Looks so fresh.
It is.
Yeah, isn't it interesting? It's places like these quite often have the best food.
Oh, yeah. So the best food you ever buy is out of the trunk of someone's car.
It's true.
If I had to choose between that and paying like $12 for some.
And they're moving a ton of food out of here. And then they set up the old gas pumps as tables.
Does the trick.
There we go. It's simple. They got all the condiments in here wrapped up. A little cilantro and onions.
You know it. Ya sabes. Una salsa verde. Verde. That lime and the green sauce, always the winning combination.
What was that, like $3? $2.50. That's a very cheesy quesadilla. Good combination. I'm not a food vlogger, man. I try. I'm not like you. It's good. It's a good quesadilla. All right.
We got to get a close up of this.
Okay, it's very cheesy. If you like your quesadillas cheesy,
Jeez. Thing is massive. I think it was $9.
I think so, yeah.
That's a lot.
It's Casa de Sabor. So tell people in Vegas to walk down here when they're visiting, to walk down here at night or no?
Most people, I'm not gonna recommend that.
All right.
I'll do it
During the day. During the day.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Jacob. Nice tacos. Very good.
glad you liked it, man.
Thanks for bringing us in.
You're welcome,
It's a
dude.
very cool tour, and it's very clear here in Vegas. The extremes are extreme. It's like
You can be.
this direction or that direction, very much on the edge in a way.
Yeah, a lot can change within 1 mile.
Yeah, that's
Or
the
less.
feeling. But look, cool people, everyone we met, very interesting place. And guys, I also want to mention Jacob has a channel Jacob's Life in Las Vegas. I'll leave it up here somewhere. Click on it if you want to see all different sides of Vegas. You do everything, basically.
Cover a lot.
You cover a lot.
I do. I like it. I give it a variety.
So he's the Vegas guy. If you're coming here or want to know more about the city, check out his channel. Is that it? I think that's it, man. We got a rest over here and
All the best.
Shocking new report. Almost 500,000 convicted criminals came through our border, even murderers and rapists. But Sherrod Brown's not listening.
I don't hear a lot about immigration from voters.
Sherrod Brown, way too liberal for Ohio.
At Domino's, we're all about cheesy. From our melty oven-baked
Go way
pastas
down.
to our new 5-cheese mac and cheese.
Go way down.
And for a limited time, Domino's Rewards members can try our new mac and cheese for half off points.
all right, Martin.
Way down. Right.
This is my wife,
Way
Danny,
down.
showgirl.
Get your
Peter
break.
likes Vegas too much,
My
babe.
wife just woke up. Look,
He likes Vegas way too much.
exact angle.
Peter.
shows magic. This is a career. I've been gambling all my life. We go like this, watch. That's how we give it back. How we do it. It's the stuff most people never get to see. You make a train
You're
disappear.
with her for a whole week.
I'm gonna try to
Go
solve this sort
or
of
go
thing,
to
guys.
your
You wanna see
break.
this? Yeah. Welcome to Vegas, you guys.
Way down. Way down.
All right,
On your
guys.
bed, we'll go to your break.
We're here, and we're gonna meet Murray,
Go to your
the
break.
magician. Really an interesting character. I'm excited for this one.
Way down. Go to your break.
Hello, hello.
All right, Murray.
Welcome to Vegas, dude. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Thanks for bringing us in here.
You're welcome. Come on in. This is my wife, Danny, a showgirl. One of her friends, Annalie, a very famous photographer, did that for her. Just finished doing a shoot for her. And this bathroom my wife did, which I'm pretty proud of, she did all herself, and it's a showgirl bathroom, so check that out. So these are original artifacts. These are original design costumes from her show, Jubilee. She was in Jubilee. That's the original playbill of who's in that show. And behind the door, if you look, turn around here, that's her last cast photo when the show closed in Las Vegas. And that was the last Las Vegas showgirl show ever to happen. We're talking a cast of like 120 people.
What do you mean the last showgirl?
Well, so in Vegas, people come to Vegas for showgirls, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, and this is the feather room, which is a very famous thing where they kept all the feathers for the show. The reason Vegas was Vegas is because of the fact that the showgirls, the topless shows, the glitz, the glamour.
Yeah.
And that was the last show they ended up having with all those showgirls.
Why'd they stop?
I think it's the cost. You know, it took 120 people to do a show. You know, nowadays you can have Howie Mandel walk on stage with a bottle of water and a stool, and you don't need lights, production. It's not
Like your show we're going to tonight.
yeah, it's two people. It's me and my guest stack, Lefty. You know what I mean? We have two ushers, one tech. You know, compared to just to run Jubilee, you'd need probably 50 technicians backstage that you'd never even know about. So,
Okay, so how do you feel about that going away? Or how does
Oh, I
life
miss it.
feel?
We all miss it. Because to me, that's why people come to Vegas. Yeah, that's the reason. Vegas is Vegas. You know what I mean?
Go way down.
But you got to change. You know what I mean? Like this is a new poster of Danny. So this is Danny. So that's what Danny is next. The lead dancer for ZZ Top. And she also was the host of A Touch of Burlesque. And before that, she was the host of Crazy Girl. So you kind of pivot. Or you got to make changes.
Is she here?
Yeah, she's in bed right now. But I think she'll be out sooner or later. And we'll get
Is that a Vegas story? You sleep in late, obviously.
Yes.
Because you're working late
Yeah,
at night.
'cause we don't go to bed till 1 or 2 in the morning. Because when you do a show,
Yeah.
like anything, you can't just go to bed. You know what I mean? Because you have the hype and the
Yeah,
adrenaline.
yeah, sure.
You know, if you work outside for 8 hours, you're tired.
Yeah.
So you probably go to bed pretty quickly. But as an entertainer, you have the high of everyone loving you and the applause and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Very hard to go to bed right away. So you sit around, have a glass of wine, or have some friends over, and then you go to bed about 2 or 3.
Okay, here's something from the outside.
Sure.
They see magic and an illusionist.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
It's all subjective.
It's crazy.
You know,
Okay.
I just say I do tricks for a living. You know, it's kind of
Okay.
like Frank Sinatra said
Okay.
he's a saloon singer, you know?
Okay.
But there's a lot of magicians that have an illusionist. Illusionists are typically guys who do proper big things.
Okay.
Meaning like when I vanished a train or when I did something like that, that would be an illusion because
Okay.
there's no way I vanished a train and like, you know what I mean? Like it's a skill. It's an optical illusion. Whereas a magic trick would be taking a coin in one hand, vanishing another. That's sleight of hand. So I'm actually doing it within my hands and making that magical. So an illusion is something bigger that takes a lot more lighting, sets, all that stuff.
So to get this space in Vegas is not easy, right?
No, this is a half acre, and it's we just got it 6 months ago. So we also own a landscaping company, Danny and I, called Dirt to Dreams. So our big project now is to grow grass on this. As you can see, the seedlings slowly starting to come out. If you notice, everything here in this house, at least outside, feels like you're in Canada or Vancouver, where I'm from, and or upstate New York, where my wife's from. She's from Lake George area. So it feels like you're not in Las Vegas, because when you're on the strip every day of your life, it's kind of nice to come to this and feel like you're not in Vegas for a minute. You know, we're 10 minutes away from the strip.
You have great shade
Aren't they
here,
great?
nice hammock.
Yeah.
You were saying over here you own a landscaping company?
Yeah, it's called Dirt to Dreams Landscaping.
How do you manage that too and do what you're doing?
I just don't sleep. I love working. I love money. I love working. I love people. And you know, we own a lot of homes, and we had a ranch growing up in Washington State.
Okay.
My parents had, and they love doing landscaping and gardening and stuff. So I got that from them. You know what I mean?
So to be a magician,
Yeah.
ton of work, or you get to the place where you're at now, you're almost 50 years old, you're super comfortable in your career, you know what you're doing, it's like clockwork, it's not really that challenging.
It's not work at all. No. For me, you know, I do have a ton of work 'cause I'm lucky, but I'm also one that, you know, people always say if you can dream it, you can do it, right? But people always forget the other part. If you can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week,
You can.
you need to. If you want to have a dream, you need to, I think. You know what I mean? Like, people get, these kids go online now, and I say kids, so I can say that now. They go online and see Kim Kardashian, they see Justin Bieber, they see Paris Hilton, they see everybody, but these Instagram models, they go, well, they're hot, we can just post it and get, but even the models who are posting these hot pictures, they gotta do photo shoots, they gotta make themselves look well.
Right.
They just don't accidentally take one photo. They get the deal from a bikini company, or they get the hair extension, which costs $800, and they get the, just even look for that one darn photo, it looks unbelievably. It takes a lot of time for people to look that, whether you like it or not, but there's work in it. It just doesn't randomly happen. And you,
Right.
Well, you know this because you do social media like I do, you know what I mean?
It looks like it though,
Oh,
right?
Of course it does. That's
And
the illusion,
even
you
the
know?
content I don't like.
Uh-huh.
I
Yes.
respect the fact that they're putting in all that work to make it and do
Yes.
it, because there's a lot to it.
100%. So that's one of those things where people don't realize that. So I always tell people, you know, people are like, you know, you just never stop working. I always say, yeah, but I love having this. You know, I like, you know what I mean? I work hard for what I do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if I did, nothing was handed to me. You know what I mean? I was raised really well, and so was my wife. But it takes a lot of time and effort to have this stuff. You know, like anybody. Hey, Smudge. How you doing? You want to say hi to everybody? This is our other rescue pup,
I
Smudge.
don't think you could have all
We
that.
call her Smudge because she has a little smudge mark on her back. And this is Danny's favorite, I think. Don't say it. I know. I know. The other dog didn't hear that.
Smudge has
Smudge.
a reverse
Yes.
tang.
Yeah, that's the best part. That's the best part. So also I got to show
Smudge. Look at the camera. There we go.
Oh, that's my
yeah.
girl. Gotta rub it for good luck. Gotta rub it for good luck. And she's awake. My wife just woke up. This is Danny, everybody.
Danny.
The show girl. We're showing you all your
Danny,
pictures and stuff.
you give your husband flowers. That's a nice twist. I like
Oh,
it.
was that for me?
I'm
You're
bringing
actually
you these
see.
I'm bringing these for rehearsal.
Good for you. Sorry. See, that's my girl.
So how is it being married to a fellow entertainer performer? Does that make you understand each other better, would you say? Or,
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely better, and then also sometimes annoying.
right.
You're married, you know. Love you too. This is really cool. This chandelier I got from Jerry Lew's Scotch 80s home. The boot is from the Dunes Hotel, which is a very famous hotel in the 70s and 60s in Vegas. It's now where the Bellagio is. And then, oh, this chandelier is super cool too, right there behind you. That chandelier is actually from Frank Sinatra's suite at the Riviera. Before they imploded that hotel, that was the chandelier before you went into his double-door suite at the Riv. That was hanging there.
In the world of entertainment, which you've been in pretty much your whole adult life,
Yeah.
I mean, this is everything to you, right?
Everything. I love it. I mean, I can't believe, as a magician, I mean, people always say to me, do you gamble? You know, do you gamble? I said, no, I actually don't. I've probably spent $100 my whole 21 years here, because I've been on the strip for 21 years now.
Okay.
And I don't gamble. But I laugh and I go, I chose magic as a career. I've been gambling all my life. I mean, magic is not the career. You go, I want to make a lot of money, be successful. Magic's right down there by clown, a juggler, jester. I mean, if I want to make money, I'd be lawyer, doctor, firefighter, marine biologist, sort of things I wanted to be if it didn't work out, you know. And then they have this little patio here, because obviously a custom home designed by a guy in 81. I don't know exactly who the whole builder was, but it was this random patio out here, which is kind of fun. You know, it's a good place to do a speech, little, you know, tea party or something. You know, you want to talk to the neighbors.
Are we driving night downtown?
We can take that down, or we have a like Corvette in there. So this is a car my parents brought me home from the hospital in that in 1973. My dad bought that secondhand in 71. That's a 69 Grand Prix. In 73, they actually brought me home from the hospital. Isn't that crazy? This is where the magic happens. Sorry the bed's not made, but that's the way we are. And then this is her club, and of course it's massive. She can have, because she's the girl. She's the,
Is she okay with
oh,
filming
yeah,
this?
she's fine, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So that's all of her stuff. So of course we get the small closet because, you know, we're guys, this is what we do. And this here is a white tuxedo, really well made, from Jack Hodel, a very famous bird magician. He was the magician that invented producing a bird on stage. So if you ever seen a magician produce birds, this is the man that invented that way back in the 30s and 40s. This is the actual tuxedo he used to wear. He wore this at the Hippodrome in England. And this is Jerry Lewis's outfit. This is his, look at the label on that. That cool from 1965. That's his
Sunset Strip.
Yeah, that's
1965.
Yeah. I'm such a fan of old school Hollywood, right? So Liberace, his home used to have a mailbox that was shaped like a piano. He had a pool in Beverly Hills that was shaped like a piano. Elvis Presley had a guitar, things like that. So my mailbox, we got 2 rabbit ears sticking out of it. See over there? And then, of course, we're both entertainers. So for Valentine's Day this year, that's my wife. That's a sculpture of my wife. And then if you look in the arch of her back, the guy who designed it, I had him, that is her actual profile in the arch of her back of the side of her face. And that little arch, isn't that funny?
Open your eyes. You deserve better from your phone service. At Total Wireless, we give you unlimited 5G data for just $25 a month and a price guarantee for 5 years. Find your local store at TotalWireless.com.
Some people want double the chicken, slow roasted in a burrito with crisp, fresh purple cabbage. Some people don't. And some people are wrong. The Cantina Chicken Burrito, only at Taco Bell.
How's your car?
Like new. NJM's been great. Your insurance company?
NJM is magical. They put their policyholders first.
Are you?
Their mascot in love. Simply fan.
No jingles or mascots. Just great insurance. NJM.
Just how liberal could Sherrod Brown be?
Well, he backed bills to allow transgender biological males to compete in girls' sports and let men into girls' locker rooms.
Very liberal.
Brown supported allowing children to receive sex change surgery.
Super liberal.
Brown even voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions, where the baby is partially delivered alive.
Radical liberal.
Sherrod Brown, way too liberal for Ohio.
Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
He's a cool guy. He does a cool guy.
Guess we're taking the Corvette. Murray, something tells me you're not getting the latest Hyundai.
I'm not getting a latest Hyundai, and I'm not going to get a Prius.
Says strength in the beard.
I love saving the environment. No, I'm just kidding. You made it. Ready to go?
Yeah, look at this.
Cool, right?
Wow. What year is this?
Is a 73.
73.
Yeah, you're
So in 73, it was just lap belt.
It was just a lap belt and a lot of praying.
The ultimate.
Exactly.
Head to the dash.
So down here on the left, you'll see Michael Jackson's former home. He actually owned in Las Vegas. He loved Vegas. He loved magic. My guest act left you might want to talk to. This is the back of Michael Jackson's old house. And my guest act actually performed at Neverland Ranch for Michael Jackson twice in his career, lefty. So you get a chance to meet him. But this is the house he actually owned right here. But some of these homes are gorgeous around here. Like, I don't even know where the house is. There's so many trees, but he loves trees, obviously.
Oh, wow. Beautiful.
To the right here, dear friend Phil Susan lives here. He's the bass player for Ozzy Osbourne and a bunch of bands. Phenomenal. And this is a brand new, just came out, and just a beautiful work of art. And they have like a 9-car garage, and like there's 8 there, 1 in the middle, and another. Like, it's ridiculous the size of some of these homes.
Do you know who lives there?
No idea, but I should become their friend.
Did your parents have a big part in you deciding this profession?
Yes and no. Like, my dad was a musician growing up. He cut 1 record. I think he got an opportunity at a talent show to get a record deal. So we got 1 little album when he came out. And he also got drafted for the Canadian Mounties, which was a baseball team in Vancouver.
Okay.
And he had that opportunity, and his dad, who had a real job on the railway, said, hey, don't have a family, want to have a good life, get a real job, which is railway, telephone company, power, post office, government, because at that time, it was the perfect job, because you made money, when you retired, they gave you a retirement plan.
Yeah.
And so when you had that job for 30 years, you never had to look or stress for work in your life again. So my dad gave up on baseball, gave up on music, and he went and got a real job. And he, at 18 years old, after he graduated, he started shoveling coal into locomotive engines. He worked at Carload Supervisor, and he worked at all the other engine jobs within the railway. And so did his uncle and his brother and everybody else. And I was the only one that didn't go into the railway,
So were they okay with that, or were you pressured to be in it?
They were okay with it, but they were like, well, it's a phase. He's doing his thing. He's a teenager. And then they said, you should go to school for something. So I went to school for getting a degree in radio, television, and broadcasting. Okay. I figured, well, at least that's entertainment, but it's still a real degree, because you can't get a degree in magic. But then at that point, I was already doing birthday parties, and I was doing shows in Vancouver at the age of 17, 18. I was already making about $3,000 to $5,000 a month doing magic. So
when you were 17, 18 years old?
Yeah, I had a Yellow Pages ad, I booked other magicians out, I take 10%, all this stuff. And I thought, well, I'm already doing the job that I shouldn't be successful at, because in the real world of jobs, magic shouldn't be successful. If you're in that real world mentality, because that's not a real job, right? Which I'm still doing it, so obviously. Or being a YouTuber influencer, not a real job.
Sure.
Tell that to my bank account, tell it to an orange company, you know what I mean?
Right.
Or my family.
Right.
And you love what you do like I do. So I'd rather do this every day and not go to work 52 weeks a year and love what I do and make money, and so every day's a vacation and we're getting paid for it, so it's pretty cool, even though we work our butts off,
So you're almost 50, but do you see yourself doing this for many, many years?
Sure. I'll die on stage, As long as people will show up to my shows.
Yeah.
It's so important. If they're done seeing me, I'm done seeing them. That's fair.
As a performer, is there ever a worry of that?
Oh, 100%. I think we're always worried about that. I'm always worried about, is somebody going to show up to my show? You know what I mean? Is someone going to be there? Like we were just talking, when I tour, I can sell out 1,100 seats easily, you know what I mean, when I travel. In Vegas, to sell 1,100 seats every night, when you're not, Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, or George Strait, that's not that easy, because of the fact that Vegas has 76 shows a night.
Oh, wow.
76 shows a night.
So much competition.
Well, so much competition, and then there's only so many people that come to Vegas, and they only have a couple evenings here. So who do they go and see? You're good? What do you... I'm Murray. How you guys doing? You good? Please to meet you. You working here?
Yeah, we're back and forth here.
Oh, no, wait. That's great.
Pawn Stores you're always on, right?
Yes. Yeah. You guys want to see a cool trick right now?
Yeah.
Since you're hanging out? Everyone's always trying this. It's a really, obviously, serious sword, right? So I try something a little more death-defying just for you guys. You guys look so dressed up. So I'm going to try to swallow a sword just for you guys. You guys want to see this?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, but yeah.
Okay.
All right, how you guys doing back there? Good?
Wonderful, man.
You want to see me swallow the sword? Yeah. It's pretty... Have you? Well, thanks for watching. It's hard to hide, I know. So check this out. All right? Watch this, all right? Hello? What do you think? Come on now. I'm not messing with you guys. Come on. You want to see a cool card trick while you're hanging out with me? Yeah. All right, let's show something. Since you're hanging out, we're shooting a little fun thing for YouTube as well, So you guys gamble? You gamble? Yeah, I know. You gamble? What's your name?
I donate a lot of money to...
Yeah, I know. Well, we thank you. We thank you for that. Judy, so Judy, you want to try a card trick? You and I, okay? You're going to be the magician, okay? So first of all, come over here for a second. This is your audience. So stand here and face the audience. This is you. You're going to be the audience.
Okay.
And you're Judy. Where are you from, Judy?
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, yeah. I'm going to play there next week in the Pride Festival.
Oh, really?
I bring my whole show there for the Pride Festival.
Wow.
So it's a regular deck of cards, right?
Yeah.
I want you to pick any card you want out. Take anyone you want out. Great. And show them. Don't show me. Make sure I do not see it. Show them.
Gotcha.
Locked in. You guys got it? Okay. Say stop whenever you want.
Okay, stop.
Good. Put the card down. Now you know what the card is, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to try some. You're the magician, all right? So
Okay.
face them, all right? I'm going to stand here. And what's going to happen is you're going to take the cards,
Okay.
hold them, okay? Give them a cut, mix them up a little bit, okay? Mix them up really good, all right? Mix them up really, really good. Good. Now put them that way. Now what you're gonna do is I'm gonna hold my hand here.
Okay.
You're gonna flip the cards one at a time onto my hand.
Okay.
As you flip them on, you're gonna try to see if you can find your card before I say it. Okay, so as you flip it over, go, that's your card. But I want you to say it before me. But smile big, show business, they're looking at you, all right? You're the magician now, all right? Okay, keep going. Keep off the floor, don't worry about it. Keep going. Nice and fast, quicker. Yep, nice and fast. Very good. Yep. Okay, now none of these here? None of these, right? None. Okay, all right. Keep going, all right. Just checking. Let's see, let's have a look. Hold on. Let's pick 3?
No.
Now wait a minute, not the king. The king, no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Fine.
Oh.
Yeah! Your card? Yeah, that's your card. Thanks for being a good sport. Let's show you a real trick. I'll do a proper trick. Pick any card you want. Okay, memorize it, look at it, lock it in. Yes?
Yeah.
All right, place it down on the deck. Now you know what the card is, right?
Yes.
Don't forget the card.
I'm not.
All right, so we're going to try something. If you watch really carefully, we can cut the deck a few times. Once, twice, 3 times like this. All right? Yeah, how you guys doing? You good? So if you watch really, yeah. The card's not in the bottom, right?
No.
Now, your card was probably, it's not this card, is it not the easiest?
No.
No. But if we go like this, watch. You see that?
Yeah.
It's going to jump into the air.
Okay.
Watch this. Now your card?
Yay.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it, girl. Like, thanks for hanging out, you guys. Get inside. You're looking good tonight. You want to see a trick? Yeah. Okay, come on over here. I'll show you a trick. You're the groom. You get married?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, congratulations. When are you getting married?
Sunday.
Yes, dude.
Atlanta, yeah.
First marriage?
Yeah.
Good for you. Hopefully, I don't know. I've been married a few times, boys. I can say that. Well, hopefully it's your last. So, here's, you want to pick a trick?
Oh, yeah.
Something fun. All right, so here we go. Pick any cards you want. It's totally up to you. That one? Great. Excellent. So watch carefully. Show your boys, show your friends, show these two. Make sure they know what that is. Got it? Say stop whenever you want. The card down. Great. Now the card that you chose isn't a joker, is it? Or an instruction card? You're sure, right? So we cut the deck 2 or 3 times like this, okay? And you can mix the cards up a little bit. I've kind of learned this. You can kind of flip cards around like this, flip them like this, flip them like this. It kind of mix them back and forth, right? Take a card like so, you can put it anywhere in the deck. You can kind of in the middle like that. You can go like this. Watch really carefully. You go like this. We'll try to find your card. So it's kind of half and half, right? If I go like this, flip this over to here, flip this here, flip this here, cut this in half, right? Go like this. Watch. What was your card?
7 diamonds.
7 of diamonds. So they're all back in order, right? Yeah. Is that your card, buddy? Is that your card? That means good luck. It means your marriage is going to last. So you're very lucky. Congratulations, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me, all right? Let me do this one trick on camera for you as well. I'm carrying this stupid thing around, and it's a pain in my ass, to be honest with you. Let me set this down.
That is amazing. That is so much skill. Or illusion.
I guess so,
so
yeah.
much illusion.
Yeah.
You got me.
You're good. Perfect. Perfect.
Looking so closely.
Yeah. That's the idea. See, that's the difference. So that was sleight of hand and magic, and then illusion is something like my train vanished in America's Got Talent.
Yes.
Where I said I would make it vanish. I did make it vanish, but I didn't just snap my fingers. We obviously had some skill, but I wasn't using sleight of hand because I can't put it in my hand. So it's like this. This is like sleight of hand. What? You see this pink handkerchief here? You can see this. Yeah, you can get it on camera well. You're like this. You see, that's how you do it, right? Next, see? Welcome to Vegas, you guys.
I remember the train disappearance that you did. I remember seeing that.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That was, you obviously can't tell what happened, but...
No, but it took a lot of people. When we had that idea with the train trick, I did a trick where I turned a girl into a tiger. That was my episode before that. And they said, what we did is that's like what producers do. So we were sitting at the Ivy in Beverly Hills. And I wanted to go to the Ivy because all the famous people went to the Ivy, right? And I wanted to have a tequila ourselves. So I brought my mom and Lefty, who you'll see in my show today. We're hanging out. We're sitting there. I said, God, I don't know what to do. That's his real name. And I said, what can we do that tops turning a girl into a tiger? He said, I said, why don't you make a train appear? Like your dad's train, because he worked for the railway. They want a sob story of rags to riches, or you didn't take your family's vocation. Yeah, exactly. So they call up. What are you gonna do next? If you go through.
Yeah.
Well, if I go through, well, I thought I can make a train appear. So we already did a Ferrari appearance. How about could you make a train disappear? So, yeah, no problem. Now, I've never done it in my life. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But I had an idea how to do it. So I come back home here to Vegas. I go, Mom, I gotta find a train. Old train, like looks like Dad's. So we drove to Boulder City, which is out this way towards Arizona.
Sure.
We pull and they have an old train yard out there, a big old train yard. I go into some logging company's place. I meet the guy. I go, how do you get into this train storage area.
Yeah.
That's state-owned. I said, you know what? If the railway ties to the edge of my fence, why don't you just hop the railway ties, hop the fence, and go check out the train, see one you like, and see if we can get it hold of them. I said, really? So here I'm climbing over a damn fence in Boulder City trying to find a train, found one that would be perfect for the show. Got my guys in. Anyways, long story short, literally in 6 days, we figured out how to get that train lighter on that stage in LA, and we rehearsed it probably for 2 days straight in the parking lots. I had no idea how to make this train disappear. It was an idea I had on a piece of paper. I hired a very famous illusion designer named Don Wayne. He was the guy that invented the vanishing Statue of Liberty for David Copperfield, his vanishing jet, walking through the wall of China. A legendary designer. He passed away now a couple years ago. I brought him on to help me, and then 2010 we made a train vanish in front of 22 million people on TV. And I'll never do it again, but I did it once. I pulled the cloth, and when I look back, I look back to make sure it actually vanished, and the look like you see on my face, I'm so damn happy, because I'm like, thank God it's not there. It was there. It'd be a funny video as well, but not the way I planned.
How many are there in the world making a full-on profession out of being a magician?
I think you say time, like really full time, meaning no other jobs going on.
Yeah.
I would want to say maybe 200 people in the whole world, like full time. I mean, on the Las Vegas Strip, don't forget. On the Las Vegas Strip, there's only 11 of us on the Strip. Now, I say only 11. To me, that's 10 too many. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's the business, right? But we're all different. You know, you got the Copperfield, you got Shin Lim, you got myself, you got Piff. You know, you got Tapeface, who's not a magician, but he's a phenomenal act. You know, you have Penn and Teller, you know what I mean? And David Blaine once in a while down the street, you know? And so when you have all these guys performing like this, you know, if you're going to see a magic show, you're not going to see 10, unless you're really a magic buff. You're going to see one, and then you'll see a surf show, or see a...
In the whole world, you think 200?
I'm saying 200, you know, maybe I'm way off, you know what I mean? But I know there's a lot of magicians out there, meaning like they're school teachers, on the weekends they do a kid's birthday party. But I'm talking people that's all they do for a living, right? You know what I mean?
Is it super hard to get into these days for young people?
I don't think so. I think it's easier, but I think they're also turned off. Because here's the difference. When I grew up, there was no computers. I feel like, oh, back in the old days. But it's true. I had to read a book from the library. The book I read was Mark Wilson's Course in Magic. I still highly recommend it. It has illustrations and words. I learn by visuals. I don't learn by words. Okay. Nowadays, online, you can watch a trick, right, online. They can also tell you how to do it online. And all of a sudden, you look at how it's done, you go, oh, that's it. That's easy. I don't want to be it. So for me, in a book, you'd get the trick going, turning a coin into a flower. I'm like, that's amazing. Turn a coin into a flower? And you'd read how to turn a coin into a flower.
Right.
By the time you finish reading how to turn a coin into a flower, you had already learned it and taught yourself and go, wow, that is cool. Like, that looks really cool. Versus judging the whole thing within 2 minutes. That somebody already put it out there, showed you how it's done.
Yeah.
Then you've seen how it's done. They taught you and you kind of go, nah, I don't really like it. So that's the difference.
But does that annoy you magicians that people can show how to do these tricks online?
Yeah, I think it's overdone. I think it's oversaturated. You know what I mean? I think it's a lot overdone with all that. You know what I mean? But the problem is it's the internet. It's the way it is. So the idea is to keep beating the internet and creating tricks that are more unique, interesting. Also, create the brand for yourself. You know what I mean? So what's that? Oh, yeah. That's right. And there I am again. Look at that. That's my second job. No, it's not.
Okay, so it keeps you on your toes then, basically.
Well, yeah, because, you know, and like you said, I guess we'll take the stairs. But you look at people, the reason 11 magicians can work on this strip is the same reason that there's 20 singers a night in Vegas as well. Because if you like Taylor Swift, you're probably going to like maybe Bruno Mars. You might like George Strait. You know, because you like one doesn't mean you have to. So Shin Lim and Piff and David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, all these guys, they have their own brands, you know, and the way to really make it in Vegas is to work really hard, not just do tricks. Anyone can do tricks. I can do 3 tricks right now that you can do, be impressive, but they're just tricks until you put your Peter spin on it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then I want to come and see Peter, not a trick. So when people come to see me or Piff or David Copperfield, they're coming to see Copperfield. They're coming to see Piff. They're coming to see Murray. They're coming
so all you guys have a super strong identity.
Yes, well, that's the idea, I think. I think it goes for anybody. Even if you look at singers, like I was talking to you in the car, that my wife loves Lizzo. I love the fact that she's a healthy woman, right? Yeah. She owns her look. She plays the flute. She writes her own music, and her lyrics are pretty damn good. You know what I mean? But she's not your typical Whitney Houston, right? She's not your typical, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I love that. You know what I mean? In this day and age, I think there's more of that around. I love it. I think it's great. You know what I mean?
Open your eyes. You deserve better from your phone service. At Total Wireless, we give you unlimited 5G data for just $25 a month and a price guarantee for 5 years. Find your local store at TotalWireless.com.
Shocking new report. Almost 500,000 convicted criminals came through our border, even murderers and rapists. But Sherrod Brown's not listening.
I don't hear a lot about immigration from voters.
Sherrod Brown, way too liberal for Ohio.
Hope is dead. We're about to choose the most famous man in the world. I'm saying that for all the papacy. The men who are dangerous are the ones who do want to.
Play rated PG. Only in theaters October 25th.
Everybody hold your real tight at nighttime.
Guess what? Experian Boost is even better because now my monthly insurance payments, my streaming payments, my rent payments, even my phone payments can raise my credit scores instantly. Free.
More ways to build credit. Download the Experian app.
You can come in your butt. That's weird.
You do prep work, setting the act up, getting things ready for the big show. I have some people set some stuff like Lefty. He sets a lot of my act up, but other stuff that I handle personally, I still also deal with myself that way. If it does go to, I know.
Does it ever go to?
Oh, sure. But the audience won't know though. You know.
Oh, really? You cover it?
Yeah. There's always a way in or out, you know what I mean? So.
Can I step in here?
Yeah, you can come on in.
You know this girl here?
That's Abby. She's in Fantasy, the other show I've been across the street. The #1 top burlesque topless show in Vegas.
Do you know all of these girls?
All the girls, yeah. Who's that? That's Yessie. She's the headline captain. And then we got Mariah. She's the co-executive producer. She's been there for a long, long time. And we got Skyla. She's phenomenal. She's now moved to a different show in Las Vegas, and her whole family's a legacy. Her grandmother, her mother, and her are all showgirls in Vegas. Her grandmother, I believe, was one of the first Follies dancers here back in the 50s and 60s.
Do you see a lot of that here?
Some of it, not a lot, but some of it, yeah, it's more common here because, you know, you kind of fall, like what I should have done in my world, I should have been working for the railway. But some people go off the beaten track, but most people, sometimes if it's in your lineage, you'll be promised.
Stay in it,
yeah.
Okay.
As well, so yeah, the girls are awesome. They're amazing. They're super cool chicks, and just really down there. And the thing is, they're really talented dancers. I mean, they've trained in ballet, jazz, modern, all that stuff. So you know, a lot of people think a topless dancer in Vegas is equal to, we get that stripper mentality or that, you know, that go-go dancer, and all these girls are all classically trained. So you know, it just has the allure of being topless. And if you've got it, why not flaunt it? It doesn't last forever. Jesus.
What about when you're single in this world? Is it
single in Vegas?
It's a pretty active place.
Yeah, it's single in Vegas is fun too. I mean, Lefty's both. He's single right now. He's very legible right now. Lefty's very legible. Nice house, nice car, no kids.
Legible.
That too.
Not legible.
Legible. He's legible too.
Handwriting.
He's legible. He's legible. He's very legible.
Actually, I don't know. His handwriting's a little
sloppy. Yeah, I know. Well, you know, he was going to be a doctor too. That was his other option. So.
Have you been in this world most of your life?
Yeah, I started. I did my first show when I was 4 years old for my pre-kindergarten class.
Oh wow!
I had a red and green silk that were tied together. I tested through my hands 3 times. It turned to a red and blue silk. I bowed, got no reaction, and ran over to my mom and started crying. When I was 4, my brother was 6. My mom said to my dad, "You should really think of an activity you can do with your sons that's like your thing."
Okay.
So it didn't start out as a career at all. We did it for our grandmother's birthday. We did a show at Christmas. So we would do like a little 20-minute show. I don't think my parents thought I would go on. I went to an Ivy League school, college, University of Pennsylvania, and the Wharton Business School, where they taught no magic. But yeah, I don't think they thought I was going to go on to do magic. It was more as something to do fun with the boys. I was always a very visual person, and I was good at puzzles, so I would always look at magic as trying to figure out a puzzle. So as I got older, I started to look at the magic trick as my dad would show me the trick, and then I would say, "Don't tell me how you did it, let me try to figure it out on my own." And sometimes I figured out a different method than the actual method.
So true passion work, would you say?
Absolutely, yeah. Right now, I mean, absolutely. If I didn't get paid, and sometimes I don't, I would still do it.
That's my boy.
All right, what's going on?
Because I truly love it. And I feel like if you're not a fellow entertainer or you're not in entertainment, you can't relate to the energy you get from a live audience. You know, different than an actor who performs in a film. He films the movie for 3 months. They spend a year producing, editing it, then it gets released, and then you hear the feedback. With a live performer, I go out on stage and I know right away if they like me or not. Because it's not whether we think it's funny or we think it's impressive, it's the audience.
Okay, so can you compare that to, say, live music? You see your favorite band, right? And they have their songs that everyone knows and loves. Then they produce a new album.
Yes.
Nobody cares about it in the beginning.
Yes.
So they always have to go back to their most popular. Is that painful, though, in the creative process, having to go back sometimes?
No, I think
the
that,
routine.
but I also think that you are where you are because of the fans. Like if you're a famous musician, I always say, you know, if Madonna goes on tour, you want to hear Like a Virgin. You want to hear Vogue. Now I know she's probably tired of doing it, but that's what the fans want to do.
I was always wondering that. Do you think creators are really tired of going back to what they've done a million times?
I think some get tired of it, but then you have to figure out, okay, am I going to do Like a Virgin acoustic for the tour? Okay. So now it's a fresh take, even though I'm giving the people what they want, and they're hearing Like a Virgin, it's an acoustic stripped down version as opposed to the dance version.
Any NBA play can inspire your next hunch. And with 3 months of NBA League Pass from FanDuel, you're about to get a whole lot more inspiration. So if you think they're going to rock the rim right out of the gates, or you want to RSVP to the block party,
Yes, sir.
or you think it's going to start raining threes, let's go! FanDuel has more ways to bet on players so you can make your hunches happen. Right now, new customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Plus, all customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass on us. FanDuel.
Hi, girls.
Hey, girls. What's
It's a living.
So you came up with all of this?
Hi, Dad.
Yeah, a lot of these ideas, though, somebody else has the idea of a trick, and then I see the idea, they sell me the rights to it, and then I take it and then I try to make it my own.
You're buying the rights to this idea?
Sure, yeah.
How do they protect rights to ideas?
They don't. You know, you just have to be honorable. Or if you're professional like we are, we all try to stay honorable. You know what I mean?
Because it would be the biggest lame move, right?
Totally. Yeah, when you're just starting out, or you don't want to be famous or whatever, you can hide because you're not. Nothing's effective. But when you're on late night talk shows or major programs with tricks that people invent, and it's theirs, you're stealing it. It's it's a huge problem. This is the stuff most people never get to see. So.
Yeah, this behind the scenes, huh? Do you get butterflies at all anymore, or no?
No, but I do get anxious or excited if I got a new trick that I'm doing. I'll be excited to do it. Or if I have someone in the audience that's well known, you know, that I want to impress, you know. Or if you meet my wife Danny sometimes, you know, because you want to look good for the missus, right?
Guys under 30, magicians, are they going to be doing props like this?
A lot of them are doing tricks specifically for the camera, for YouTube, for Facebook, for TikTok. And the danger is that when they get a call for a live show, they don't know how to perform for an audience. They're used to performing for one person, which is the camera, seeing them, as opposed to if you're in an audience, you have to play the people at the front, the back, you're looking around the whole room. They're used to performing specifically for a camera, so it's very different. So for example, if I'm holding this card like this, if you get the right angle, it looks paper thin. But if the camera moves over to here, now you see that the card is wider. So if I was doing a trick specifically for the camera, I would spend time having the person look and get the exact angle perfect, where live, I couldn't do that because there'd be multiple people watching. So I wouldn't be able to do that.
There he is. How you doing? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Because he did the thing with Harry the other day, too. Yeah.
He said I could record with the phone out there.
I heard him say that, too. God, how you doing, good?
Yeah, hey, listen, you got some people out there.
Good, well, I hope I'm excited to entertain.
Never do it, man.
That's perfect. It's like Groundhog Day every day around here.
Okay, so you were saying earlier off camera, you're an introvert?
I found that hard to believe almost.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, yeah. Because I turned on, I know how to turn on, and I'm really genuine when I am on, but I hide behind the hair and the glasses. When I walk on stage, it's my controlled environment. So, but when I'm off stage, though, if I were to come to a party in this room, I'd just sit here in the corner, have a glass of wine. Whoever sat beside me, I would talk to. I wouldn't try to be the life of the party. I wouldn't try to say the biggest joke. I wouldn't, you know what I mean?
So this is the opening right now?
This is the opening out there? Yeah. And I keep it loud so we can hear it backstage.
Here in Las Vegas, we set up
There you go.
a simple hidden
And it follows around, go. This you can put on the video if you want.
What are you doing there?
It's a secret, but it's a secret you can see.
Okay.
Looks like the ace of clubs, right? Every audience, before you go on stage, you don't know what you're going to get, you know what I mean? Because it's a new audience, so the show's old. I've been doing this material for 20, 30 years, but the cool thing is the audience is like that. It's the very first time they see the video. So it's kind of exciting. So every audience is different.
Been on over 20 reality shows and has had over 1 billion online views. Laugh Factory is proud to present Murray.
I'm back! And what do you guys think of the jag? You like it? It's brand new. You ever had that where you get like a little thing sticky, you cut the tags off, and there's like a tag? You know what I'm talking about? It's poking here. Is there anything hanging off the back? Is that No? It is poking the... Maybe it's from the dry cleaners. Is there a pin hanging off here anywhere? Do you guys see it? Anywhere? There's nothing here, right? Nothing. Oh, ha! There it is. Totally. So frustrating because the dry cleaners are right beside the bowling alley, so it's really... And I always open my show too as Magic Kit. I got my stool and I got my... Here, just let's get rid of this. Hang on, just hang on. Here. Come on. That's the whole show. I always show my stage shadow. His name is Lefty. Please put together for Lefty, everybody. There he is. Yes, sir. I know exactly where you're. I'm traveling though. I drive a lot. So I was driving to Laughlin, which is about an hour and a half towards Arizona, and I stopped at a small diner. And I realized they still have those glass ketchup bottles. You guys know what I'm talking about? 5 people, this is gonna go great. So, I realized one of the hardest things to do is take ketchup out of a glass bottle. So I thought the big opening trick tonight, I'm gonna take ketchup out of a glass bottle. Try mocking me. All right. Yes, in the bag, here we go. 1, 2, 3. It's gone! 1, 2, 3. It's back, that's it. You have the option, the Blue Man Group with the Blue Man. So you're stuck with this crap for an hour. One more time. Here we go. Ketchup in the bag. Here we go. Flight of ketchup. That is it. Here we go. Here it is. Lip. It's a tomato, people. Humor me. Ketchup, tomato, goddamn tomato.
Such a cool craft, guys. Like the talent that it takes to pull this off. I mean, I have no clue what's going on. I'm seeing it up and close and personal. Well, we are right now, and it's still it's very technical and just pure A game. What he's doing.
Immediately. Good, you enjoyed it? That's awesome. Good, yeah.
It's half magic, half comedy.
That's what I say. Yeah, because I've always been, for me, my big thing after the age of, I say 28, 30, I realized comedians get on TV a lot quicker and faster than magicians. There's always only one magician on TV, one hero. Whereas comedians, they're in TV shows, they're hosts, or whatever. So as of 28, when I moved to Vegas, I started going and driving to open mics. Comedy Store, Laugh Factory, Improv, Ice House. I started doing open mics, just comedy, no magic. And I'd bomb 9 jokes. And one would work out of the 10. I'd bring that home, put it in my show. Then go again the next week and bomb 9 jokes, find another one that worked. You know, and as you keep doing it further and further, you start only bombing 4 jokes and 6 work, and start bombing only 1 joke. And that's how I become, because I realized I need to be funny, like legit funny, not just with a trick and a cheesy joke, you know what I mean? So, and then I figured out how do you amalgamate both those together, meaning a trick that does work or doesn't work. So if he knows all my tricks go wrong, and at the end they kind of go right. That's kind of the way it works.
So it's your own fusion style?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it works that way. It's good. And there's not many comedy musicians out there, you know what I mean? So, here we go. Last one.
Oh, lefty, everybody! That's lefty. Then we have a lefty and his new girlfriend. Okay. We always love giving away stuff that we have my brand new posters, new chest posters, America's Got Talent, and my special.
Well, that was very cool.
Yeah, well, thanks for hanging.
That was awesome.
Thanks for spending the day with me. This is really cool, too, in this hotel with Trop. I gotta show this to you, because, you know, I love history, right? And I love old Vegas, and, you know, this is one of the original Mafia hotels.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. And they got busted with a lot of stuff you look back in the old days, in the 50s and 60s. This ceiling's one of the original ceilings, not from the original. This is like the second version when they made the hotel. And if you look at this top, there's all those mirrors. Those are one-way mirrors. So back in the old days, security, we didn't have cameras back then. There'd be security standing on catwalks, looking over into the. Here's a lucky pin. See, make a wish. Yeah, make a wish. There you go. And they would have security on catwalks, looking over the tables, watching the gamblers, seeing if they're cheating. That was the real way to do. So those catwalks are still up there. Those one-way mirrors are still. And now they have eye in the skies everywhere, as you can see.
Oh yeah.
You know, but that's the original. That's the original catwalk. So I want to go up there because now they've sold the hotel supposedly, and in about 2.5 years, 3 years, they're gonna put a baseball park here and everything. Supposedly, that's the newest revelation. So before they erect this hotel, I want to have security take me up there and walk. I love that stuff.
And that's a half day's work.
Half day's work, yeah. Then I'll go home, have dinner usually, and then go to Fancy at the Luxor, you know, and do a little something there. So
Same show at the Luxor?
no, different show, different stuff. Because it's an adult review show, so I'm a little more edgy. You know, I do 10 minutes in a 5-minute spot because they're going there to see the girls topless. So I just a comedy relief from the show. So
Oh, you go edgier there.
yeah, yeah, because it's a topless review show. It's all adults, so the whole different ballgame. It's very Vegas, so it's a great show though.
Oh,
Made it.
full circle.
We made it back home to the pad, kids.
Thank you so much for bringing us in.
Dude, thank you for hanging out.
That was
Thanks for
awesome.
hanging out, man.
That was
You
so
have a fun
cool.
day?
I have so much admiration and respect for what you do.
Thank you. Thanks.
It's
You know.
really, it's like A-level, amazing. You know what I love too? It's very honest work.
Sure.
People want to like an escape.
Yeah.
They know their ticket price. They go in.
Yeah.
They have laughs.
Taking an Atlanta fantasy and, you know,
Yeah.
misdirection for an hour, forget all your problems, then come back and realize the problems are still there. But that's okay. It's an hour of relief, right? We all need that. We do yoga, we do Pilates, we, you know, get some Zen moments in Sedona, wherever the heck you go, right? So,
Exactly.
you know.
Okay, so for people to see you,
Yes.
we got you at the Laugh Factory at
Laugh
the
Factory.
Tropicana.
Yep, we're up at Tropicana. You can see me in Fantasy at the Luxor,
Okay.
which is a more adult review, and I'm there weekly. And then you want to see my stuff online, I have my new comedy special on Tubi, Tubi.
Okay.
You can just download that and stream that. And of course, I got my channels, which
Yeah.
is Murray Magic.
So guys, his performance is awesome. Go to that if you're in Vegas. But his YouTube channel, fantastic. Also, amazing pranks. All the links down below in the description. You're the man.
Thanks for
Appreciate
hanging out,
it.
dude. You're always
All right.
welcome as a guest, Joe.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Thanks for coming along. Until the next one.
Huh? What? I want to see that in Nigeria. Outside of Las Vegas. He's been to Skid Row, you know that?
Huh?
He's been to Skid Row.
I thought you said I have.
I have once.
Need to be at your best? You need an antiperspirant that goes beyond.
Dove Men with 72-hour protection plus care for your skin. So you can forget your underarms and focus on being unforgettable. Dove Men. Forgettable underarms, unforgettable you.
Shocking new report. Almost 500,000 convicted criminals came through our border. Even murderers and rapists. But Sherrod Brown's not listening.
I don't hear a lot about immigration.
Yes, Daddy.
No one's watching.
Sherrod Brown, way too liberal for Ohio.
It's fine. Oh shit, he went to the Watts Hood? What?
You do impersonations too.
Do a little bit, maybe just a little bit. And
Man, he
then
really
there's a
went deep
private
in
event
Vegas, didn't he?
somewhere That could be like $500,000.
If you could take your pick, start comedy when you did.
Look, there's
or
balloons
be
of heroin
this
right there.
generation and start now.
Ryan Leone.
How was Jim Carrey back in '84?
Oh man, the great thing
I bet
about
this guy was
today
Joe
is
Rogan.
you can become famous off of this little tool
Murray.
right here.
Vegas has changed. In the old days,
There's been comedy in this corner for almost 40 years.
Are a lot of comedians depressed?
A lot of it comes from that. Yeah, where did I get to that? Looking in this mirror.
How YouTube changed Pearson.
Good
That was
afternoon,
like
guys. Many call Las Vegas the entertainment capital of the world. Therefore, comedy has a huge influence here. So today we have the great privilege to meet up with Harry Basil, a living legend in these parts, who's worked with Rodney Dangerfield, Nicolas Cage,
I think I should
many
get that
others.
Channel 5
We all
guy
know
and
what
see if
comedy
he
is
can
from
do
the
a thing from
outside.
off, man. Time I could take him
And maybe
to
you've been to
locals
a few
and
shows, like myself. But what is it like from the inside? We're going to get the stories here on the Strip. He's been here for decades. He knows the ins and outs and what it's like behind the scenes. Let's do this.
We're in front of the Bellagio right now, the Bellagio Fountains, but this was the Dunes Hotel back in the 80s. It opened in the late 40s. So my very
How you doing, Peter? You guys think you can do that in the video?
right now,
Do that.
you me.
You want to have nothing to do with LA.
Man, we is Watts.
They don't belong here.
You always have this, huh?
LA people got a real thing.
What would happen, guys, if I just came in solo mission,
Rather get caught with it than without it.
that being a gun?
Everybody around here is family. They want sandbox.
How many places have you lived in?
He's making a lot of miracles happen.
Right there. Is that your club?
42 states. When people come around, they get stuck.
So why'd you move up here, man?
All of our schools will get it up.
Keep people out?
I'm gonna turn down here because if we go down there, it's enemies. A lot of people think money could change their problems.
Do you remember when you was a kid coming up around here?
The community is a community, bro. Like, we're a tribe.
18,700,000. Jesus.
You're Mayans and you're having a ceremony right now?
Yeah, we pray for the war, for peace in the war. This is the most important for the kids, for the children. You want something you gotta pray. Ask for them.
Put this in the fire.
Yes.
Look at Peter in that one, look.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Hasta luego. All right, guys, what a way to start a video. So, Los Angeles, everybody here. You got the Hollywood Hills up there. You have Compton over there. Today, we're meeting a man that grew up in the projects and now lives in Hollywood. And he was saying to me over the phone, "Is this downtown Alligator?" Machinery took over, and so a lot of people left this region. You're the mayor here? Yes, I am. Shut down gas stations, a sad sight. What's going on in Shelby? You're gonna pop those when you close that. Oh my God. So they had their ceremonies up here. I never thought this would exist in Mississippi. Under 200,000 though, you can get a really nice home here. Greenville is definitely split in between two worlds right now. Don't the girls know what they're doing?
Yeah.
Cornbread?
There's
just a lack of hope with many people in small town America. Most people just want to go to work, feed their family, and get on through life.
In
Morning, guys. Here in Clarksdale, Mississippi. Today we have quite an adventure going south.
Just how liberal is Sherrod Brown? He doesn't just support allowing sex change surgeries for kids. Brown voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions where the baby is partially delivered alive. Sherrod Brown is way too liberal.
Home is your happy place. Bed Bath & Beyond has everything to make it more homey. Find your happy place at bedbathandbeyond.com.
All right, so lately I've been experimenting with different ways to increase the production value, namely audio. I have a camera, I have an external mic. A few months back, Jeremy was kind enough to send it. I was using it for a while. Back then I had an editor living with me, and he was taking care of the compression, the upload. It's not that complicated. You take the memory card out of the camera, you stick it into the computer, and you upload it. That's pretty much it. You know, it's like, oh my God, it's way too much work. So I've been trying. I mean, it's been more convenient to do it on the phone. And lately I've been doing it on the laptop with just the photo booth app. But the audio has taken a big hit as a result. And last night I experimented with different impersonations that I've done throughout the time that I've had the channel. Country, Taco, Tom. And it was like 3 in the morning. I was just having fun by myself. Kind of came out funny, so I uploaded on Patreon. That's some of the stuff that I have up there, and I hate to be repetitious about Patreon, but it's really why I've been so consistent, because I don't have to worry about how I'm going to pay rent now. It's taken care of. Like, I already know that it was taken care of last month, and now it's taken care of this month, and that's an amazing thing. It's something I'm very appreciative of. I never thought that just telling my life story could actually generate a living for me. And I'm grateful and I appreciate it, and I hold up my end of the bargain with that platform. Ask people that are members of Patreon. It starts at 10 cents a day, $3 a month. For $100 a month, it goes all the way up. So there's different, incentives for different tiers. But for $100 a month, I mean, we're talking beyond your wildest dreams. For $100 a month, you can meet up with me and butt fuck me. Anyway, like, where are you, dog? I'm on Wilshire. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Uber over there. And just do it with a robe and just, I'll serve you in the butt. It's like, damn, you butt fuck like a hog, homie. Good work. No, but for $100 a month, you get a personal Skype call with me or a phone call. It's up to you. I've been very busy recently with outside stuff. I have outside projects going on, but it's great to have this as stable income. And not for everything to be precarious. And I do appreciate you guys continuing to come up with ideas that are content outside of myself. Other people that I think are interesting. Whatever the case. I'm learning how to edit more, so I'm going to start doing more stuff like that. And you guys will be with me as the documentary is. Alright, I've tried this video like 20 times. I've tried to be funny. This is what I'm going to do this time. I'm just going straight to the story. I know some of you are mad that I didn't post a video like one day. You guys got to come up, cut me some slack. 95% of you do. You know that I have a life. I'm traveling this week for work-related stuff. Going to do a shoot on Sunday. And I'm trying to finish a screenplay with my friend before that. So I'm busy. Doesn't mean that I'm forgetting about you guys. What I'm gonna do right now is this is gonna be a Florida jail story. This bracelet was given to my father by his father, who's passed away now, and I'm gonna give it to Nico. But I really like it, so I'm gonna start wearing it. So before you start being like, dude, are you diabetic now, or whatever the fuck you're gonna say, you guys are really mean.
You can tell the comments are
You know,
real bad.
you always attack like my looks, say I look like a bitch, stuff like that. Okay, so anyway, this story is going to be for all tiers, and it's going to be a Florida jail story. So let's just get into it, because I've tried to do this video over and over and over again, and I just keep saying shit that's like not very funny, not very cool. I keep doing like really like inappropriate humor. I'm in San Francisco right now. Butt fuck capital of the state. I'm not butt fucking. I put that on my son. No butt fucking going on at all for the next 4 or 5 days. And Yeah, let's get into the story. Alright, so I'm not sure where we were last time or which tiers were privy to this series, but what had happened obviously is the Mike Virgin thing happened. I got set up by one of the cops. There was a pedophile that worked for that fucker. You know, well, really, Megan set me up. That's what came down to it. Now, her version of this story is a little different than that. She'll say that she didn't set me up, and she's like, I know we're gonna have her video on here at some point, sometime, but we will have to explain it before, you know, there's legal stuff surrounding it. I mean, talking about murders and stuff, you know, and like that's cool when I just say it, but when there's another person kind of like can paint some of the chronology together, and I'm not trying to go to jail in Florida for some shit that I didn't even do. I've already done that kind of stuff. I'm done with that. But what she would say is that she didn't set me up. But we're gonna get into that right now. We're gonna kind of like go into like what happened in the aftermath of Mike Virgin. So Cliff Notes for that is me being this. I don't know if it's that I'm impulsive, if I'm codependent, drug addict, all of the above. I am all of the above. This is probably what it is. But I couldn't really live with the idea of escaping that environment where there was like, basically I was leaving Megan in a house full of predators. Like Mike Virgin was absolutely a predator. Eddie, the guy that worked for him, like his right-hand man, predator. You know, they were essentially pimping out underage girls, and I saw him shoot one person. The blood the first time would lead me to believe that 2 people died while I was there. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I don't know if they actually died. I can't confirm or deny that. I really don't know the answer. That's why. But I did see the dude drop. So when I got kicked out of there the second time, I just felt, I don't know, some moral obligation to go get her back. Even though I found out she was a pathological liar, because remember, she had told me that her husband had divorced her, left her a house, and that I could go live with her in Knoxville, Tennessee. So that was always our plan. Then I got set up, and I go to jail. Now, initially they put me in Gun Club, which is like pretty much like a skyscraper in West Palm Beach, Florida. And it's kind of like if you're from LA, we got the Twin Towers here. Gun Club is very comparable to that. It's basically if you get busted in that county, in West Palm Beach County, you're gonna go to Gun Club. That's like the place that it's like the reception. Everybody has to go through Gun Club, and then they have a couple other like satellite facilities. You know, they have the West Palm Beach County Stockade, which is where I eventually wound up. And in the beginning, I was in Gun Club, and I'd been on methadone for probably about a month. I was only doing 40 milligrams, maybe 80 milligrams at the most, and it fluctuated. 40 at a minimum, probably 80 at the most. So it wasn't a severe habit. It's not like when I was taking 180 milligrams, but anybody that's been on methadone knows 40 enough is enough where you're going to kick. Plus I was doing heroin. So when I get to Gun Club, as I mentioned in the video that came before this, I got put in this unit where I was like the only white guy. It was like all Haitian black guys, and I'm talking about ghetto fabulous motherfuckers, like, you know, remember Tales from the Crypt? You know, it's like those kind of guys. They were like black guys, but like instead of having, they like had like skull faces with like grills. That's what, you know, they look fucking gnarly. They were like the most ghetto dudes I've ever been around. They hated me, and they were the most overtly racist people I've ever done time with. And I've done time with some racist people. I've done time with neo-Nazis. These people hated white people. They tell me that. Like I said another last year, I fucking hate you. I'm like, why? Because you're white. Fucking white bitch. I'm like, alright. And, you know, what happens is, I told you I was going to get the laugh now, cry later tattoo. Remember, there's this black guy. He's like, I'm a magician. I'm a card shark. He was like a jack of all trades, you know, just some con artist. And I was like, dope. And I was like, yeah, I want laugh now, cry later. And I really wound up getting that. I know I have a picture somewhere. I know Jeff has a picture of those tattoos. I gotta dig them up. They're ridiculous. So I was getting set up to do those. I think I talked about it in the last video. And sorry for reiterating so much, but I don't know who saw the video that came before this and who didn't. But we're gonna like get into this installment now. They fed really well at this place. They'd give you French toast, they'd give you bacon, they'd give you these really shitty rubbery eggs, but when you're in jail, you're really stoked on it because you're so hungry in there. My theory on why you're so hungry in jail all the time is because you're depressed. You know, you can't really be in jail and not be depressed, you know? Even if you're like some super hardcore gay dude that just wants to get straight plowed in the ass by anyone that's a guy, you still hate jail. Even dudes that are super flamboyantly gay fucking hate it. It's horrible. It's torture. So everybody's depressed in there. When you're depressed in jail, one of the only things that you can do is eat, right? And so you get really hungry in there. So, you know, that's counteracted by the fact that I'm kicking methadone and heroin. And anybody that's kicked methadone knows you have absolutely no appetite. Really, when you're kicking heroin, you have no appetite either. And what's interesting about that is when you get done kicking, you get what's called long go. So like you go through this like period where you don't eat anything it can last like up to a month, depending on what you're kicking. Methadone, it can last for months. Heroin, 2 weeks to a month, where you don't have a big appetite. And then you get what's called long gut, and you just want to eat everything. Like everything. Like, dude, dick, you just want to eat everything. Not really good. Kinda. Not. So, when I got, you know, like I said, they fed you well. The first day that I'm there, I get my tray. There's like these very thin, almost like a cookie cutter pan thin tray, right? I grab my tray, put it down on the table, and this guy named Mad Dog comes up. Man, what's his name? Mad Dog. Yeah. Like I was in like a Back to the Future sequel or something, you know? That was the name of the villain of the story, Mad Dog. I couldn't make shit like that up. It's just way too cliche. And he had a cleft lip. You never see those commercials on TV at like 5 in the morning with like Sarah McLachlan music where it's like kids with cleft lips? It's like the worst shit ever. I don't know if they still have those on. I remember when I was a kid, I used to like, you know, I used to masturbate at night, right? And there was like only 2 things that I could jerk off to. The Girls Gone Wild commercial, which was on channel 66. This was in California. I don't know what it was like where you are. It's on channel 66, Girls Gone Wild infomercial, because it would loop this like softcore like thong shots and stuff, like, you know, until I don't know, for like a 2 or 3 hour period. So I always go to that. That was my go-to, the Girls Gone Wild commercial. And then there was this other infomercial that came on. I forget what it was for, but it was for something to do with women's like glutes. So I was such a fucking pervert. I don't even know why I explicitly explain stuff like that. But it was like a glute commercial, right? It was like these women that were doing squats. So I'd always be like, you know, masturbating to it. And I remember at a certain point they must have gotten like some contract with the cleft lip people, because I'd be like getting it to these girls that were doing these glute exercises, and these fucking little, like, it was really sad. These like third world country kids with cleft lips would come on, and I mean, it would just always just destroy my session, you know? Fuck, dude, not this shit again. so anyway, make a long story short. This guy Mad Dog had a cleft lip. He had that, and then another very memorable thing that he had is he had a brand. You know, so I mean, it's common for people to have tattoos or whatever, insignia tattoos on them. But it was the first time that I had. You trying to sleep? Dude? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I got you, dude. Don't trip. Sorry.
Anyone trying to defeat issue 1 is only out for themselves.
Politicians want to shut us down and keep power out of our hands.
Don't be fooled.
Join the Ohio Organizing Collaborative and the NAACP. Vote yes on one. Ready to show who's the cheesiest. I will not fail the cheesiest coach. Official sponsor of the college football playoff.
I've been using Experian Boost to help raise my credit scores, but Experian Boost is even better because now my monthly insurance payments could help boost my scores too. It does it instantly and it's free. So you get it through the Experian app.
Alright, now I'm in the bathroom. See, this is how dedicated I am to you guys. I should be sleeping right now. I'm making videos while he's sleeping. He's trying to sleep. I'm talking about jerking off to probably waking up and he's hearing me talking about kids with cleft lips and me beating off. What the fuck's going on? So Mad Dog had this like insignia, like he'd have these, he was branded. And I forget what it was. It was like a astrology sign branded on his arm. You know, and it had these like big blisters on it. So what he would do is, or what people would do in South Florida, because these dudes are like super, like they're so ghetto, they don't even have cheap, shitty tattoos. They have brands. Think about that. They would get like clothes hangers and get them red hot on the stove. And they'd be like, brand me. And they get these, like, well, what do you want? I want I want the Aquarius sign. That's what they had. They had like astrology stuff. Almost way out shit. That's the guy that came and stole my breakfast, and I was just so doped in. I said, okay, and I just went back to bed. Now, I'm not sure if we talked about it on the last video, but what had happened very early on. So this guy started jacking me, and his famous tagline was "Just tell me no." Just tell me no. You know, and it's like, he was so intimidating with this ugly brand and cleft lip. Just tell me no. You know, it's like, this ain't how he talk, but kind of, you know, he talk more ghetto than that. And I got weed, like, I don't know, like the second day I was in there. And, you know, we had to like pop the light sockets to smoke it. Now, you gotta remember, Florida is not California. Florida is some hardcore conservative state. You get caught smoking weed in jail, you get like 10 years. No bullshit. They are tripping on drugs out there. Tripping. And I got caught with like a little teeny amount of heroin. I was looking at a long ass time. I mean, they did give me possession with intent, but I was looking at years. And so I smoked weed in the shower. And we get raided, you know, we get raided by we get hit by like a squad, you know, like an entire SWAT team. Everybody on the floor. I was like, fuck. And Mad Dog's just like, cause you know, he like would make me smoke weed. Well, just tell me no. Well, just tell me no, you know? And I'd have to like, be like, okay, Mad Dog's here. And he'd hit like the whole thing and I'd get whatever bullshit remnants was left. You know, of the stick or whatever. So we get raided. I think that's where, I don't even remember. You know, there's so many different series going on, I don't even remember where videos are. But we ended up getting raided. And, you know, I had like one of the sticks too. You know, I had another stick on me or whatever, and I just kind of like froze when they raided the unit, and I ended up eating one of the sticks, and I remember they just completely tore our unit apart, and like it was scary. Like these weren't just like normal. Like in California, you'll get correctional officers that are, you know, in like this SWAT gear, and they'll come and like hit your unit when you're in a county jail. Like in this one, they had like gas masks on and shit. I felt like I was in like a Bansky painting. I was like, what the fuck? It was crazy shit. It was like war zone stuff. They go, everybody on the ground, and I like ate the stick, and I remember being so scared that I was gonna get caught. And they're going through and they're just ripping up everybody's stuff, you know. They're taking people's extra blankets. That's what they do when they come hit your pad like that. Your pad, which would be like the housing unit where you live, they take whatever you're not supposed to have. And like, there's always going to be drama in jail or prison settings over housing units getting hit because people get personal things taken. Like, I've been in a lot of situations where a unit will get hit and maybe someone like had a picture of their daughter or something, and it's like the only picture they have, which is usually not a good sign. That means you're a piece of shit, you know. As much as like, if I ever went back to jail, I know for a fact that Karina would be in my life no matter what, because I treat her well, and you know, I don't know. It's just, it always strikes me as a bad sign when, you know, when guys don't have people sending them money or pictures. I'm like, that's probably not a good sign. Probably not a good person. People be like, you're just a spoiled little rich kid whose parents, you know, did all this shit. It's like, my parents had my back for sure, but I always had friends and, you know, girls looking out for me, you know, so it wasn't all bad for me. But anyway, to get to this story, I'm sorry, it's late. I'm just trying to do a video so that you guys don't like chew me out anymore. Nick's like sleeping. I came in here just so that, just to be respectful to him. And I'm still, like, I'm sitting on the toilet. I'm with it. I'm trying. So this whole thing gets ripped up, right? The whole unit. And basically it's my fault because I blew this motherfucker up. So now, these black guys are super butthurt at me. I mean, they were butthurt before, but like now that I got that, you know, and it doesn't matter that they all smoke weed in there too, and that they get the place hit all the time. They're just like, they didn't like me because I was white to begin with. I would literally hear them say shit like that. Like, well, man, you should have fucking white boy, man. You should fucking bitch ass hoe, you know, fucking, man, fucking extort that motherfucker, bro. His daddy probably a realtor or some shit, you know? And I'd like hear him say stuff like that. So after that, the reason this is important is because after the unit got hit, everybody was mad at me, right? It was like a really big deal. I already got my breakfast tray jacked before all this, but now like the entire unit was like glaring at me. And anybody that's in time, like, you know when dudes start plotting on you. You just know. And I knew these guys were plotting on me. You can just feel it, you know? How do you know? Because they're making voodoo dolls of white guys and stabbing them with fucking paper clips. And like they have like mud paint on and shit, and they're like, you know, have like pentagrams and sand and like voodoo candles. And they're like, have white people written in blood. And you're like, eh. They're like, oh, it's nothing, bro. Nothing, we're just going to game. Don't look at us, bro. No eye contact, or you'll be hexed for 36 years. What does that mean? Seriously. And I'm not even, you guys are probably like, oh, you're just trying to make a joke. No. This is the dirty South. Straight up voodoo dudes. Like, they're in Louisiana, they're in the Deep South. Crazy racist black guys that practice voodoo. I remember, not to skip ahead too much, but I called my dad. I went, Dad, There's these black guys, they all practice voodoo against me. I'm scared they're gonna put a spell on me. I'm like, that's like, Ryan, that's racist. I'm like, what the fuck's happening? What do you mean racist? Jesus, do some time in jail. I'm not racist at all. Do some time, and there's no way not to think like that. And especially if these guys doing fucking voodoo. So anyway, this is what happened. So, got raided. Everybody was mad at me or whatever. I could just tell. And I'm dozing. So I'm not sleeping. The only time I get beat off is in the shower. Every time I did that, I thought I was gonna get raped, so I hardly ever did it. But I'm such a gnarly masturbator that I got to the point where I was like, well, if I'm gonna get red, and you get red, well, I gotta try. Next morning, wake up for chow. That raid was important too, buddy. We're gonna get back to it. Comes back later. Alright, so next morning, I go to chow. Now you gotta remember, like, this is what I look like at the time. I'm 20 years old. I have my head buzzed, so I don't know if you can picture like what I look like with a buzzed head, but like, look at my hand. You see how swollen that is? Horrible. Hurts so bad. Look at the difference, dude. Fucking, that is all bad. Look at that thing. Yeah, horrible. That shit's fractured for sure. No way it's not, I just don't have a wrap on. So I had like a shaved head, probably like 120 pounds at the time. Like the most and I had just this sun tattoo in the Fear and Loathing. But the sun was extra gay. It's like, just so I can have some sunshine, my boy. They're like, dude, that shit's, it's just gangster, bro. You know, nobody says that. Yeah. You know, I was the white boy. I was the only fucking white boy. So the next morning we wake up for chow. I remember like, oh, you're probably like, well, what happened with dinner? I didn't get jacked at dinner. Next morning though, I get up for chow. And I remember thinking, I'm like, damn, all these dudes got something taken because of me. Extra linen, they lost weed, they lost porn, you know, they probably lost sleep, you know, like, because they weren't as comfortable after the raid, because, like, it's precious in jail to get your extra little, you know, towel. Like, if you have, like, 2 of these, it's a pillow, you know? If you have fucking 1 of them, it's a pillow. You really cherish all the small stuff when you're locked up, because every little thing can make your stay just a little more comfortable, you know, and it's hard to be comfortable in jail. So anyway, so I wake up in the morning, I'm thinking, man, I hope this dude doesn't jack me again. Not because I was hungry, just because I just didn't want to get punked out, you know? I get my tray, I sit down, I see him come up with his cleft lip. I'm just jumping up. I'm like, oh, God. And he just takes it. I'm like, God damn it. Everybody is just looking at me like, damn, man. That white boy's a bitch, bro. Over there, that white boy's a fucking bitch, yo. You know? I'm like, God. Crawl back with my phone, you know? And then I started getting the Jesus dudes. And like, look, man, if you guys are like have Christians watching, you're Jesus people, whatever. Hey, you know, you can believe whatever you want. I respect your beliefs. As long as you're not hurting somebody, I really don't give a shit what you believe in. It doesn't, you know. But what I can't stand is when you're in jail and dudes start come preaching the word to you. You know? And it's always the chomo looking guy. And it's like this, like, you know, kind of like a taco looking guy. He's like, hey, man. And he didn't talk like that. He's like, hey, you want to read Genesis? I'm like, no. Why not? He's like, I don't know. I'm fucking kicking heroin, man. What about that? Okay. If maybe later you want to read, I love Genesis. It's seriously, it's my favorite stuff. You know, and you're just like, you know, you always trip about it. It's like, were you preaching this shit on the street? And you're in county jail, mind you. Like, okay, if you're in prison, like you're in the feds, if you're in the state, I get it. When you've been down for a while, you find God. It makes sense. Some of these guys have been down like 5 or 6 days. And then you start thinking, you're like, man, dude, if these guys were out there just a week ago, they're preaching Jesus stuff only a few days later, they're probably molesting kids out there. But then you ask them, you're all dope sick and like, you're like delirious, you're like, dude, did you molest any kids? He's like, Kenneth, no. And he's like, Kenneth, all right. So this goes on for a couple days, right? A couple days, it's going on for like a week. Mad Dog just keeps jacking. At first it was just breakfast. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not hungry, I'm kicking. But then lunch. And then dinner. By the time, by this point, I'm just like, I don't even know when I'm like lining up to get my food. The shit's just getting taken from me like, every fucking meal now. Now, I've been on methadone for about a month. Probably felt the kick for like 10 days. You know, because methadone, the way that it works, I don't know the science behind it, but I do know that it's a cumulative. You know, the longer that you're on methadone, the harder it is to get off of it. The longer that it takes for it to come out of your, for you to get done with the acute post-acute withdrawals. And with methadone, it's a lot more serious. Like with heroin, after you kick, you're still not going to feel normal for like a month, you know, but it's tolerable. You at least get sleep and shit. Methadone, you're talking about 6 months, but you have to have been on it for long enough for it actually to you know, to go on that long. So, you know, I want to say we're coming up on about 10 days. I want to say 10 days is the mark when this happened. Oh, we're going to get to that in a second. I had worked out a deal with a magician, tattoo artist.
Just how liberal is Sherrod Brown? He doesn't just support allowing sex change surgeries for kids. Brown voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions where the baby is partially delivered alive. Sherrod Brown is way too liberal.
To help save for our home, we stopped going on trips and giving each other expensive gifts. We handmade them instead. That one took me 3 weeks. Getting pre-qualified for a home loan was easier. It only took like 3 minutes. Boxcar.
Oh! Alright, guys. Well, I'm finally, like, fully recovered. I thought I was last night, and I tried to do a video, and I was just, like, not being very coherent, and fucked up a couple times. That happens sometimes when I'm doing videos, like, usually in the beginning, but, like, sometimes 20 minutes into it, you know, I'll just start, like, I just will lose my momentum, you know, my train of thought. So, you know, I'm finally in a decent position. I got a new car yesterday. I got a new BMW. Very excited about that. My dad helped me out for my birthday. My birthday's tomorrow, and it's already been, man, best birthday I've ever had. I've never had a car that nice, you know. I think my dad helped me with it just, you know, because I'm doing good. I don't remember if I talked about this last night or not, but, you know, this month with Patreon, I appreciate, you know, you guys still with me. I know I explained how it's going to work and do videos for each tier, you know, the first week of Patreon. So, you know, like the first week I'll do an exclusive story for each one. So the $3 tier gets 4 exclusive stories, and then I'm gonna kind of do what I was doing before and just kind of jump around, you know, like we'll finish China, you know, we'll start new ones, go back to juvenile delinquency. There's a ton of shit we can do, so I guess I'll just try them out and see how popular they were. I think with China, the reason that I kind of just got over it, well, first of all, I recorded a video and then I couldn't find it because when I record videos, I don't have space on my phone, so I'll put them like on a hard drive, and I have like literally like 30 hard drives with files, and then I lose shit, and then I hate doing videos twice, and then I'm such an insecure little fuck. You know, when people say they don't like the stories, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't do this anymore. Not this storyline. So, you know, but I will go back to finish it for those of you that were wanting to hear what happened with the rest of that. And this one right here is going to be Florida. I think I'm going to start really, I've been saying it for a while, but man, I hate YouTube. I hate that once in a while push notifications come up and, you know, it's like a chick, she's like, dude, I sucked your dick back in like, you know, 2003 and it stunk. And I'm like, oh man, you know, they say personal stuff like that, you know, and I knew it stunk, but you don't have to say that online. Who knows who's saying that? My mom might see that and she like looks at my dad, she's like, I knew it. He looks like a stinky dick. I am. It's out there now. And my dick does stink sometimes. I'm not really sure why. I mean, I think probably ADD. Like, you ever notice, like, when you're a guy, I don't know if all guys use loofahs. I'm kind of embarrassed that I'm talking about it now, but you put the body wash on the loofah, what do you go for? Your balls and butthole first, right? It makes no fucking sense either. Why would you do that? You have to wash the rest of your body. You have butthole juice everywhere, and you know, sorry, I forgot to put on airplane mode so I get text messages and stuff. Anyway, what was I just talking about? See, my ADD flares. Oh, yeah, so what, well, it relates to what I'm saying. When I'm taking a shower, I'll be like going for the, because I don't do the balls and butthole first. I used to, you know, and then I grew. Well, I guess like figuratively, not literal physical growth. But I realized that if you wash your butthole and wiener first, then it's going on the rest of your body, and that's bullshit, dude. I mean, you know, I'm sure there's people that want that on them, but I grew out of that. You know, I'm walking the line these days. So, point is my ADD will be flaring, you know, I'm scrubbing, thinking about stuff. Sometimes I sing, and then I forget to wash my dick, you know? So that's why. And so, like, my whole body smells bomb, Irish Springy. I don't use Irish Spring. I use, what's Old Spice body wash. And so my whole body smells dank, right? Bomb ass. And your body smells fucking bomb. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, kinda. It fucking smells good, dog. Makes me want to sell oranges on the side of the freeway. You know what I'm talking about? No, I didn't know. What does that mean? I don't know. That's some shit my uncle used to tell me when he told me I smelled good, dog. Bad guy. So I have this body and it's all clean, and then I just have this stinky bit. Let's get into the story. So I'm gonna do, we're gonna do Florida. Yeah, pretty interesting. Being out of my element out there, being locked up in Florida after being set up by some raging pedophile. You know, I'm getting all these. So someone commented on one of the videos. That's why I'm getting distracted. And they had said that they just got out of Victorville and that everybody was talking about me there. Can't be good talk because I ultimately got smashed off that yard. But I'm curious to see what people from Victorville would say, because, you know, I don't know, and didn't leave there on the best terms. And like, the irony with that is that I do think that I was always like a really solid convict. My last term, obviously, I had a bunch of problems. I got jumped a bunch of times. I don't think I deserved it any of those times. I mean, how often does somebody get jumped and be like, you know what? You shot that. I deserve that. I mean, that hardly ever happens. So I'm not saying that, you know, but in my case, I really honestly believe that it was bad calls, and it seems to be pretty common in prison. I don't know. Yeah, maybe because my family was bailing me out all the time the first couple terms. I never ran into getting smashed like that, but I did on my third term. And, you know, so there's going to be people that watch me and, oh, dude, you're PC, you're not solid. You know, hey, at least I'm honest about it, man. You're going to find, you know, I'm not even going to go into it, but there's some prison channels of motherfuckers faking the funk, you know? And I'm always going to be honest with you. You know, sometimes I might fuck up chronology, you know, but I'm definitely not going to lie. Because these videos help me as much as they seem to help somebody else. It's just kind of therapeutic for me, you know? So, I'm honest because it serves me no purpose to lie. And sometimes I'm sharing about humiliating stuff. Masturbating? Who talks about masturbating? Some straight up sex offender shit. Well, let me talk to thousands of people about me. Yeah, I'm like, jacking off. About me jacking off. Thousands of people. Including my mom, dad, aunts, uncles, my mom's friend she sees at the grocery store. She's like, oh my god, he had a drug problem. It makes him awfully sexual. My mom's like, I love him. My parents are cool like that, but they'll support anything that I do. You know, my mom actually liked wasting talent. She read it when she was in Italy, and she, did you really kill somebody? And I was like, no, Mom, I made that part up. She's like, oh, good, because I sent this to my friend Joanne, and she was wondering the same thing. She didn't know if you actually killed someone. You have all those tattoos. Fuck, tattoos? The fuck? You know any, like, new age lesbians have tattoos? I'm sure there's new age lesbians that have killed them, for sure. I've run into some where I'm like, damn, if you haven't killed, you should, because you are a grump. And in no way am I talking shit about lesbians, I'm just talking shit about the grouchy ones. I am pro-lesbian. I have a lesbian tattoo. That was kind of weird. Look. You see the two girls kissing? I don't know. Sorry, I won't do anything like that again. That was really weird. It's really hot. The fucking air conditioner's not working in here. I'm like dying. Woo! Alright, let's get into the story. So where we left off last time, we're in the Florida story. For those of you in other tiers that haven't heard Florida story, basically the whole Mike Virgin, I kicked my whole channel off of the Mike Virgin story. I did what happened before that, during that, and now this is after that. So I ended up getting arrested. I got set up by some pedophile cops. Upon research in my documentary, I found some very startling connections to what I think is the Epstein thing. I don't want to get all QAnon and be like, oh my god, they were making mango adrenochrome cocktails and sacrificing children. It's not that kind of thing. But there was some pedophile ring in southern Florida, and I think that Mike Virgin was most definitely a part of that. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Epstein knew that guy. But we'll get into that. I don't know if we'll get to it in this video. Maybe. So I end up getting set up by this cop. He was a pedophile. He was one of Mike Virgin's clients. And I went to go save my pathological liar chick that I had run away from rehab with. I don't know why. Thought that I was in some, you know, crime movie or something where I had to go save the girl, and I end up going with this convict Lou, this old, hey, yo, dude, oh, he didn't talk like New York, but he was from New York, kind of talk like, hey, yo, dude, I'll fucking kill anybody for a fucking little crack, yo. I don't know, that probably wasn't a good voice. Gotta warm up a little bit. I don't have any water. Karina and I have been boofing. No, we have not. But, kinda. So, Lou, you know, he was like some guy that basically would do muscle work for heroin, or for hits of crack, and I end up meeting up with him. He gets a gun. We almost get kidnapped by this group of, like, black guys at this house, and there's this toothless black lady that really wanted to suck my dick. She told me, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna be honest, it's a maybe. Let's get high first. I really finished that story, but we don't need to So anyway, I end up going to jail. Now, I've been on methadone for about a month, you know, and I've been shooting China White heroin at Mike Virgin's. I've been smoking crack, and then boom, I'm in jail. Now, I'm the only white guy in this jail, and there's a guy named Mad Dog. He had a brand of like his astrology symbol. I don't know. What do you want to get branded, dog? Dude, Aries, bro. Like, what gangster does that? They, you know, they're like checking their sign. They're like, ooh, it's going to be a very important month for starting your careers. We should tell Mad Dog. Mad Dog, come here. It's a really good time for entrepreneurship, Mad Dog. He's oh, but they had these like huge lips and like he'd come up to you. He was like an aggressive panhandle. Just tell me no. Just tell me no. And he was like so scary. His fucking name was Mad Dog. Like a villainous name. And he was. So I'm kicking. I'm literally the only white guy. You know, they call me Hollywood. And they say like really scary stuff. I'm all Hollywood, man. Man, you fuckable as shit, man. Look at those lips, bro. I'm like, oh. Yeah, I don't fuck. Guys, I have AIDS. Oh, so do we. So do we, Hollywood. So do we. The AIDS thing doesn't work. I saw an not to make rape humor, but I did see an anti-rape video. It said in the event of unlawful sodomy, shit. Apparently shitting turns people off unless you're taco. Hey man. Sorry, I have coffee. Hey man. Can you imagine someone like that with a grill telling it, hey, I want you to shit on my face. Swear to God, this ain't no joke. It's like, well, I mean, how can anything be a joke when you look like that? But I guess if you shit, people won't rape you. So that was always the ace in my back pocket. So anyway, so I get in there, I'm kicking. You know, some guys trying to sell me pick and poke tattoos for very high price. I mean, basically, he was trying to extort me. And I was too sick to eat, so I would go to the table, get my tray, and Mad Dog would just tell me no. And he'd just take my shit. Right? And I was so dope sick, I was just like, probably made bitch noises like that too. Now you take, And when you do stuff like that, people are like, man, let's steal from him or let's fuck him. And I'm like, I'll keep doing that. You sound like a broad. Some fucking. Alright. So one day Mad Dog comes up and grabs the tray, and I'm not having it anymore. Fuck that. Grab the tray back and I hit him with it. Now the tray is like a thin piece of aluminum. It's like it's nothing. You know, it's more like shock value. I end up getting jumped. Go to the infirmary. Try to get me to tell. I won't tell. But I didn't make the you know. I mean, I've been conditioned. PC's the enemy. You don't go to protective custody. If you go, like, I'd always thought that if you go to protective custody, there was like this like hall of fame of dicks that you just like, you know, sacrificed. Oh, PC? You tug it off. It's like bloody gore trails come off of it. You're like, here, and then they like put it in like a glass case. There's just this huge glass case of like convicts' careers that have been like shattered, and all that's left is this fossilized cock. Yeah. It's really hot. When it's hot, I become delirious. Okay, so I won't tell, right? Because I'm still of that mindset. I didn't have a kid. I had really no reason. The only thing I had was like being a convict. Oh, it's God's my word, man. You know, you get out, you're homeless. It's so cold. Glad I got my word, man. After you want some? You broke yours. I'm gonna keep this. This is better than warmth. This is my word. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know, and it's good. I mean, listen, I'm not taking anything away from being solid. I'm not one of these embittered non-solids. I'm a solid. I was never a fucking criminal. I was a dope fiend. I didn't belong in this world. Coming at it from a dope fiend perspective, you know, I really turned my life around. My life's cool right now. So, yeah. So they bring me back to the same unit. The cop's like, listen, if you're not gonna tell, you're gonna go back to the same unit. I'm like, what? See, now the bitch noise is a little more confident. Okay, let's go. I weighed like 126 pounds at a buzz cut. I really did look like I had AIDS. I probably did have AIDS at the time. I don't know. Maybe. I don't have it now, but, you know, I take B complex, multivitamins, and B complex. Okay, so because I didn't tell, they ended up bringing me back to this dorm, or this unit. It's a dorm. It's like barracks style. They put me in a sally port. Everybody's mad dogging me because I forgot to mention that. Well, I mentioned in the previous video. They sold me some weed. Now this was the classic swag brick weed, you know, just junk. But I smoked it, and Bad Roomy just tell me no. He comes and he hits like the whole thing in one hit, and he gives me this little like, where it's like burning my fingers. I'm like, you know, and I just take one. So they're all looking at me because, you know, a couple of them got extra blankets taken, and that ain't cool. White boy did that. Now we gotta kill him. So they're looking at me with this look that I've come to know in jail means that you're gonna get hurt by people. But I'm a dumb kid. Dumb. I just go, I mosey on back in, after the Southport. I go right to my bunk. Now, as I'm walking, all the eyes are looking at me from both sides. Which, I think maybe out of my naivety, I didn't really realize how severe the situation was. Like, I'm in a unit with, I don't know, 60 black guys and me. And there's like one Puerto Rican in a wheelchair, you know, that couldn't help me if I wanted it because he was like in this separate part, and he was disabled anyway. I don't know if he could back me up, you know, against 60 black guys. I don't know what we would do. It's irrelevant though, because the guy, he just stayed like in his own corner, you know. When he played Sudoku. But then once in a while he cussed, the motherfucker! And it would like startle everybody, but, you know, everyone just kind of let him be. So I was the target. I was the only non-black guy, the only non-Haitian, you know? And I was like still one of those naive suburban white kids that thought that I could go up to them and be like, hey guys, check it out. I like a little album called Chronic 2001. You may have heard of it. Dre's in it. Exhibit. And then they're just like, oh, we shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. And take your shirt off. My what? Take your shirt off. Show us some motherfucking California love. I'm like, oh my god. Like in my bunk, right? So, but no, seriously. So, you know, going to my bunk, I kind of knew that these guys were just going to get me. I didn't really have a plan, you know. It's like later on in my jail career, I'd planned if something like this were to happen. But I'm just going to start making my bed. Not even done with, like, so when you get to jail, you get a white sheet. You have to tie it to your mattress. Now, I never do that because I'm one of those guys in school where if there was an arts and crafts lesson, or like, you know, I've explained this before. Hey, we're gonna make macaroni necklaces. I'd be like, oh my god, sounds amazing. And then, like, I'd wait for them to put all the supplies out, and then there'd be some girl next to me, and I'd be like, hey, can you show me how to do this? I don't know how to do this. She's like, okay. And she'd, like, do it for me. She's like, that's how you do it. And I'd be like, oh. And then it would be done. And so I never had to do anything. And this went on and on and on my entire life. And it's the same when I get to jail, you know? Like, people usually out of courtesy are like, hey, dog, want me to help you make your bed? And, you know, normally people are like, I got it. I'm like, that'd be amazing, brother. You know, and then you hear them later, they're like, hey, man, I think the new woods are queer, man. I think you're a queer for doing the eye movement thing. What about that? What's wrong with queer? Oh, nothing, bro. Nothing. Yeah, I haven't tried that yet. What do you mean yet? And then they just start fighting. Alright, so back to the story. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just, you know, I'm coming back to life and trying to, like, get in the flow. So I'm at this particular place, I don't have anybody to help me make my bed. Nobody wants to do anything. They're all reading, like, Malcolm X books and shit. I'm like, dude, Jesus Christ. And I hate racist people. A ton of black friends. I'm with a Mexican chick. I'm a Mexican kid. I'm a fucking African-American dog. That was pretty racist. Sorry. Thank God it's just Patreon. No, I mean, you know, I got a ton of black friends, and I honestly don't like racism, but these guys were racist, you know? And there's a myth where only white people can be racist, you know? I mean, dude, no doubt black people have the right to be upset because what happened to them before our time was absolute bullshit, so I get it.
A shocking new government report about the border crisis that Sherrod Brown created. Almost 500,000 convicted criminals just walked in, including murderers and rapists. Sherrod Brown's policies released them all over America. And here's what Sherrod Brown says.
I don't hear a lot about immigration from voters.
That's because Sherrod Brown doesn't listen to voters anymore. He's way too liberal for Ohio. American Crossroads is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Ever wonder what the Experian app can do? With tools for a brighter financial future, benefits are all around you. See your FICO score for free. Raise it instantly with Experian Boost to prepare for your next big purchase. Find a new credit card that matches your lifestyle. And get notified of changes in your credit to stay protected. So many solutions, all in one place. Download the Experian app and try it for free.
You know, but yeah, I don't know. These guys hated me. They wanted to see me, you know, in pain. So what happened is I'm making my bunk. I get hit from behind, you know, and it was, the thing is with this particular, like, beatdown, it happened so quickly, and that's why there was, like, so much filler leading up to it, because you could just be like, yeah, I walked in, and then I got jumped, and then that was that, and I got taken out in a gurney. Because I got hit in the back of the head as I was, like, tying the upper corner of my bunk, and it's really all I remember. I mean, there were, like, brief glimpses of orange socks hitting my face. And I remember thinking that they were like sock puppets. I'm serious. I was like getting knocked out, and I was like, they looked like sock puppets, you know? And I think I even probably made the noise, you know? And so I wake up. I guess they took me off in a gurney. I know that they took me off in a gurney because, you know, this dude that I'm celled up with is telling me, you know? And they have me in this medical ward, you know? And I didn't have to get stitches, thank God, but I'd gotten beat up pretty bad and I'd gotten a concussion. Wow, that's fucking fantastic. Metaphor for my life. Metaphor for my life. So I got a concussion, and of course they give me the 800 milligram ibuprofen. So the one good thing is that the second time I got beat up much worse. It wasn't like serious injuries, but I was lumped up really fucking bad, and you know, I had bruises all over my sides, So it was obvious that they had kicked me a bunch of times. I didn't break any ribs or anything like I did at Santa Barbara County Jail, but like I got jumped. And you know, like I said, like I mean, I'm not above an ass whooping. I've been beat up plenty of times in jail or prison. If you do enough time, especially if you're in random parts of the country like Florida where you're out of your element, it's gonna happen to you. So I'm sitting there beat up, and one of the cops comes and he's talking to me. He's a white cop, right? Of course, the chew, Diet Mountain Dew, all that. He's a CO. And he's like, just kind of like the other cops that I dealt with there, but hey man, you fucking disgrace to white people. You're fucking disgusting, man. You're a piece of shit. You're a punk, bitch, all that. Now, I'm gonna give you one chance. Right, I'm gonna give you one chance to tell me what the fuck happened. If you don't tell me what happened, I'm just gonna write shit in my notebook about what happened. And it ain't what really happened. You're not gonna like what I think happened. I'm gonna say you got butt fucked. He didn't say that, but he's basically saying that if I didn't tell on them, that I was gonna get in trouble. I mean, that was the subtext of that. And again, I mean, I've never told on anyone. But, you know, again, automatically, I'd done some time in Santa Barbara County Jail, so I was schooled. I knew not to say anything. And he was telling me that if I didn't, you know, if I didn't give him any information, that I was going to go to the hole. Because, you know, I would have been given an incident report for fighting, because it was the second time I got beat up in like 24 hours. I thought he was bluffing, to be honest, because I was still naive enough to think that COs don't do that. They don't trick you like that, because they do. You know, I know I got into it and I had apologized for, you know, talking shit about COs in general, and again, I want to get away from generalizations because that's an honest job, you know. I mean, and a lot of times you're in a desolate town, that's all you can get, you know, and a lot of those guys make a lot of money, but there's a hell of a lot of them that are pieces of shit, and I don't trust COs when I'm in prison, especially, you know, because they've tricked me. I thought that he was just bluffing. I didn't think that I could really get a disciplinary thing for that. He was not bluffing. I ended up going to the hole. And they put me in the hole, you know, with this like old white guy. He's definitely like an old skinhead type. He's got, you know, he's got the lightning bolts, all that kind of shit. And what ends up happening is I'm tired, I have a concussion, and I end up going to sleep. I wake up, right, and I don't really talk to this guy much. That's the thing. Like, maybe we exchange like 10 words and talk kind of monotone, and it was like, hey,
Hello, Moto.
Yeah, eBay. Hurry, open the door. I need you to open that door. Right. Let's buy it now, only on digital.
Last year, Ohioans voted overwhelmingly to protect abortion rights. This year, who we elect to the state Supreme Court could decide whether to protect or restrict those rights. The ACLU Voter Education Fund does not endorse or oppose candidates, but wants you to make an informed decision. Melody Stewart, Lisa Forbes, and Michael Donnelly are supported by groups that protect abortion rights. Joe Dieters, Dan Hawkins, and Megan Shanahan are backed by groups that strongly oppose abortion rights. On abortion rights, your state Supreme Court vote matters.
you know,
seemed like maybe he did get butt fucked. I'm not sure, but he's like, hey man, what they got you for, man? You know, he's like some southern guy. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I got beat up and now I'm here. He's like, did they do anything else? So what do you mean? Well, you know. No, I don't know. What do you mean? Nothing, man. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. And that was about the extent of our conversation. So it's weird in that particular whole, I don't know where I'm still at Gun Club because they had transferred me later to the Palm Beach County Stockade. I go to sleep and these bunks are like, they're side by side. They're not stacked. So you're like in these cells and there's like, and there's bars, and there's like a bench on one side, a bench on the other. I go to sleep and I wake up and this dude has a sheet wrapped around his neck. This had happened to me before, right? At Santa Barbara County Jail. I had an exact same situation where I wake up in the middle of the night, I look over, and an inmate has a sheet wrapped around his neck, trying to hang themselves. At Santa Barbara County Jail, when that had happened, I was probably like 19, it was probably about a year before this, and I just turned right back around and went to sleep. I wake up the next morning and the guy's right there at breakfast. And, you know, they like feed at like 4:30 in the morning. This is at Santa Barbara County Jail. And I'm like, you're still alive, huh? He's like, you're a real piece of shit. And I was like, why? And then all my like, you know, loser Peckerwood friends at the time that have probably all fucked me over in some way, because that's just how it is when you meet people in jail for the most part. I met some good people, but a lot of garbage people. You meet the better people when you're doing long-term prison time. But, you know, they asked what happened. I told the story about how I'd woken up. I saw this guy put a sheet around his neck, and I didn't do anything. And they're like, and you know, why didn't you do anything? I said, because I was tired. I'm not trying to deal with some suicide shit. And they all just started laughing. This guy's like, you're a piece of shit, man. What if I kill myself? I said, you didn't. It was for attention. He's like, you were the only one that was up. What kind of logic is that? I'm like, dude, I'm not a philosopher, man. I'm not trying to go into this deep shit right now. And then, like, you know, people are giving me high fives. They're like, yeah, suicide's cool. You know, I was like, yeah. So, I learned my lesson, right? Learned my lesson. You know, you don't really I felt bad. Like, I don't like when I make people feel bad like that. Like, even though I was getting some validation for kind of making a joke out of it from my older Peckerwood friends, I still don't like doing stuff like that. Like, I do have a conscience. You know, deep down, there is a solid person beneath the layers of scumbag, right? So this time, exact same thing happens. I don't even know this guy. We had like a brief conversation. He puts this sheet around his neck. And this time I'm like, well, I feel like I'm obligated because I've been down this road before. I've been down this road and I felt like I'd made a mistake. So I'm like, hey man. And he looks at me and I'll never forget it. This is the weirdest shit ever. He looks at me and goes, hey man. He's got a sheet wrapped around him. I'm like, hey. He's like, hey man, you want a Hummer? As this dude's trying to kill himself, he's asking me if I want a Hummer. I'm like, the car? He's like, no, man. Fucking blowjob, man. I'm like, how long are you doing in jail? He's like, long enough. I'm like, what is long enough to you? 60 days. I'm like, you're talking about you want to suck my dick? Is that what you're saying? He's like, yeah, man. I want to give you a Hummer, man. Then I let him do it. No, definitely didn't let him do it. I sat there and I looked at him. Now, I'm not homophobic, you know, and what does homophobic even mean? It means you're scared of getting your dick sucked by some toothless carny like this guy, some southern carny that wants to give you a Hummer. Or I guess it's what the definition is now, is that you're scared of gay people, which I'm not. A ton of gay friends. I like gay people. I think they're cool because they don't give a fuck, you know? They're just like, yeah, I'm gay, what's up? You're like, yeah, that's cooler than the guys that like, oh, I did 40 years and fucking, oh, now I make fucking wooden canes out of people's, you know, I don't know. I was gonna say something about their teeth. I guess I'm still a little tired, running out of steam a little bit, but, the point is like, at least gay people are like, you know, at least they don't care, and at least they're not like putting on a facade, you know? And what are you gonna do? Pretend that you like don't like dick as much as you do? Oh yeah, I'm gay, but like only kind of. No, gay people are like usually like super flamboyant. You know, you like ride flamingos to the supermarket. It's pretty cool. You feel like you're on a Jetsons episode when you hang out with gay people. But anyway, I was 20, and I didn't have the same kind of empathy that I have now. And I'm, you know, just got a concussion. I'm still kind of dope sick. And this dude that's trying to kill himself is asking me if he can suck my dick, and this is absolutely true. This is the very only time in my life that I was propositioned. That's straight up, you know. There's been other times that it's been more subtle. Like someone's like, hey man, you want to smoke a bowl of meth? I'm like, okay. Like, hey dude, you want to go in the jacuzzi? I'm like, you have a jacuzzi? They're like, nah. My sister's got a bathtub though. I was thinking maybe we could go in there. I'm like, nah, you know what? I'm cool. I'm gonna go jerk off in the bathroom to chicks. Oh, me too, you know? I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, and you gotta remember, I just got jumped twice in 24 hours. I have a lot of built-up aggression. Blowjob may have been a good answer to that, but instead, I just get up off my butt. Now remember, these bumps are level. I just go up to him, and I hit him as hard as I can in the face, right? Right here, connected with him. And I'm 126 pounds. I think it was more shock than anything that I hit him. I think that he thought that he was in some, like, porn plot, that after he said that, like, I was gonna, like, just all of a sudden be turned on and be like, my dick sucked. Go ahead and shoot that. No, not happening. Not, especially not by a fucking ugly carny. You have to be, like... You have to be a hot tan dude for sure, not some pale toothless fuck that probably has carnival diseases, shit that we don't even know about. You get a disease and you start pissing out slurpy looking fluids and shit. So I hit him in the face, really, like I said, more for shock value. Didn't hurt him, and I had a concussion that I was working on. He still has the noose on, right? And he's like, hey! Like yelled. It was like really kind of frightening. Hey! And I'm like, you know, I'm like so bitch man at the time that I could only hit once with one hand. So I hit him with my left. Now with the left, I will say this. I was scared because I knew that my right didn't work. I knew that I essentially had one more shot before this guy was gonna knock me out and suck my dick. There, oh shit, my landlord's kids right there. Jeez, that is not the kind of thing I should be saying. God, how do you even explain that? They just heard, all they heard, I walked by, I'm like, yeah. Before this guy knocks me out and sucks my dick. My landlord's, God damn it, my front door's open, so they heard me say it twice. You know? Oh, God. Jeez. Maybe I should, like, wear a disguise. I don't know. Maybe need another cigarette. Maybe I should smoke one. Alright, so anyway. There we go. private.
Alright, so I hit him as hard as I can with my left. Now when I hit him with the right, honestly, like I said, it shocked him more than anything. When I hit him with the left, I could tell it hurt him. Because he's like, oh! Ow! He sounded like, really like he went from Carney to like Elton John in like 10 minutes. I like Elton John though. I don't know. This guy was not likable. He was a fucking weirdo. Ah! Why would you do that to me? And I was like, Jesus, dude, you sound like, you know, some southern woman now. What the fuck happened? Now he's kind of like, why would you do that? And he's like, his voice is all loud. Well, cop happens to be walking by. He sees this bizarre scene. There's this guy with a noose going like this, why would you hit me? And I'm just like standing above him all skinny with my shaved head, my concussion and my lumps. Cop's like, hey, what in the hell is going on in here? I don't say anything. The gay Carney's like, he tried to suck my dick, man. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Are you serious? And I was like, dude, that's not true at all. This fucking weirdo tried to suck my dick, and I fucking punched him. He's like, that's not true, man. He put this noose around me. He's trying to suck my dick. He's a fucking weirdo, man. I think he's on weed, man. I was like, dude, you know what? Get me the fuck out of here. Right? Which you're not supposed to do, by the way, but whatever. I was a kid. I was in fucking Florida. Doesn't count. Cop takes me out of the cell, puts me in a cell by myself, right? And he's like, hey, man, you know, I'm just going to be completely real with you, brother. I'm putting this in the incident report, you know, and they might bring it up in your case, bro. And this CO was actually pretty cool. Like, they might bring it up in your case. It wasn't even him doing it. It was like his, I don't know, shift manager, whatever, like whoever is in charge, like the captain or whatever. Somebody had like said that they had to put that in an incident report where I wasn't going to be charged. There was no disciplinary type action that was going to be made, but like the whole thing was really weird. I'm not like joking about any of that. This is exactly what happened. The guy told the cop that I had put this noose on him and tried to suck his dick. It's absurd, dude. And like now everybody on the tier thinks that I'm some like fucking, you know, skinny Gandhi-like rape figure or something. You know, like I'm just going around like all skinny and like beating up elderly dope fiends and then trying to suck them off while there's a noose around. It was just, it was wild, right? One good thing is the cell that this guy brought me in had a phone. So, we talked about it. Sometimes you're in cells in just various places and you'll get lucky and you'll get a phone. I hadn't had access to a phone for a while. I mean, I did when I was in that unit, but I was so dope sick I really wasn't getting up. So I ended up calling my parents. Can't get a hold of them. They're on a cruise to Italy. It took me a while to figure out what my Uncle Ron's phone number was. I don't even remember how I did it. I don't even remember. I know the first time when I was, you know, on the street of Florida and I needed money, I had the people at 1-800-COLLECT or whatever track him down. I'm not sure how I did it the second time, but, you know, I ended up calling him and I let him know, you know, what's going on. And he says that he had talked to my parents and my parents got me a paid attorney. You know, as much as I put my parents throughout the years, I love them so much. They loved me. They never gave up on me. And they were always fighting, thinking that one day I'd actually turn it around. And I think that day is here. I really do. I just don't see myself ever going back. I don't even think I'd consider something illegal, you know, when I have Nico. It's just, it really changed my life. I mean, I was always a good person, I think, but having a child really reinforced my desire to be good, you know? So, he's getting, you know, my parents put up, I don't know, I think like $10,000 for a paid attorney, you know? Which is a lot of money, but it doesn't get you like the top defense attorney. It's also Florida, it's not LA, you know, or Santa Barbara. So, for $10,000 there, and they have some big time people in Miami, whatever, but it's just not as expensive as California law, you know?
Some of the attorneys I had were $1,500 an hour, $1,000, $500 an hour, shit like that. So I have an arraignment. I have some sort of, I don't even know if it was a bail hearing, whatever it was. And I end up going to court. Now, when I'm in the holding tank, I run into Lou, the, Italian dude that I had tried to get a gun and go help me break Megan out of Mike Virgin's house. I see him, he's like, yo, dude, what's up, bro? Oh, what's up, Lou? He's like, oh, man. It's all bad, bro. I'm fucking, they're trying to give me a life sentence, man. I'm done, kid. I'm fucking done. I told you I was done. That was stupid that we went there. For fucking $40 with the heroin that you gave me, man. I'm fucking stupid, man. My mom told me that I was stupid. I know I'm stupid. I'm not gonna give up, though. They got drugs in prison, bro. I'm cool. I was already in a prison in my heart, bro. I love you, dog. I was like, dude, I knew you for an hour. I was like, bro, I think we should sell up together, bro, when we're upstate. And I'm like, do you really think I'm going upstate? Of course, typical, junkie alcoholic mind. All I care about is myself. I said, you really think I'm going to go to state prison over this? Oh, dude, what they did you for? Oh, possession with intent to sell heroin? You're going upstate, man. It's going to be life change. You should get a tongue ring now. You know what I mean? A tongue ring? If you know what I mean, then you probably will definitely get one. Hey, what do you think? And then all these other weird Italian figures fucking pop out. Yeah, man, the kid looks like a bitch. I am a bitch. No one said that, but the conversation with Lou was real. He was on the run for murder. He's from New York. He was running around Florida in his pimped out Cadillac, and he did kind of odd muscle work, like what I needed. When someone needs a tough guy to go handle something, this is what they. So I talked to him for a while, and that was the last time I ever saw him. He told me that that New York was coming to get him. I don't know the nature of the case that he was on. I don't really know what happened. I don't know what the situation was, but it's kind of tragic because he was a cool guy. I mean, I don't know, maybe killed a family or something. I don't think so, though. I think if I had to guess, it was probably. Am I trying to justify Lou's murder? I didn't even know the guy, but I mean, he just didn't seem like a lampshade or like a mall massacre type, So I ended up going to court, and once you do transportation one place, and I've explained it at one place, it's very, very similar. It's I don't even know. I see these stupid comments come through. So I can't, it's very hard for me to do lives because I get so distracted. But so I ended up going to court, and I meet my attorney, some guy, and he's got I remember he had long gray hair, he had these glasses, and I was looking at him this guy has threesomes with prostitutes. For sure, not bad luck. There's a lot of attorneys, you see him in court, you're like, oh man, this dude's a scumbag outside of his day-to-day job. You could just tell that he was just some guy that, squirts Banach in his mouth and meets women on Christian Mingle, and then, tries to talk him into I don't know, anal beads or something, tries to turn out the good girls, even though there's a lot of freaks on that side, from what my friends have told me. Nothing against Christianity, I'm just using it as an example. So he tells me that basically he can get it dropped down to a simple possession. He's like, it's your first time in trouble, you're not from here. Now I was under the belief that I could get bailed out. He's like, they're not going to give you bail. You don't have a Florida residence, you're from California. They perceive you as a flight risk. There is one problem though. An incident occurred in-house the other day. Apparently you beat somebody up in a cell, put a noose around their neck. You're not being charged with this, but this is relevant conduct that's going to the district attorney. This could be a problem when, this can be leveraged against you when you're trying to ask for a lesser penalty. So perhaps we should address this with the DA. Tell me what happened. Now, and then he gets the banaka. You know, it's kind of embarrassing. First of all, I'm in a jury box with a bunch of other inmates, so they can hear every word I say. There's no way not to explain the situation without being embarrassed. I'm going to be judged by him, the inmates, the district attorney that he's about to go tell, and so I just tell him the story. I go, look, man, I got jumped a couple times. They put me in the infirmary. I wouldn't snitch, so they gave me basically the same kind of infraction I would get for mutual combat. You know, they're treating me as if the fight when I got jumped was a mutual thing. So that's how it works in jail. You know, if you keep your mouth shut, you know, one of the things that they do to try to, you know, dissuade other people from doing that is you'll get in trouble for it. So even if you get beat up, you're getting in trouble. And so I tell the guy, I'm like, look, you know, I got jumped and then I was with this guy. I woke up, he was trying to hang himself. I asked him what he was doing and he asked me if he could suck my dick.
Shocking new report. Almost 500,000 convicted criminals came through our border, even murderers and rapists. But Sherrod Brown's not listening.
I don't hear a lot about immigration from voters.
Sherrod Brown, way too liberal for Ohio.
How's your car? Like new? NJM's been great. Your insurance company?
NJM is magical. They put their policy holders first.
Are you?
Cameras going to be now. Simply fan.
No jingles or mascots. Just great insurance. NJM.
Sorry, I gotta make sure my landlord's kid, you know, isn't out here, because that's just weird, right? He's like 8. He's talking about knocking people out and sucking them off. And the attorney looks at me after I say this, and he goes, I remember this so clear, he goes, it was like the laughing Goodfellas. I was like, dude, that's what happened. And he like goes over to the like district attorney, which is another guy that looks like he, you know, snorts bowling balls out of strippers' assholes, and they're like both like Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, this is not what I want to hear when I'm in court. This is a guy that my family's paying $10,000 for laughing at me. I might be exaggerating and laugh a bit, but he laughed at me, and then he went over and talked to the district attorney, laughed at me, because it just sounded like such a fucking outlandish thing. So they end up, you know, saying my name. My name is Ryan Harrison Leone. That's my middle name. So they're like, next case, you know, state of Florida versus Ryan Harrison Leone. He's been charged with possession with intent to sell heroin. He has pleaded not guilty, but he is requesting bail, and that's when they had denied it. Now, the judge says that they had heard, this is public, like, we could probably get the transcripts, I should probably get them. She says that, that there was an incident in jail of violence. So my attorney is like, whoa, wait a minute. I just addressed this with the district attorney. My client was propositioned by a homosexual cellmate. My client was defending himself to ward off a sexual assault, and I don't see how that's relevant in the case. Judge is like, well, it's relevant in the case if you guys are asking for bail. Not only does he not live in Florida, but he's also beating people up in jail. Now my attorney's like, he's not beating anybody up in jail. He is defending himself from predatory practices of sexual predators. Everybody in court is laughing, and the judge looks at me and she's like, what is your take on all of this? What is your side of the story? Let me hear it from you. Why am I getting reports that you're already getting in trouble? You've been in jail for like almost for under 2 weeks. I say, well, Your Honor, I mean, what my attorney is saying is absolutely factual. You know, I've gotten in 2 incidences, 3 if you consider the last one. I'm going to say I don't want to go into, this is all on like court record. I'm like, I'm not going to go into details about it, but I didn't do anything wrong, you know? Any time that any incident occurred, I was just defending myself. I'm not a troublemaker, and I'm certainly not a homosexual. You hear someone in the back of the court go, homo, for real. And then everybody starts laughing. I mean, it was just so absurd and so ridiculous. You know, and this all really happened. Like this, I say when I'm joking. You know, like when something didn't happen, I'll be like, oh no, I'm just kidding, that didn't happen. But this stuff really did. We gotta talk about how I had to basically protect myself from sexual assault case. Whatever. Ultimately, after I've been laughed at by the court, I've been laughed at by the judge, my attorney, the district attorney, everybody laughed at me, everybody in the courtroom. Denied bail, and she's gonna have to put some thought into changing my charges, dropping them down from, because the district attorney has to be in agreement. The fact that he was laughing at me with my attorney further enforces the idea that we all know that they're all basically on the same team. And this is a paid attorney, but this is, they're all part of the same, you know, social, they're part of the same like social group, you know. These guys go out to dinner, they cheat on each other's wives with each other, the dudes, and you know, it's like they all have all these inside jokes. There's probably still guys in West Palm Beach, Florida that remember what I'm talking about right now. But yeah, it's just, you know, it was really embarrassing going to court and having to talk about that kind of shit in front of people. So there's probably people whispering like, yeah, that motherfucker got raped, you know? And I'm just this little scrawny white kid. I look like completely non-threatening. So they take me back to, you know, back to the gun club, you know, and I have to go back to the hole. And, you know, I have a phone, but I don't have a lot of people's numbers. I have people that, you know, like I talked about when I was trying to get bail, like, you know, ex-girlfriends and stuff from like high school. People whose numbers I had memorized. And I knew Mike Virgin's landline, you know, and I called hoping that Megan might pick up, just trying to get some clarity for the situation and probably out of boredom. Another guy picked up that I'd never talked to before, didn't recognize his name. And I go, hello? And he goes, yeah, who's this? I'm like, this is Ryan. Oh, Ryan who? I'm like, I was just living there, you know, my girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend, she lives there. And he's like, who's your ex-girlfriend? I'm like, Megan? Oh, yeah, she's here. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? He's like, when I said she's here. That's it. What else do you need to say? What else do you need me to say? She's here. She's here right now. I'm like, I go, is she working? You better fucking believe she's working. She's one of the best pieces of ass we got. Now, after all this crazy person had done to me, I'm talking about Megan specifically, after all of it, I still got jealous. And I go, and honest to God, this is on everything that's important to me. I put this on Nico, put this on Paul. I go, Is she fucking Mike Virgin? And he goes, yeah, as a matter of fact, she is. I said, no, she isn't. And I'm crying, for real. No, she isn't. He goes, yeah, she is. I go, swear on your mom's life that Megan's fucking Mike. He's like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna fucking swear on my mom, you fucking weird ass dude. Nah, not fucking doing that. Jesus fucking Christ. You know what? Go fuck yourself. Hangs up on me. And I remember sitting in the cell, all by myself. They just had this public humiliation in court where we had to talk about like homosexuality. That basically like I was painted as I was like some victim, you know? And then I get back, I can't get a hold of my parents. My uncle tells me that we're getting this attorney. And then I call Mike Virgin's house and I find out that not only has she been turned out into a prostitute, but she's also sleeping with Mike Virgin. And her video will come up at some point. We gotta just figure out exactly how to do it. We might have to cut certain elements out of it. I'm kind of trying to figure out the best way to do it. But definitely gonna try to do two more stories tonight. I'm gonna try. I'm tired as fuck. Not in the mood. By the end of that video, I was really losing steam. But you know, guys, show must go on. I appreciate you. It's my birthday. I still have 5 snake ordinance left for $60 right now, which is what they used to cost. I'll throw in a free wasting talent. Joe has them right now. We'll send them out. I could use some extra cash for my birthday so we can get some nice food. Ricky Davis sent me a gift. Appreciate that, Ricky. Solid. The rest of you, love you all. See you soon. Aloha.
Welcome to Sesame Street. What's that smell? Cookies! Me smell chocolate chip cookies with walnuts. Me smell shortbread and oatmeal and raisins. And what do we see? Could it possibly be? Boxes of cookies just waiting for me. Me think me gonna get cookies. There's gonna be cookie day. Me got a yummy feeling. Cookies coming me way.
That guy loves cookies.
Okay, so we have those, and next we've got these.
Cookies!
Don't eat these cookies.
Why not?
Well, because Cindy and I are getting ready to play a game with them.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Yeah. Nom, 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 nom.
Do you want to play?
Oh, yeah.
And you can play too. Guess what's next? What would it be? There's a pattern that you can see. Guess what's next? Can you tell? Guess by the time you hear the bell. Okay, now, just take a look here. We have 1, 2, 3 chocolate cookies.
3 luscious chocolate cookies.
That's right. Then we have 1, 2 vanilla cookies.
Oh, delectable vanilla cookies.
Yes. Then we have 1, 2, 3 chocolate cookies.
My mouth watering.
Yeah. And then next we have 1, 2 vanilla cookies.
My tummy grumbling.
Hey, now, but can you guess what comes next?
Me know.
What? Okay.
Me eat cookies.
No. Okay, Sydney, do you know what comes next?
3 chocolate cookies?
Right.
You got to be kidding.
No, Cookie Monster. You see? It's a pattern. We have 3 chocolate cookies, 2 vanilla cookies, 3 chocolate cookies, 2 vanilla cookies, and then 3 chocolate cookies. You see? It's a pattern.
Yeah, delicious pattern. How can we eat cookies?
Well, you can eat them when we're finished playing the game.
Oh, terrific. You done yet?
No. We're not done yet. Sydney and I have one more pattern to make. Wait a minute. Oh, no. We're all out of cookies. And you know what? I bet we can find some cookies over at Hoover's. Now, Cookie Monster, please do not eat these cookies. We have to play the game with them, okay?
Yeah, okay. Me no eat cookies. Me promise. Yeah. Me not even look at cookies. Me not eating cookies. Me really want to. Hurry.
We got another. Oh, Cookie Monster! You ate all the cookies.
No. Me no eat cookies.
Oh, really? Well, who did?
Me not know.
Yeah, right, Cookie Monster. Yeah, right. Yeah, you know, what were we thinking? Leaving cookies alone with a Cookie Monster. All right, come on, Sydney. We better go play our game somewhere else, I guess.
What? When we get to eat cookies?
Cookie Monster, I think you've had enough cookies for one day. Okay, come on, let's go inside.
Wait. We told you me not eat cookies. Why they not believe me? Now me not get cookies. The disappointment. The heartbreak. We thought this was going to be yummy full day. Wait a minute. What's that smell? There's still.
Okay, Snuffy. Here comes the last cookie. Ta-da! There!
Cookies!
No. Don't eat these cookies.
Why not?
We're making shapes out of them.
Shapes? What do you mean shapes?
Well, Cookie Monster, see, look. We've made a triangle out of these oatmeal cookies. It's got 1, 2, 3 sides over there.
Yeah, 3 yummy sides.
And 1, 2, 3 corners. Yeah, see 3 corners?
Yeah, 3 yummy corners. That cookie triangle. Good enough to eat.
No.
What?
Cookie Monster, we need these cookies. Yeah, we're gonna make more shapes out of them.
Yeah, but the cookie for eating.
No, okay. You can eat some of them when we're all done, okay?
Oh, yeah, we can wait. Yeah, me known for patience. You done yet?
No. Hey, Snuffy, why don't we make a square next?
Oh, yeah, square sounds delicious.
Square. Consider a rectangle, Bird.
Oh, rectangle, yummy.
Wait. How about hexagon? That's it. You're always thinking, Bird. I know. Look, the cookies are done. Cookie Monster, you ate the cookies.
What? No, did not eat cookies.
No, we told you you could have some of the cookies when we were done.
Yeah, but
No, now we can't make any more cookie shapes, Bird. Thanks a lot, Cookie Monster. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, but me no take cookies, really.
Hey, Bird, let's go to my cave. My mommy made some new cabbage cookies. We can use them and you know who won't get them. Good thinking, Stuffy. Come on, Bert.
Wait. He's telling truth. But me don't take cookies. Me falsely accused. Oh, they don't believe me either. And now me not get cookies again. This day not turning out like me hope. Wait, what that me smell? Not lost. Shortbread.
Yes?
Me love shortbread cookies.
No, Cookie Monster, please do not eat the cookies.
Yeah, me know. You want to make cute little cookie patterns.
Patterns?
Okay, me know. Cute little cookie shape. Yeah, me know.
No, Cookie Monster.
You mean those cookies for eating?
Oh, absolutely.
That big guy cookie. Kawabanga.
No, wait, you still cannot eat these cookies, Cookie Monster. I made these for my Aunt Rosa. I'm going to send them to you for your book. Well, I guess she won't miss just one. Just that one, Cookie Monster, okay? Now I promise that tomorrow I will bake a whole new batch of cookies just for you, any kind you want. Now all I have to do is find a box big enough to fit these in. Oh, here's the perfect box. Cookie Monster, the cookies are gone. Did you eat the cookies?
No.
I can't believe it, Cookie Monster. I told you that I had baked those for my aunt. Because you're the Cookie Monster. It's what you do. Besides, who else would eat a whole tin of cookies, including the tin? It's
starting to warm up a little bit, but I feel like on Patreon you guys are a lot more forgiving. You guys are actually on my side. I'm just being fed up with YouTube people. I just don't get it. I put up a shitload of content. I don't, why are you still watching it? Like, I don't get it. It's so why don't you just stop watching it? But instead of like leaving a comment that, you know, they add up, start fucking with your head. So this is part of, I'm gonna focus this week. This is like the Patreon week. I'm gonna really focus on content today. I just had to grocery shop and get everything like set. I don't even have to leave my house. I wanna wake up, I wanna start making content tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do 5, 6, 7 videos, you know, so I don't have to work every single day. Focus on other shit. Happy 420. This is kind of a standalone story. You know, typically this would be for the $10 tier and up. And I think eventually trickle down all my stories. So, you know, the more you're paying, it's like literally consistent. Like I want to get to a point where like they're paying for 3 or 4 videos a day. I'm just capable of it. It's so fucking annoying. And I know that all they want is love. So I try to be passionate, but it's football.
It's cold.
Yeah, I mean that's ultimately the plan. It's like I wanna. I'm capable. I have so many.
I am, baby. I'm gonna say for you.
I think I'm gonna run out for a very long time. YouTube people think that I am, but they don't realize that I've left out so much shit. I can come back later to like revisit other series. Like it'll be like sequels to series where I keep talking about things that they have no idea about. If that makes sense. Let me just get into this. This is for everyone. This is for like it's kind of a standalone story. I'm just gonna do it, post it, and it is terrible. I'm trying to make this video bring as long as okay. So last time we talked about for those of you that aren't this deep into the story yet, I'm in Florida. I've been sent there because I was trying to go to rehab. I started getting kicked out of rehabs. I was in and out. And this is towards like the beginning of my journey in Florida. And essentially I've been kicked out of halfway houses or sober livings. I guess they're called halfway houses in Florida. But sober living, same shit. I've been kicked out for a dirty, for a false positive, and then eventually I was homeless out there, sleeping on the beach. Can you just stop? Stop. Ignoring me. Stop. You're fucking my video. Go do that somewhere else. See, like normally, like what happens sometimes when I'm doing a video on YouTube, and then I'll just stop. And like, with the I don't have to do that. I can just keep doing anyway. Part of the story that we're in, I was sleeping at the beach. My mom would send me money here and there. Pretty sparingly, because my dad would pop off it, you know. My mom would shit. Yeah. Don't get that junky anything. Now, I've heard people come and be like, Frank, we never talk like that. Listen, there's Frank on Frank Fridays, there's Frank when he's not happy. I'm sure you can imagine all the shit that I put him on through. Like, he can be pretty hardcore at times. It's really bipolar. He won't admit that, but he seems that way. His mood swings are out of control. My mom, generous as well. Send me money when I'm the only son, and she just wants to coddle me. The same way that Karina coddles me all the time. She just wants to date me. 34, she still treats me like I'm 4 or 5 months old. So she would send me money, but then like anytime I'd ask, but then my dad, to this day, like recently I needed, I don't even remember, but oh yeah, I was trying to buy a painting for this charity, $120. And I had to use a credit card to pay for it. So I tried to use Karina's credit card, but it wouldn't let me because the billing address was different than what was on the credit card. I give her name and then
entire life. Now.
Wait, will you give me a drink?
It's gonna be like now. Just this looks like something you way away. Fuck that. Your piece of shit junkie. Alright. No, I'm just kidding, but kind of, you know? I mean, he doesn't say about fucking stuff, but he, you know, he just like people scowl to the point where I'm like, you know what, fuck it. Hang on. Have my friend Jeremy did it like that. $8,000. So that place that I was buying the painting actually ended up ripping me off. They still haven't given that painting. That was literally like a month or two ago. We're kind of going at it. But anyway, my mom had sent me $50. It was like, I'm like begging. I was so hungry. Panhandling out there. This is right around the time that Hurricane Katrina had happened. So I had to make a cardboard sign and say that I was a Hurricane Katrina survivor. I don't know if it was this point, in some point in Florida, somewhere in the, like in the timeline when I was homeless out there. And basically, that particular message just got to it. So my mom ended up sending me $50 begged her for it. Spent it on heroin. I got a pack of cigarettes and a scratcher. I won $500. I guess the real story behind that, like, where I actually take the time to develop it a little better is better. You know? Like in the rain, crying, fucking held up this ticket. I was out of control. So I ended up getting this motel. This motel is somewhere in Delaware Beach. I don't remember what the name of it is, but it's right by like the Alana Club. So they have like most towns or cities have an Alana Club. Is basically the central location for Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous. It's like where they facilitate meetings. Just some like club. But usually you can buy food there. Like usually like a air hockey table that doesn't work. Maybe a couple of foosball tables that are missing like their heads and shit. And then just a bunch of biker looking guys. You know, hitting on like 19-year-old newbies. Like pretty much every city in the town in this country. Here's one of those places. And I remember there's like a strip of hotels right around there. So after I won $500, I won at night. Sleeping at the beach. My mom would send me money here and there. Pretty sparingly, because my dad would top block it, you know? My mom was like, "Share's too hard to me." And Frank would be like, "No, don't give that junkie anything." Now, I've heard people comment and be like, "Frank would never talk like that." Listen, there's Frank on Frank's Fridays, and there's Frank when he's not happy with me. I'm sure you can imagine all the shit that I put him and my mom through. Like, he can be pretty hardcore at times. He's really bipolar. He won't admit that, but he seems that way. His mood swings are out of control. My mom, generous as fuck. Send me money whenever I want. I'm her only son, and she just wants to coddle me. The same way that Karina coddles Nico all the time. She just wants to baby me. 34, she still treats me like I'm 4 or 5 months old. So she would send me money, but then, like anytime I'd ask her, then my dad, to this day, like, recently I don't even remember, but I was trying to buy a painting for this charity, $120. And I had to use a credit card to pay for it. So I tried to use Karina's credit card, and it wouldn't let me because the billing address was different than what was on the credit card. Like with her name, and then it was for me, and it got all, you know how it does that sometimes? Try to buy something, but the billing address was different, so then it just won't let you. So I had to use a credit card. I had plenty of money in my PayPal. I had like $700 or $800 at the time. I called my dad. This was like a month ago, 2 months ago. I called my dad. I need $120. Like, I hadn't asked him for money for a long time. So I hit him up. I'm like, "Hey, Dad, I need $120 so I can buy this painting from this charity. I can pay." And before I can even say that I can PayPal you beforehand, he's just like, "No." Well, wait, hold on. I'd asked my mom first, and my mom had said yes. And then I could hear my dad being like, "What does he say?" And like, you know, she kind of put the phone down, and she's like, "He's asking for money." My mom is a loyal one. She's loyal to her husband. Very and we're so very loyal to my dad. We've been married for 40 years. And so then my dad jumped on. He was like, what do you need it for? And I tried to explain it. Before I could say that I PayPal him up front, he just cut me off. No, Ryan. This has been a problem your entire life. Now. You want to get butt fucked? It's going to be right now. Now. You can't wait to be butt fucked. You can't put butt fucking on my way. Fuck that. You're a piece of shit junkie. That's not really. No, I'm just kidding. But kind of, you know? I mean, he doesn't say the butt fucking stuff, but he, you know, he just like, he'll scowl me. To the point where I'm like, you know what, fuck this. Hang up. Ask my friend Jeremy. Did it like that. PayPal'd him. And the story. That place that I was buying the painting actually ended up ripping me off. They still haven't given me the painting. That was literally like a month or two ago. And we're kind of going at it. But anyway, my mom had sent me $50. It was like, when I was like begging. I was so hungry. I was panhandling out there. This is right around the time that Hurricane Katrina had happened. So, like, I make a cardboard sign and say that I was a Hurricane Katrina survivor. I don't know if it was this point, it was some point in Florida, somewhere in the timeline when I was homeless out there. And basically, that particular night, I was just out of energy. So my mom ended up sending me $50, begged her for it. Spent it on heroin. I got a pack of cigarettes and a scratcher. Scratched the scratcher. I won $500. I guess the real story behind that, like, where I actually take the time to develop it a little better is better, you know? Like in the rain, and I was like crying, and I fucking held up this ticket. I won $500. It was out of control. So I ended up getting this motel. This motel is somewhere in Delray Beach. I don't remember what the name of it is, but it's right by like the Alano Club. So they have like, you know, most towns or cities have an Alano Club, which is basically the central location for Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous. It's like where they facilitate meetings. Just some like clubhouse. You know, usually you can buy food there. It's like usually like an air hockey table that doesn't work. Maybe a couple of foosball tables that like are missing like their heads and shit. And then just a bunch of biker looking guys, you know, hitting on like 19-year-old newbies. Pretty much every city, every town in the country. It was one of those places, and I remember there was there's like a strip of motels right around there. So after I won the $500, I won at night, and I made it all the way up to this motel strip right by the Alano Club. I forget what it was, like $30 or $40. And, you know, typical cracked out Florida shithole motel. Even though Delray Beach is pretty much like the Malibu of southern Florida. I mean, it's big, that and Boca Raton. It's like Malibu and Pacific Palisades, that area. It's very high class. But they still have shit. Everyone has shitty motel. Of course they do. That's where the politicians get butt fucked by, you know, by male prostitutes. On coke. And then they want to like lock everyone up for like a simple possession. You know, it's fucking gross. Possession is disgusting. And then they're always caught like sucking some dude off in like a bathroom stall and like some scandal. Remember that at the airport? So this is like the most bizarre. I was like watching TV and it's like senator from Kentucky was caught giving fellatio in various bathrooms all across the country. It was just caught in an airplane blowjob sting. I was like, what the fuck? That really happened. I don't even remember the details, but I remember hearing about it. So that's why those motel exist, so that those politicians can go do debaucherous shit in rich towns. That's the truth. So I go there, and you know, always my strategy in Florida. So I was in Florida for about a year. Florida's weird. Like, I didn't see a lot of tweakers when I was there. It was crack cocaine and heroin. This was in 2006, 2005 or 2006. I'm sure there's meth there now. I have no idea. But there's a lot of cocaine, a lot of crack cocaine, and really shitty heroin that came in these little pill capsules. And they were garbage. It was powder heroin, which is just junk. And typically, if I was at a motel, I always do this. I'll like get my little ice bucket. I'll act like I'm on some baller shit. You know, I weigh like 126, broken out, measle-looking acne. And I'll like get the ice bucket and I'll just like walk to the
ice machine where the vending machines are. I'll just post up there, like, till I see, like, a sketchy drug addict person. This is if I'm by myself, or if I'm, like, with a girl, and we're looking for drugs. And then, like, right when they get there, I'll just, like, I'll try to look cool. Just, hey, man, what are you doing? He's like, well, what do you mean, what am I doing? I'm like, what are you doing? I'm getting ice from my room. You know what I'm talking about? No, I don't know what you're talking about. But once in a while, they know what I'm doing. And they'll be like, that's crap. I'm like, I smell crap. Let's do this. And so I had a lot of like cracked out adventures. Anyway, this particular place. So I get there, I get my typical ice bucket, move to try to go procure drugs, whatever shady hotel that I'm at. And I see this girl. This girl is probably about 40. And sometimes in these stories I forget what the age is specifically because I was 19 or 20 at the time. I think I was 19, and then I turned 20 while I was there, but I was 19 for this story. And so at 19, you look at somebody that's like 35 and they seem old to you. I'm that age now. I don't think I'm old. I have gray hair. Balls are already like losing their aesthetics. Like they're wrinkled. They're like, it looks like, like when you're a kid and you rub the brown lunch bags against the carpet and make, like it gives it that like texture, and then you can make turkeys out of it. You know the turkey oven? You know what I'm talking about? Turkey oven vaginas too. But this is, like it has that tech. That's what happens to your balls is as you get older, they start hanging. And if you have a small dick like me, and your balls are bigger than your dick, it looks so disproportionate because, like, for years, gravity was, I wouldn't say kind to me because it was small, but it would look like a cannon, It would kind of like hang there, like the balls would be here. It would kind of just hang like that, like in place. No. I had to take a picture or something, get a little blood in there, and feel like pucker my lips, like trying to look sexy. But it was still small. But gravity didn't make it look too bad. But as you get older, your balls actually start separating. So it's not like the can isn't put together. It starts drooping down like a fucking earring or something. But you know what a stork? No, not stork. What are they called? Stork. Stork. They're like mythical birds that like drop off babies in cartoons, and like they have a sack with a baby that's dangling, like a pendulum. That's what it looks like. So my balls have actually dropped, and it's like some grotesque like lunch bag teardrop. So now I have these big ass wrinkled balls, and I still have this little tiny Ruger barrel head. It looks so fucking horrible. It was Karina's birthday last night, we were fucking, and, I took my pants off, it was like, sack, it's like that, and I was like, how do I look? She's like, oh, I'm tired of it. So anyway, I'd say this girl was she was either like 35 or 40. Let's just say, she was significantly older than me. She was brunette, she kind of looked like Neve Campbell in Scream 2 specifically, short hair like that, fake boobs, cut off like little Levi shorts with like the ass cheek popping out, Confederate flag, patch on the ass pocket of the cut off Levi. And, I'm like, hey, what's up? What kind of ice are you getting? She's like, same kind as you guys. I'm getting the same kind that you're getting. I was like, oh, really? I was like, I have like better ice in my room. And she's like, you got any drugs? Like, I got crack. I still like her medicine. He's a fat. I'm like, cool. Fuck that bag, let's go. So I'm going to my room. I have no drugs. She really has drugs. So she has
don't know, it's pretty significant. Probably about like an 8 ball, probably like 3.5 grams of crack. Like it was like being like a big boulder, but it was like dense boulder, so it would weigh it. And then she has like this little crack tube with the pink lipstick rings around it. You could tell that she was just a straight crackhead, you know. But she hadn't fully like gone over the edge yet. You know, she was still recognizable as like she had like a stripper look, some trashy like biker slut. Excuse me, patrons, if that's offensive. I don't mean it, but I'd imagine you know what I'm talking about, nonetheless. So we started smoking crack. I swear, just out of the ice bucket trick. I was always good at that. It was all about eye contact. Like, kind of ice are you getting? Just like same kind as yours. You know, like flirting with me. Now, at the time, I had no idea what she like. What do you want with me? I'm like this like emaciated little junky kid with acne. Started smoking rock again. You know? When I smoke crack, I get horny, or I get paranoid, or I get cold. This particular time, I got both. It was really weird. It was like if crack was like a subplot of porn, it would have been this right here. I mean, it just hit on her at the ice machine, whoops out the glass tube, and then all of a sudden, I get horny and I'm taking off those little Levi shorts. We had sex. He was like a lot older than me. And it felt wrong, but like in an okay way. And, you know, I misrepresented the way she talked. She had like a pretty thick New York accent, which I don't know if I can do. That's why I didn't try to imitate it. But, you know, we did that, kept smoking crack, didn't really talk that night. Smoke, fuck, smoke, fuck. Wake up the next day. She's still mad with me. She didn't leave. No. In all my adventures, going around doing drugs, hanging out in seedy parts of the country, typically when something like that has happened to me, when like I just run into some like hood rat like that, and I'm like, yeah, let's fucking have sex and do drugs. And they're like, okay. Usually, they're not there when you wake up. Or I'm the one taking off. But she was still there, naked, arm draped over me. I looked at her. It's not like I was drunk the night before, you know? I was like relatively sober. You know, I was doing heroin, but like I said, the stuff that I was doing was like not it. It just wasn't very potent. With the heroin in Florida, at least the shit that I was getting was not good. So it's kind of weird in the morning. It's a little more sobering, and I go into the bathroom. Back then, I could just like hit my arm, you know. And I come out, and she's just sitting there. She's like, I can't do the New York act, but she'd be like, hey, she'd be like, maybe we could do, I don't know, I can't do it. I'd have to practice. I've never really practiced female New Yorker accent. She had that kind of accent. It's like, maybe we could fuck again like we did yesterday. Soon. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Anyway, so we end up just having sex first thing in the morning. You know, she doesn't realize that there's like staining the sheets with blood that's like leaking out of my arm. And we start this little run together. She has a lot of money. And, you know, she starts telling me her story. I don't really tell her shit. She tells me that her husband is like a big biker. I forget which motorcycle club he was from, but he was a 1%er. And according to her, he had gotten into meth, into the cooking side of it, and he started selling it to different drug dealers. They were from, I think upstate, you know, I'm not really sure, but wherever they were from, he was making it, somewhere in New York, and he was a biker. And according to her, he had fallen in love with a dude. When she said that at the ice machine, it's true. And, you know, she, at first, you know, she's just telling me the story. I don't know. I'm like 19 at the time. I don't really know what to believe, what not to believe. I know she has drugs. I tell her that I'm doing heroin as well. She doesn't care about that. She has money that she stole from him. She's like, I'll start, you know, paying for the room. My husband's not going to find us here. Doesn't matter. He's some Native Americans fucking thumb is in his asshole somewhere in upstate New York. Took his shit. Now I'm just partying. And I need someone to party with. maybe a little young buck like you. And so this goes on for like, I don't know, 2 or 3, 4, maybe 5 days. Not a full week, but nice little stretch. Eventually, she started getting kind of weird. You know, she'll be like, we'll be fucking married. And she would want to write, and that's it. She wouldn't let me do that. It's like, what her thing, like, writing, whatever. That's what. I'm just like sitting there, she's doing her thing. And she's like, yeah, pretend that you're my husband's faggot lover. Yeah, oh, yeah, pretend that you're a faggot and you're my husband's faggot lover. And I'd be like, just, and that sucks when someone's writing. When you already have a small dick, like, falls out all the time, you lose the hardness, it's a wrap. Shit just breaks, you know? But you would say stuff like that. Call me Bobby. Bobby was the guy that was butt fucking my husband. Fucking disgusting gaylord that he was. Call me Bobby. Oh yeah, fuck me like you're my husband's gay lover. So it kind of like, yeah, it was like turning me off. And eventually, she was getting so weird. And by the way, first time I ever tried that voice, I think I did okay. I was just kind of on the spot before. Like, I don't premeditate and shit. It was based on memory, and then I try to imitate the person. But, so she started, like, getting weird. You know, she was, like, had this weird obsessive fantasy that, like, she was, like, getting revenge on her husband. Who knows I don't know what was on with this lady, right? But I started getting paranoid, you know? Especially when she'd be on, like, these long-distance phone calls, like, talking to, like, people with, like, really, like, cliche, like, movie star villain names. She'd be like, yeah, is this fucking Snake? Yeah, you tell Tommy that I'm gonna fuck him in the ass with my fucking dildo when I back up state. And I'd be like, just like have my legs crossed, like, you know, watching like the Mary Tyler Moore show Nick at Night on the fucking TV. And so it became less and less about sex, more and more about me getting kind of scared, because I didn't know who she was attached to. Every time she was on the phone when she was talking, she was like, yeah, is this Billy Goatblood? Hey, it's Renee. Her name was Renee. It's fucking Renee. You know who I am? Yeah. Oh, did I tell you my husband's a fucking queer? Disgusting. I'm in South Bay right now. Fucking some little 19-year-old boy. Fuck that queer. Oh, yeah, fuck that queer. I'm gonna suck this kid's dick right now. I don't give a fuck. She became, like, more manly. You know what I'm saying? I was already young, so it's like, you're gonna sleep with an older woman. You can't really have them they have to be effective. If you're heterosexual, you can't really, like, have, like, some domineering, like, masculine, like, they always wanted, like, to pretend that you were some dude that was gay, mistress of, it was weirdo shit. Eventually, and I wasn't paying. I was not paying. We'd run out of drugs, and then I just asked her for money. She'd be like, yeah, can you get me some fucking rocks to buy yourself some of that? What did she call it? Was it, I forget what she called it. It was, I think it was Diesel. Maybe. No, Boy. Yeah, it was Boy. Buy yourself some of that fucking Boy and bring me some rocks. So, like, I started getting paranoid. I'm starting to think that her husband is going to come after me. That's what I'm thinking. You know, I'm thinking that she's always on the phone, she's talking to these weirdos back in New York. It seems like she has an endless supply of money. So, like, I'm like, I'm gonna rip this chick off. If I rip her off, I'm gonna go get my own motel room. In, like, the same motel. You know, but, so, eventually, like, and that's how it goes. I don't know if anyone's been on a run. Yeah, I'm the master of hotel runs. Just, like, living off convenience store food and, you know, like, hot dogs that you get at 7-Eleven and fun dip, like that's a meal, you know, like a Monster or something. Well, not back then, I don't even think they had Monster, but you know, Dr. Pepper or something. Eating pizza, like eating half of it, just leaving it like on the counter until it hardens, and getting so hungry, like in like the brief moment that you're not high, and just like eating it and it tastes like a piece of plank wood or something. Done it a million times. And what happens is inevitably, especially if it's like a stranger like that, the sexual thing just, it burns out. It burns out like a wick just going out. So it came time for me to jack her. So I tell her, I was like, look, Renee, I paid an awful lot for these drugs. Listen, I got this guy, right? He's in West Palm Beach, shady spot over here. He's been my dealer for a long time. I mean, this is like some Breaking Bad or like Sons of Anarchy level dialogue. We were both so lame. And, you know, I was like, I got this dealer. I can get us an ounce of pure cocaine. I can get us an ounce of pure heroin. That way we never have to leave the hotel. I'll just bend over and you can pretend that I'm Bobby. Maybe you could stick the TV remote up my asshole again like last night. I don't even care. I just want drugs. I just want to party. And she's like, I love it in you, kid. Alright, how much did you need? And I'm like, I need like $4,000. She's like, $4,000? Like, well, I can get the cut on stuff. I can get the stuff that's been cut. Well, wouldn't you rather have the pure? And she's like, I had no idea it was gonna be that much. There's no fucking way I'm paying. I'll give you $70 for some rocks. Then 40 for some heroin. You know, I had to like rethink my strategy. So eventually I got her to give me like $400 or $500. It was some weak ass, like, I was gonna get thousands. She had it, like, you know, and there's no way that I was gonna like try to steal it. Oh yeah, I forgot that she had a gun at the spot too. It was like some big, like, old school antique fucking, I don't even know what it's called. It's like a super long barrel. It was crazy looking. She had one of those, you know, like it looked like one of those guns that a flag would come out of, but it was just this like super long, stout, like, I don't even know what to call that. I don't know, I guess which gun that, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So I took this money from her. She's like, you're gonna be back, right? Bring the strawberry scented lubrication. No problem. You know, the more crack I smoked, the older this chick looked to me. So anyway, so I just take off, burn her, you know. And that money that I got from her, plus a little bit of money that, you know, I still had from when my mom had sent it, I started getting motels, spending it on drugs, burned out in like 3 or 4 days, spent it all. There I was again with nothing, didn't even have a cigarette to my name. I'd just been in motels, basically binging out by myself. That's where I got into injecting crack cocaine. I wasn't really into that. Back in California, I would just shoot powder coke with heroin because I love speedballs. Out there, I don't know, a lot of people would put vinegar or lemon juice, something acidic, to make the crack water soluble again. So I would put vinegar, I'd buy one of those little lemon, like comes in a little plastic yellow lemon thing at the grocery store. And I'd sit there and I'd go buy crack. And the reason was because I, like, where I was scoring, you know, I'd found this motel, I think it was in West Palm Beach, I don't know. I'd found a motel somewhere that was close to a bad area. I couldn't get powder cocaine, so I started getting crack, started breaking it down, and I was doing speedballs of crack. So eventually, I ran out of all that. I had to call my parents again. This time I'm like, look, I just keep relapsing, can't get better. Can you please at least pay for me to go to a sober living so I can get back into the program, so I can get back into step work? And, you know, people that are tuning in that were on the $3 tier, you know, I'd gotten sober for 67 days, 66 or 67 days, somewhere, I don't forget what the exact number, I think it was 67. And I had a sponsor, I had a job, I was commuting from Delray or Boca, I don't know, all these places are so confusing. I would take a bus, and I would take a subway to Miami,
I worked for this telemarketing place that was selling diamond drill bits. Doing really good. So, doing what I'm supposed to. I was bisexual, sponsored, fucking a creed, but whatever. I stayed sober, then I got a false positive. They said I was on benzos and I wasn't. I just was on antidepressants, and I guess it came up as a false positive. They kicked me out in the middle of the night and gave me $300 as like a cash deposit parents put up. So, what I mean, releasing me in the middle of the night on a false positive, everyone's mad at me into the Florida night with $300. I was like, fuck it, everyone thinks I'm doing drugs anyway, I'm gonna do them. And this is the tail end of that road. So eventually, I had to surrender to the fact that I could not keep it up. I just didn't have the energy. And you know, I've been doing speedballs for, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, not including the crack run and heroin that I was doing before that. That stuff starts to take a real toll on your neurology. You know, you start feeling horrible. You go through this roller coaster, these peaks and valleys, depression, and then it evens out, and it goes down, it goes up, there's these manic fits, and it drives you crazy, and you lose that, you know, ambition. So my parents said the only way they helped me is if I went to a sober living, you know, because that's what I'd asked for. I said, put me back in rehab, send me to sober living. My dad's like, okay, I'm not going to spend money for rehab again, keep me with girls and running off, but I'll put you in sober living up there. So I'd already been kicked out of Mustard Seed, which is the first one. I don't remember what the name of the second one was, but it was like these 2-bedroom apartments. Very, very nice. It was very upscale. This one was in Delray for sure. And they would give you a roommate. It was a weird spot. It wasn't one of those like really community-oriented sober livings where, you know, you like live with a big group of people and you do a bunch of shit together. This was just an apartment. You lived in with someone else. 10 o'clock curfew. They tested you randomly. That was it. So I moved in there and I met my cellmate. I met my roommate. He was some chef. I forget what his name was, but he was like some chef. Pretty much all I remember. I don't remember what the guy looks like. I just remember he was. I graduated from the Culinary Arts Academy of Van Mooch. Where the fuck is that? Oh, it's an online course. No, sorry. I just remember that. So, I moved in there. Seems like an okay guy. I'm there like, I don't know, a few days. Just kind of like doing my thing, you know. I had a skateboard at this point, and I really hated it. You know, I had to be sober to some degree. And a few days into it, I decided to go relapse. Like, the good old wash and dry. You go to rehab for a week, you know, you're out of that mental anguish, and then you go right back into a run. Or you go to jail for a couple weeks, wash it. So I went out looking for drugs, and I found this area that was ghetto. You know, it was like a bad part of Delray, which is an oxymoron because there are no bathrooms. So this is like the worst part you could get. And there was like, you know, some big old black dude with like, he's like cornrow. He's like, what's up? And I was like, hey, you got the way. And he's like, what the fuck you talking about? Some hero? God, I didn't do that. So I had to, you know, it's hard to like go back and forth Patreon videos and just kind of feel I have more freedom. You know, so he called it heroin. And he thought, he's like, you fucking crazy. This is all I got. He's using this handful of the shittiest weed I've ever seen, you know? Like, it's like, well, I guess we call Mexican swag in California. It had like stems and seeds. It looked like hash browns that were leftovers from Denny's that had been in your refrigerator for a week. I was like, what the understanding of the course of weed? What the fuck? What kind of token ghetto black dude are you? He just kind of like looking at me like, you want the trees or not? I'm like, yeah. Fucking gives me the money. The nice weed was so shitty, I had to go to some liquor store and buy an entire blunt wrap just to smoke this shit. That was the only way I could get stoned off it. It'll give me a headache because of all the seeds and shit. I had to pick them out that I wanted.
I started smoking at this like baseball field right by the sober living that I was living at. So what I would do is go out all day, skateboard. There's a skate park right around there. I got addicted to smoking shitty weed. I knew I was gonna get tested at some point, and I was fucked. But the thing is I came in dirty for weed. So that one's always like, you can like, well, I'm gonna be dirty for 30 days. So it kind of, you know, I've always used that one. So I keep smoking, and at some point I got a fake ID from, I think I just found the wallet, and there was some guy that looked nothing like me. He was like, he had like buck teeth, and he was like, he was like some like, I don't even know how to describe him, like some Revenge of the Nerds type guy, like, but a white guy. And he was like 39, I was like 19. I was like, fuck it, I take it to like these Middle Eastern like liquor stores. I'd be like, it's me. Well, okay. They let me buy whatever. So now I start drinking 40s and I'm smoking blunts. And just kind of skating around, getting into whatever mischief I could. Now, I found that there were like these commercial trains that I could hop on the back of, all drunk, drink a couple Mickey's 40s, smoke a blunt, and I'd jump on these trains, and like I could like travel from like all over Florida. I started doing it little by little, and that was one of the things that I would do. Just get stoned, drunk, get on these trains, and kind of just look up as like the night scrolled past me, stars, trees, pretty depressing existence. One night, and this is where this story gets interesting. One night, I go to this mall. Now, I've been to the mall before. Batman Begins had just come out, I don't know, at some point. And I was at rehab when it came out, and I really wanted to see that movie. It was like a decent Batman movie. And it was. It was a cool trilogy. I really liked it. But there was no way I was going to miss Batman Begins. So I was in rehab for like 2 weeks, and I just AWOL'd one day. Walked to a mall, panhandled because I had no money. Got like $18, whatever I needed for the movie and some popcorn. Probably more than that, I don't remember. And I went and I watched it. And then I walked right back to rehab, and I got yelled at and lectured and put on timeout or whatever the fuck they did to me. But I got to see Batman Begins. I really didn't care. I would like tell everyone, I was like, yeah, I do what I want, man. Not gonna stop me from seeing that movie. You know. So anyway, I knew this mall. So one day, it was right by the Sober Living. So now, I'm at the Sober Living, and, you know, on like, weekends, I think the curfew is like midnight. So I could be out a little later. It's probably like 7 o'clock or something. I went there, just, I had nothing better. All I had was my skateboard, and I had like half a pack of Newport 100s. I see these two girls sitting on this bench. They keep looking at me. And so I kind of just stop and I look at them. And they're like, hey, do you have an extra smoke? And I look at them. About my age, you know. Okay. Give them both a cigarette. I was like, how you guys doing? Now, one of them was more attractive than the other. So, we gotta have my sights on her. And the thing's like, really like, you know, like, when there's like a pretty girl, and then like her best friend that's not pretty, and then she's like just so mean to everybody because she's so mad that she's getting the attention and that this girl never gets the attention. And that only lasts like in high school, maybe a little bit of college, but eventually people start realizing that there's more to people than just the way you look, because looks just mean nothing. Like, some of the hottest girls in the world have been just the worst people in my life, you know, just narcissistic, fucking mean, you know, that looks aren't everything, but, you know, we were like teenagers, you know, so it was different back then. So they're telling me that they're from New York, another people from New York, and, I'm running out of battery. Hold on. That would be bad. Middle of a fucking story.
like sweating. Alright. I think this video is like 40 minutes long. Perfect. So, so these girls are telling me that they're visiting from New York this summer. And, you know, they're with their parents. They come down to Delray Beach for vacation every summer. And they said that they can get into the movie theater for free. They have connections. We have connections. That's awesome. I was such a loser back then. Like, a free movie was like such a treat for me. The movie was The Devil's Rejects. Devil's Rejects had just come out, and we walked up to the ticket box, and it was like some teenage kid, you know, and he just gives him a thumbs up, and we walked right in and go see The Devil's Rejects, which is a pretty gnarly movie to go see with like a random couple girls that you just met. They just bummed a cigarette off you, and like now you're in the movie theater with them, watching that. That movie's pretty heavy, and there's certain scenes that aren't. So I'm sitting next to the one that I think is pretty. So it's me, her, and her friend is right there. And in the middle of the movie, so like the movie starts, and you know, all the killing and rape and all the weirdo shit that's happening in that movie is happening, and I'm just like, you want to be my girlfriend? And she looks at me and she's like, for sure. I was like, copy. Keep watching. The movie keeps getting gnarlier and gnarlier. I was like, no boyfriend and girlfriend's kiss. For sure. We just start like doing the nastiest, most awkward, like, fucking grossed me out. I was the one doing it, and her friends just like,
You are such a slut, baby. Disgusting.
No, that was her name, I don't remember. So anyway, what is it? Okay. So then we leave, and they had to go home. They had to go home before me. I'm like, oh, we gotta be home. It's probably like 10 o'clock now. I had to be home, I think, in an hour or two. I don't remember what the curfew was. But the girls are like, hey, and of course I'm holding my new girlfriend's hand. And I'm like, how old are you guys? 18. I'm like, are you still in high school? Fuck no. We graduated last year. Sounds good. Okay. And they're like, we're bored here. Maybe, like, you can come hang out at the skate park with us tomorrow. We're like, yeah, no problem. I was like, I'd do anything for my girlfriend. You know what I'm talking about? For sure. So, they ask me if I can get any weed. You know? They're like, hey, do you think you can get any clippity comment? And I was like, for sure. Right. Cool. How much is that? I'm like, $60. But I can probably get it for 50. And she's like, no, I'll give you 60. It's no eat. Just get cigarettes or something. I'll get it. Hands me the money, $60. I'll see you tomorrow around what? 3 o'clock, you want to say? You bring me my crippity comic? I was like, yeah, no problem. She's like, okay. I love you. I was like, I love you too. Yes, I'm just gonna skate home. Thinking about the night I had, thinking about the fucking weird ass rape scene in Devil's Rejects, and I was making out with some random girl next to me while that shit's playing, and her friend was like, and on top of that, I got $60. Fuck, it was a cool night. Cool. And I just planned on burning them, you know? I was just a scumbag back then. I didn't care, you know? They're like, okay, $60. I mean, it's not like my parents were giving me money. I had to go panhandle every single day to get a dime set of weed, to get the 40s.
you know, to get cigarettes. You know, it was a profession. I think that's when the Katrina thing was happening. I'm not sure, but it was one of many hustles I had up there. So next day, I wake up, I go home, wake up. The chef isn't there. I kind of stretch. And I start thinking about the girl from the night before. And I'm like, I look at like what time it is. It's like 11:30 a.m. I'm like, what else do I have to do? Maybe I'll just get them the weed and you know, we can hang out. But they wanted good weed. And if I could shut up with the shit that I've been scoring in the hood from like the most fucking disingenuous token ghetto black dude I've ever met, the most whitewashed drug dealer. When we sold weed, it was like some fucking mobile dispensary. Acted like he was like actually like selling drugs in the corner, but it was weed. It was the weirdest shit ever. May as well just have a lemonade stand. It's called spiked lemonade or something. What the fuck? So I decided to go out and try to score crime because I was like, well, there has to be good weed in Florida somewhere. I mean, it's not just this shitty dirt weed, is it? So I go on my mission on my skateboard, you know, listening to music. I think I was listening a lot to Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, and I think I was listening to Bark at the Moon, Ozzy Osbourne solo. So, you know, I was like skating around and I get to this grocery store. I don't remember what the name of the grocery store chains are out in Florida, but I get to this grocery store and I'm kind of just like looking for people in the parking lot that might have weed. Can't find anybody that looks like, I mean, everybody that I'm looking at is straight up Florida people. Elderly people buying prunes that have like floral fucking shirts that were probably like their most studly shirt like 37 years ago. Where you know that they like ironed it and like put it on, punch over their cane, like walk to the store. It's really sad. I shouldn't be sexual. But that's what kind of people are around. Old, useless fucks like that. So I go into this grocery store and I'm looking. I see girls my age, and then finally I see this white dude with a big old gold medallion like necklace, and he's like wearing like a matching tracksuit. It looked like Eminem in the early years. I was like, that guy's got weed for sure. So I get behind him and I'm like acting like I'm buying. I think I did buy like a 25-cent single beef jerky. I can't even believe they said, who the fuck would buy a beef jerky that size for 25 cents? Me, because I wanted an excuse to be in line with it. They're like Western Gate Express line. They're like, you know, like all this crazy shit. There's like people behind me, and then like put the little like, you know, separation fucking stick on the conveyor belt thing. Put my one 25-cent Slim Jim. You know, like I was like doing some like power shopping, and so I paid for it. We leave, and like he's walking out with groceries, and I was like, hey. I was like, what's up, man? He's like, what's up? And this guy talked blacker than the other guy, you know? And he's like, what's up? And I was like, you any weed, dude? He's like, oh, no. No. It's like a really weird reaction, you know? And I'm like, I didn't really know how to take. I was like, okay, fucking weirdo. I was about to leave, and he's like, I got something way worse than that. Way worse. You know, this is a dirty Southern white boy. I got some way grimier than that shit. He's like, it's a little too hardcore for you. I can already tell. I'm already know. I'm like, really? Something better than weed? I was like, fuck, I got $60. I'll buy literally anything. If you have fucking special edition glue that I can sniff, I'm there. He's like, nah, I just got China White, boy. I was like, what? Dude, all you say, like, I don't suck your dick. What's up, dude? You have China White heroin? Thank God. The worst heroin I had ever come across was in Florida. He's putting his groceries away. I'm like, do you have any works? He's like, Come on, little boy. Come on. Opens his back seat. He has boxes of syringes. I was like, how did I pick this guy? I was like winning some sort of like junky lottery or something. So he puts everything in the trunk, gives me a bunch of rigs, I'm stuffing my pockets with them, and jump in the front seat with him. He pulls out, it had to be like a 4 ounce of China White. It was like a big as an onion. And I'm looking at him, just like, oh my god. It's like, I was gonna make a really perverted joke right now, but you know, I gave him the $60 for it, and I was like, here's 60. Like, oh, here's my number. My name's TJ. So I was like, cool. And you know, we all know who TJ is from the Mike version story. And that's how I met him. So he ended up giving me his phone number, and he gave me some like sample of this China White. Now it's not like the China White they have now. It's like fentanyl. It's like pure fentanyl. You do like a little shot, and you're just like, it's like you're like violently loaded. This was like real, for it, like shoot it, pins and needles go from wherever you're injecting it, up to your head, back down to your toe, tickle the cannonballs. They're still there. The real shit, real good heroin. And he gave me a really big amount for, I mean, he became my dealer, so he was, you know, he's skinny. I think he was a piece of shit. He was like a drug pusher. He's like, here, I'll do this fat amount that'll get you strung out. Here's my phone number. In case you need more. Good luck. I was like, all right, cool. I had a bunch of rigs and this fat sack of hair. I don't know, it was probably like a 1 point, like a gram and a half almost, you know? Like something like insane for $60. That's what China White's expensive. And I skated back to the sober living. Now, I get in there, I'm like, hello? Chef? Are you here? Hear nothing. I'm like, I'm in the straight loaded right now. Fuck yeah, lock the floor, grab the ice tray, or I grab I'm looking for a spoon, you know, to cook the heroin with. You don't even need to cook China White. You put it in water and literally just liquid. It's like oil, you know, it's like cocaine. Put it in the water. Real kind of, maybe you cook it a little bit to get some of the impurities, but it just like turns into this like very, very, very diluted catfish looking shit. Couldn't find a spoon. Not one spoon in the chef's arsenal. You know, it was like a bunch of, there's nothing like that. What the fuck kind of shit is this? This isn't even like a real apartment. I was looking for a can, couldn't find that. Finally, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna mix this in one of these ice trays. Took the ice tray out and I broke the ice. I started stirring it in one of the ice cube little slots where it goes. Fucking pull it up. Back then I had these earthworm looking fucking veins. Harpooned it. Pulled the plunger back. Saw blood. And we'll get into what happens in the next Florida video. You don't have to press like, comment, subscribe, none of that shit. You guys are already good to me. This story gets really fucking interesting though, with those girls. You know, and this is like kind of the prelude to my version. You know, this is like a lot of shit that I left out from the original story, like especially this. Like this is a pretty fucked up story. I'm telling you, pretty good one. I'm surprised I've never put it anywhere. You know, and I know this was like a long lead up, but I'm telling you, the nice part of this is a good one. I'm gonna do a pimping video now. I appreciate you guys. Happy 420 to you all, and a lot.
Free radicals are everywhere. Protect yourself against them with palm.
UA jobs are booming in Ohio, thanks to Senator Sherrod Brown. Brown worked with both parties to pass the CHIPS Act. The world's largest plant is being built here, creating 20,000 jobs across Ohio. I'm Sherrod Brown, and I work with Republicans to jumpstart American chip manufacturing.
Today, the new Intel semiconductor plant in Ohio is putting thousands of UA members to work. That's why the UA is backing Sherrod Brown for Senate.
All right, I've been really busy this week, but I told you that this was going to be Patreon week. I'm definitely going to go hard. I'm starting the storylines for the VIP, also for the sponsor, and I'm going to try to do at least like 2 or 3 Florida videos. I'm going to try to do all this stuff. You know, I think that a lot of people have commented and are correct that I tend to overpromise because I'm a piece of shit and a bitch and a punk. Oh my god, you hear the chainsaw? That's Karina. She's murdering a neighbor I know. Fuck that bitch. No, that's the gardeners. Not our garden, the landlord's garden. But and that's why I tend not to record videos in the day. I record them at night because there's so many outside noises that really like interfere with my ability to have clean audio. Dogs barking, Nico screaming, Karina moaning because she's sticking cucumbers in her mouth. And then you hear, there's typically landscape work being done. Also, there's a lot of work that's done, it's like my landlord's doing work on the property. So, that's why we're like, why don't you just record in the day? It's because of shit like this. It's constant noise. There's like, I live in a small little guest house. It's really hard to like, get all that ambient noise out. I'm a bitch. You know what I mean? So like when you combine that bitchness with the outside noise, I have no cock. So let's get into the story. This is my showboat story of Florida. Definitely too hot for YouTube. Really crazy story. So anyway, so where we were last time, I had met these 2 girls at the Devil's Rejects. And I met them at the movie theater, and they went to go bum a cigarette off me. I gave them a cigarette. They said that they could get me into a free movie, and I ended up going to see Devil's Rejects, and well, the hardcore rape scenes were going on. I was like, we should kiss. This shit's pretty wild. Let's make out instead. And I said, hey, you want to be my girlfriend? She's like, yes. I'm like, if you're my girlfriend, we gotta make out. Isn't that noise distracting me too? But it doesn't matter. If I don't do it, then I can't post multiple videos in a day. So anyway, I end up making out with her, and her friend are there from New York. They're like, they're on a family vacation. They come to Delray Beach or Boca Raton. I don't know. It's like all the same area. I forget exactly where this particular part of it took place because I bounced around to so many different sober livings. But basically, they came there every summer as part of their family vacation. So at the end of the night, I walked them to their townhouse where they were staying. They asked me if I could get them crispy crumb. I actually said that. They're like, how could you say that with a straight face? Like, oh yeah, I had a really great time in the Devil's Rejects. It was just such a fun movie. Especially the part where that really bad fucked up rape scene was happening in the hotel room. And then there's the part I really liked where she cut off the chick's face, he wore it as a mask. It was pretty dope. I don't know, did you think it was dope too? I was like, bomb. Well, anyway, do you think you can get some crickety comic? Like, who the fuck talks like that? So anyway, so my plan was just to burn this chick, Then the next day I was like, because they wanted to meet at the skate park. The next day I was like, what else do I have to do besides, meet up with these girls? Especially because one of them thinks she's my girlfriend already. And by the way, these girls told me that they were 18. Really cool. So I go out the next day. Remember, I'm living in a sober living, 2-bedroom apartment with some chef. I don't even remember his name, let's just call him Chef.
But then I think of like Isaac Hayes, like South Park shit, like yo, jiggity boo. And it's like, no, what kind of image? This was like some like an overweight white guy. Like, yeah, what's up and shit. That was like more like how he was. He wasn't like the look, like, yo, we be fucking on the down low. Like it wasn't that kind of shit. So I don't want to like get the imagery kind of like mixed up. But anyway, so that day I go out, I leave our little apartment, and I run into TJ, the wannabe black guy, but he's the drunkie. And I ask him for, hey bro, you got any crippity chronic? He's like, I got something worse. He didn't talk like that, but you know what I mean? He brought me this car and he gave me $100 worth of, probably more than that, probably about $150 worth of China white heroin for $60. So I used their money that I was supposed to get the chronic for, to the crippity chronic, to get China white heroin. Now I hadn't done heroin for a while. Remember, at this halfway house I was like basically buying swag. How do you say that in other parts of the country? Is it not mids? I don't even know, like, you know, in different parts of the country they say different shit. There's like commercial bud, mid, I don't know. California is just all good bud, you know, also in the Pacific Northwest, but in other parts of the country that I've been at, they have like these different like weird levels, and I'm sure if you're not from California or the Pacific Northwest, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's like really shitty like pencil shading weed, there's mid like kind of like BC bud, kind of looks like hay, and then there's like crippity chronic. Crippity chronic comes with glitter. But so anyway, these girls wanted like high-end bud, and when this guy, and I've been smoking like this shitty weed that I was scoring in the ghetto. This was like a fake ghetto, you know. It was like the most whitewashed black guy I've ever had, and he was like had like the trench coat with the watches with like dime bags of weed. I'm like, damn, that's all you're selling is weed? He's like, yeah, cool. It's tough out here. And I just started smoking weed, and somebody had commented that because I said I was drinking a lot of Mickeys out there. I was drinking a lot of Mickeys, but he said that they don't have 40s out there. I don't really remember, but to serve my memory, I'm pretty sure that I drank 40. But he said that they don't have those in Florida, and then I googled it, and there aren't 40s in Florida. So I mean, once in a while I get little details that got fucked up, but I drank malt liquor. Let's just say that. If it was a tall boy, a 32 ounce, however I was getting it, I drank malt liquor, and I smoked shitty weed. So, meeting this guy, TJ, who would come to be part of the Mike Virgin story, we'll get to that, and Megan will talk about him, because she got to meet him too. He was like a real, like the heroin I was getting before that was like in these little like pill capsules, and it was like completely low grade bullshit heroin. When I met TJ, you guys are like, why is he sweating? I'm actually sitting on a spiked pickle. I just kind of wiggle and it scratches my ass. No, it's like 100 degrees and our air conditioner is broken. And I've never been able to properly explain myself in this climate. I look really weird right now, huh? I look like a fucking crackhead. But yeah, that's sweat, and it's just really, really hot here. So anyway, you know, I've been doing bad heroin with TJ, or before TJ. Now, like, he used to be like this brown powder, it was just garbage. Now I met him, and he was selling high quality China white heroin. And this is like before fentanyl took over, where it's like not real. This is like the real deal China white. I buy it, $60. He gives me his phone number. He gives me probably like $100, $150. I hadn't done high quality heroin for a long time, and he gave me some needles, brought them back, and I went to my 2-bedroom apartment where I lived with Chef. And when I got there, I looked for spoons, couldn't find them, so I used the ice tray to mix up the China white, which just liquefies when you put water, because any drug like cocaine, crystal meth, heroin, those are all water soluble. So you know it's good when you just put water on it and it liquefies. If you put water on shards of crystal meth and it just goes into some oily like liquid, you know it's good. Cocaine, same shit. Heroin, same shit. Even if it's black tar, really good quality black tar, you really don't have to cook. You just put the tar in water, and it will probably takes like 10 minutes, but it will just turn into like pretty like light brown liquid. China white, you don't really have to cook. It looks kind of like diluted urine, you know, like an off yellow. So I mixed it up in this ice tray because it's the only thing that I could find. You didn't have a spoon. They didn't have like the bottom of a can. You know, the usual suspects weren't there. So I draw it in this ice tray. I shoot up, and I think I went out. I think I opened the tray. Maybe not. Who knows? I know that I wake up, and I'm in the kitchen where I had done the shot. My pants are around my ankles. I still have boxers on. I remember there were these like snowman boxers that my mom used to buy me, like probably from like 8 to
How's your car? Like new. NJ's been great. Your insurance company?
NJM is magical. That's why so many of their auto policyholders really
Are you?
And that's called simply a fan. Unbelievable.
We got eyes on the $3.99 Crazy Puffs. Great job, team. You've uncovered a deal where ordering from Little Caesars unlocks awesome Call of Duty Black Ops 6 in-game rewards. Roger. Now, my name is Greg, and Greg wants you all to go get Crazy Puffs.
Pizza, pizza.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
19 or 20 that I was now, and like people, like girls would always make fun of it, but some girls would be like, oh my god, that's so cute. So I kind of just like started wearing them still when I was like 19, 20 years old. If my mom didn't realize that like at that age those were no longer like acceptable forms of underwear because I was fucking frequently, and girls would take my pants off and be like, snowman, look at that. Or someone else be like, snowbed? That never happened. But, so I woke up, and I look down, and I just see my snowman boxers, but my pants are to my ankles. No explanation of why. I'm just in the kitchen, like I nodded out onto the counter. Pretty sure that I overdosed because I felt heavy. And when I've overdosed a few times, and so when you go out on heroin, you go into respiratory rest. You get shallow breathing. Then you start, like, color starts just kind of like dissipating into this like fish scale, like almost translucent, like fish scale color, if you know what I mean. Ominescent. Is that a word? You know what I'm trying to say. Ominescent, I think. I don't know if that's a word. If it's not a word, then it still isn't. So it's like this weird, like, it's almost like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's, your color goes in. You get pale, but it's almost like lightly holographic. Like there's like, I don't know, it's a very, very, very particular look. That's what like, it looks like when you go out. You're still in respiratory rest, you have shallow breathing, and sometimes you just die. That's it. Lose the end. Bye. You're dead. Sometimes people shoot you up with Narcan, or they put Narcan nasal spray up your nose. It's an opioid antagonist. You come out, you're like, ah, oh my god, and you're like dopes. Not safe. The adrenaline shot in Pulp Fiction is complete bullshit. I've been a heroin addict for 20 years, I've never seen that. I've never seen someone be like, okay, draw a circle on her chest. Stab her. Bullshit. Harpoon her with this. Get my little black medical book. Bullshit. So, you know, I've overdosed, I don't know, 10 times, 11 times throughout my life, and there's been times that I've overdosed, like I think this particular time, I've overdosed in front of Karina where I'm like, I shot up fentanyl by accident, I'm like, and like, as soon as I shoot up, I'm like, oh my god, Karina, I'm overdosing on fentanyl. Call 911 and tell them I'm overdosing on fentanyl. And then I just like fall out. So there's like a window with fentanyl for whatever reason where you know you're going out. Real China White does not do that. You do too much, right? Then you just go out. You go into respiratory arrest. You can come back. Every time that that's happened where I've gone out, I think I've gone out, because I will wake up out, from a state of unconsciousness, and I'll feel heavy. I'll feel dragged down, sort of like in a fog. Bad headache. It feels like a hangover, but it's very gloomy. That's what I felt. No explanation of why my pants are down and why I'm kind of like hunched over on the counter. Chef's not there. And as soon as I come to, that's why I think I overdosed, because, I went unconscious, which is common. If you do heroin, you knock out, you come out, like, you into this, like, blissful dream state. But sometimes you overdose and you don't realize it. You go into respiratory arrest, and then you just kind of, like, come back to Earth naturally. And you feel this way, and that's how I felt. And as soon as I came back to, I was standing there, felt like shit, and then just go, bleh, projectile vomit. Very common with heroin when you're not used to having a habit and you do heroin, or if it's like your first time and you don't have experience with it, you projectile vomit. So I start projectile vomiting, and it's like this very powerful, clear projectile vomit. It's like just water like spewing out of me like a fucking hose. And I'm like, and now in this like half-conscious, very strange state, I'm like, I still want to meet up with my girlfriend, the girl I met the night before, even though I don't have the crippity chronic. But so I go and I'm like trying to skateboard to the skate park. And I had like a Discman on, and I think I was listening to Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, I remember, and I was like barely able to do it. Like one eye open, I have to stop periodically and projectile vomit. Like, Florida's just full of like old people. They'd be like, and I'm like, they all think that we're like young satanic skateboarders. Freak them out. They just do this rapid goatee projectile vomiting. So I make it to the skate park. No crippity chronic. I don't even know what. I gave it to my friend, and he'll meet up. I see the girls, and they're all like, "Hey, it's okay to see you." I'm like, "Hey," and they're like, "Damn, are you okay?" I'm like, "I'm so baked." And they're like, "Oh, that's so funny. You look so high." I'm like, "I'm so high." And like, my girlfriend I don't even remember her name. She puts her arm around me, and she's like, we are like kind of like walking around the skate park. Now, she introduces me to her brother. And she's like, "Hey, this is my twin brother." I forget what his name was, but seemed cool. He was like, "Hey man, I'm so-and-so, your brother." I was like, "Alright, cool. So you guys are twins?" He's like, "Yeah, we're pretty close." I was like, "Okay, cool." And so like he's pretty good at skateboarding. I'm watching him skateboard, and periodically I'm having to go projectile vomit. Now, I don't want to projectile vomit in front of the girl and in front of the guy, so I'm just like, I'd be like, "I need to take a piss," and I'd run full speed to the bathroom, like the public restroom, my hand over my face, and like puke would like splinter out of my fingers. Like I wouldn't make it sometimes. I just like came to the skate park, I'd be like looking at me like, "Wow, what's up with this guy?" And I'd be like, "I'm so wasted." They're like, "Okay." It's like 10-year-olds in the shit. And so kind of hanging out with these two girls, and her twin brother, and who was also there on for the annual summer vacation in Florida. Hold on, you guys are a little more forgiving to my Wellbutrin addicted nose. Oh. Jeez. What if my nose just like comes off? I'm like doing a video and the whole nose just like, it's like a Mr. Potato Head nose. And it's like all just like gore. You're like, "Hey, no, I swear to God, I haven't snorted anything. This is my potato nose fell off." God, pain. I have a deviated septum. It sucks. person. So anyway, so I'm hanging out with these girls and her brother. Of course, I tell the girls, the weed's coming. It's like I had to, you know, this South Siberian sour buds. It's being like dropped off by like a slingshot gun, like from the Key West. And it's gonna land in approximately 6 hours on the beach. Like saying that it would be there the night. I don't even know what I was hanging out with them. I think that was just a testament to how much of a fucking loser I was. I had nothing better to do but to go hang out with these girls and her twin brother at the skate park. They're like, I'm not bad at skating. And I'm like trying to like I'm like dropping on the half pipe, which is like it's a mini ramp. I go up and I try to do a rock and roll and just fucking fall. I like get pitched to the flat, and I remember I like fell right on my head. I hit it really hard against the ground, and it just kind of like came open, and blood was like everywhere. But I was so loaded that I was just like, ugh. And I don't know how they didn't like realize. I mean, I just didn't have experience with heroin addicts. I mean, who does at that age? I was like an anomaly to be like 19 that fucking strong. I'd already been doing heroin for 3 years or something at that point. And, you know, so most people aren't around heroin addicts until probably at like the early 20s or like, you know, your mid 20s or whatever. But, so they tell me that they want to hang out that night and they're like, hey, can we get liquor? I'm like, yeah, I got a fake ID. And they're like, so dope. Can you get us like some Malibu spiced rum? I was like, for sure. So I hang out with them like throughout the day. Finally, they have to like go home and get ready for the night, and so I'm gonna meet up with them and we're gonna drink. But what? I mean, I live in a sober living. Like I can't bring them back there. That's like one of the bigger rules about this place. Is like you can't have girls over. There's a curfew. You get drug tested. I was already fucked because I was smoking weed all the time, but I was using the 30-minute. Oh, it's in my system for 30 days thing to like try to weasel my way out of it. But the heroin. How do you explain that? Oh, I must have done it like. A couple weeks ago and still showing up. I mean, you can't really explain that. So I go home, I don't get drug tested or anything. I see Chef, he's like, what's up, bro? I'm like, oh, nothing. I was like, hey, can you get any chronic? And he's like crippity chronic? He's like, yeah, that. Nah. I'm like, alright, whatever. So I gotta like take a shower. And, you know, he, like, while I'm showering, he's like, hey, how much of that crypto do you need? And I'm like, an 8. He's like, oh, okay. I was like, why? Can you get it? He doesn't say anything. So I get out of the shower, and he had already left. But he just left an 8 in a Ziploc bag just on the counter of, like, good crippity chronic. I was like, what the fuck? Come to find out later that he sold weed. You know, he just didn't like want me to know it. Like he was in culinary art school selling weed at the sober living, I think, because probation was making him some shit like that, whatever it was. So now I got the weed. So I go and I skateboard down. This was in Delray Beach, yeah, because I had to skate down to like close to the beach and like on Main Street, I think is the main street there. I'm not sure. I think it's called Main Street. Whatever the case, I skated like all the way down and I met these girls at like the bottom of the street, like where the beach met, and they're with 2 guys. They're like maybe like a year younger than me, pretty much like same age as me. These are the lamest guys I've ever seen. You know a guy that I'm talking about. They have like, you know, like the what's that Street Fighter character with like he has like a flat top. Like, what is it, Kyle? Some shit that he wears like blue fatigues and like, you know, like the spandex white beater, like 1 gold tube earring, the little tribal tattoo, like right, like the bracelet, the 1 tribal bracelet tattoo, but they don't have it on the side that hurts, just like right here. What's up, dog? You know, the guys that listen to like, kind of need like Panic at the Disco, shit like that. Well, not back then, but like, you know, that kind of person. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why? I don't say this, but I'm looking at them like, why would these guys be here. Like, I thought I was going to get laid. That is what I thought. Gonna drink, have sex with these girls. Well, girl, not girl. And that was gonna be that. That was like my plan. I have a backpack, I have like a blanket and like a condom in it. So like, sort of sleazy, you know? I'm all like still loaded as fuck from just doing that one shot earlier in the day. I'm still in the same like weird like cross-eyed condition from the last time that they saw me. But like these like guys are too cool for school, you know, like one sleeve, one side rolled up. What's up with like the little tribal band? What's up, dog? Like, oh no, nothing. I heard you have fake identification. Sounded like a strict cop. I'm like, see where this night's going. So I end up going to a liquor store. I get the Malibu rum for the girls, and I get them, I don't know, some sort of beer. We go out. We end up getting in their car. So they drove. Like, you know, little like red Honda CRX or something. I don't remember. Not that. You know, some car like that. Something that had like enough room for all of us to be in there. So I'm sitting in the back seat with the girls, and these guys are like really trying to sound cool. They're like, yeah, who went sailing in Atlas today with my people?
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Frightening free radicals are everywhere. Luckily, Palm Wonderful's antioxidants help defend against them. Real life is scary. Protect yourself from free radicals with Palm.
The girl's like, really? Like, you could tell the one that I'm with, her friend, was like really into these guys. She's like, really? Atlas sailing is so fucking dope. I've never even heard of people doing that, but it just sounds dope. And they're like, it is pretty dope. Listen to this new alternative rock song. Check this out. And they're like singing along to it. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Whatever. So I'm like kind of like nodding out, I'm barely conscious, and this girl's like wearing these little like booty shorts, but like, you know, made out of like sweat material. I'm so high, I'm like barely able to do this, but I like stick my hand like in her shorts and I'm like fingering her, like right there in the back of the car, and she's like, ah, just like making noise on it. And it just looks ridiculous. You know, I'm in this car with these like two like straight lanes. I'm in the back seat with these two girls. I'm fingering one of them, and then I'm in the middle, already sick, and I'm just like trying so hard not to puke and fingering her at the same time. And at one point she's like, I'm so drunk. This is the most drunk I've ever been. So fucking dope. I'm like, so anyway, we end up going to the beach. We drink. We all do. Now I drink as well. You know, I'm already sick. I'm already super loaded on heroin, and that's just like throwing fuel on the fire. And after that, the guys are like, where should we go? We have to be home by like 10:30. We can probably push that shit to 11. I'm like, no way, bro. That sounds pretty hardcore. They're like, well, like unless you have a place we could crash. I'm like, I do. It's just me and my roommate, Chef. And they're like, that's hella cool. Alright. Like you hear them like get like, you know, they both get on like their phones and they're like pacing and they're like, hey mom, yeah, I'm gonna stay at Roger's house. And then they're gonna think, Mom, I'm gonna stay at Mikey's house. So you can tell they're just like completely like their parents dictate their lives and shit. And, I mean, no, they were probably like 18 or something. They're ridiculous. But so we end up drinking more, getting sick, we're at the beach. A couple times I have to run to the water and like puke in it. It looks just so ridiculous. And then I like wash my mouth out with like salt water and come back and like her and I'll make out even though I just like puked in front of all of them. They're getting progressively drunker. He's drunker. They get more drunk. We end up, they're like, okay, we really like should go to your path. And I was like, well, we can't go until my roommate goes to work. He's a chef. He leaves like around 10 o'clock. They're like, fuck, what are we gonna do? I'm like, I don't know. There's a baseball field like right by my sober living here. I didn't say sober living, right by my apartment. That we could go chill at. Maybe drink a few more beers. They're like, oh yeah, it sounds cool. We can for sure stay at your place though. We already told our parents that we were going to stay somewhere where we were going to stay at each other's houses. It's kind of necessary. I was like, oh yeah, for sure. Thinking in my mind, I'm like, okay, you go to the baseball field at this little park where I used to smoke blunts. Lay my blanket down, fuck the girl that I'm hooking up with, and then somehow like run back to my sober living to make it like for like my 10:30 or 11 curfew, whatever it was. So we end up going to this park. Me and the girl that I'm hooking up with go for a walk. We have sex like in the middle of the baseball field on my blanket. I'm like, I was like, hey, do you want to have sex? And she's like, 100% I did. I was like, all right, cool. And she's like, but where? Like on the grass? I was like, nah, I got a blanket. And I was like, I was like, well, I just happen to have a blanket on me. That's weird. I don't know. I definitely didn't plan this whole night out. Hold on. And like take it out and have like a foldable lawn chair. I'm like, here, we can sit in this lawn chair together when we're done. Oh, and here's like different condoms for some lubrication. She's like, wow, you're really prepared. I was like, yeah. Like, here's my pocket knife with a compass. She's like, wow, it's so dope. I was like, it was pretty dope. So we ended up talking, and I mean, it's whatever. It was like 15 years ago, probably more than that. I was 19, I'm 34 now. I'm so bad. Okay, 11 years would be 30. It's like 16 years ago or something. It was probably not even right, but whatever, something like that. So, I mean, it wasn't that good. I don't really remember. I just remember we fucked on the blanket, and then I was like, wow, I really like that. She's like, I love you. I was like, I love you too. I gotta go from here. She's like, okay, I'm gonna sit in the foldable lawn chair. Okay. There was really a foldable lawn chair, it was like pictures, but there really was a blanket and everything. I kind of just left her on it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go pee. So I like walked off like into the shadows, and, like acted like I was gonna pee, and then I just took off. It was like bolted, like hit and run. Like, yeah. Ooh, I got laid from these girls from New York. I'll never see them again. That's that. Right. I think that's that, but that's not the end of the story. So I go to sleep, and I guess that I had a cell phone at that point. Somehow I did that. I remember what happened. So the next morning, I'm like checking my voicemail, and this was like a long time ago, where like your voicemail is like not like it's like not visually represented. It's not like on your iPhone where like you have all your voicemails and you can like click on them and like play and like, a little bar thing will go by. This is like back when like you had to call your voicemail, and like it would like your cell phone would automatically call your voicemail and be like, you have 9 unheard messages. Listen to your messages. Press 1. Press 1. And it's one of the guys. He's like, you piece of shit. You ditched us. We have nowhere to sleep. We're gonna sleep in our car tonight. You're a piece of shit. And I'm like, oh my god, how are these people on my number? Next one, same thing. And they're getting like progressively angry. Like, I can't believe you did this to us. You're a piece of shit. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? And so I was like getting really concerned with that. My number. They probably left like 12 or 13 messages. I'm like, Jesus Christ. The last message. This is the one that really picked up. The last message is, I forget what his name was, but it was the girl's brother that I had to skate park. He's like, hey brother, this is so and so. I'm so and so's brother. I don't remember their names. We got a major problem here, bro. my little sister is 15. And you took her virginity, and then you just ditched her. That's illegal. The fact that she's 15, and now she's heartbroken, and you're like her first love. And if this goes unsettled, I will call the police. I was like, what the fuck, 15? I was like, maybe they were, I was thinking like maybe they were below 18, maybe like 17, maybe, you know? And like at the time I was like 19, you know? And first of all, I have never in my life ever had sex with a girl who's underage, ever. And like fundamentally against, and like the next day, I like thinking out of like, I hope that girl was 18, you know? But I like didn't really think much of it. Like that was like my first thought. Like coming out of like my heroin, like, you know, it was like all waking up like foggy, confused. And then I get this message. And basically he's telling me that like if I don't make this right, that they're gonna like call the cops on me for like being a chomo. I was like, what the fuck? I like my whole life, it's like going your whole life like with like a moral of like not snitching, and then like you snitch, and then like you wake up the next day, you're just like, oh my god, what did I do? Or like you're like not gay, but like you go out to a bar and you get wasted, and like some guy's like, hey man, we should go home, and you're like, and you like don't even know what's going on, and then he's like, hey, let me butt fuck you. Like, yeah, sure. Wake up the next day, you're like, I'm gay, what the fuck? Or like this, you wake up the next day, you're like, oh, fuck, I'm a chomo. I'm already like on the run from fucking the battery that I had in California, and I ran out of the courtroom. So I was like, fuck, I need to address this. So I ended up calling her, right? Because he gave me, this is her number, her name, I think it was Sarah. Right? Let's just say, I was like, Sarah, it's Ryan. She's like, yes. And I was like, hey, I'm really sorry last night. She's like, you're so mean to me. And I'm like, yeah. And I like go into this whole thing about like her virginity and like how it's special and how it should be with someone you love. And like I do love her, but like I was really intimidated by these guys because I thought they might beat me up because they have like really cool stuff. It's wife beaters and flat top. And she's like, what? She's like, you didn't take my virginity. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, no, you didn't take my virginity. And I was like, well, how old are you? And she's like, it doesn't matter.
We tell you how beat-up's buffalo bacon sauce became a thing, but there are children present, and they don't deserve to grow up so fast.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com opens the door to more guests, which could lead to, more guests. For the bookings you've dreamed of, list your vacation rentals on Booking.com.
New Aveeno Daily Moisturizing Cream instantly strengthens skin's moisture barrier.
Hello, Moto.
I was like, she's like, I just want to see you again, that's it. I was like, okay. She's like, meet me at the skate park. I was like, okay. So I'm like, kind of confused. I don't know if her brother lied to me, but he did say, my younger sister, when I was introduced to them, or to him at the skate park, he was introduced as her twin brother. He told me that I took her virginity and that she was 15. I was 19 at the time. I was either 19 or 20. I think 19 though. Pretty sure. So two things already aren't adding up. So I'm like starting to think, I'm like, okay, maybe they're just trying to get revenge on me for what I did, for the hit and run. Maybe I shouldn't go to the skate park. Maybe they're just trying to like, maybe I'm going to an ambush. But I just couldn't live with myself. Yeah, like to go your whole life, you know, I got fucked because some dude tricked me at a bar. I was drunk and I told the police where I got my kilos. Fuck all that. You know, then you have to live with yourself the rest of your life. I'm gay. I'm a snitch. I'm a child molester. I don't think like you would talk like that, but that's like your conscience. That's like a piece of shit part of your conscience, like manifesting. So like, you know, I was like, well, should probably go to the skate park and just kind of see what's happening. I can't go the rest of my life thinking I'm a chomo. And I even had this thought waking up, like I said, like I woke up and I was like, I don't know, like, guys, a whack car, I buy a beer, call and like ask their parents like permission to sleep over somewhere. Doesn't sound like 18 to me. And those were the guys. So I was like, where are the girls? And now, how do they look? So hard to tell, you know? Especially at that age. And it's like a weird thing, because like 19, you know, a 17-year-old is illegal, but they can look the exact same age or older than you. 15, though, that's really bad. You know, I had no idea what I had done, you know? But like, I knew that I had to actually go to the skate park to face it. So I end up shooting more heroin before I'm like, fuck it, if I'm going into an ambush, I may as well be high as shit. Shoot up in the ice tray again. This time I don't wake up with my pants to my ankle. By the way, I never figured out what happened with that. I don't know if Chef like came in and I was like, go deed, and he's like, CPR, and like trying to give me CPR, and then like that didn't revive me. He's like, fuck it, I'm gonna fuck this for real quick. Alright, I gotta go to work. Later. And then I'm just like standing there at a deed and like with like my snowman boxers on. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility. But that's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is that I'm thinking I'm a chomo, or that at least it might be a possibility, and I'm not too happy about it. And shooting heroin doesn't even make me feel better about the whole thing. I'm just feeling bad about it because I hate chomos. And yeah, sleeping with someone, even statutory rape, unacceptable. Like, I'm not cool with that. I've had a couple friends go down for shit like that, and we're not friends anymore over it. And I think that's a scumbag thing to do. So I go to the skate park. I get there, I see her, and she's like, hey. She's like sitting on the bench, like all sullen, and like, hey. Now, this time I'm not projectile vomiting. I'm just nice and like cozy high, but I must have looked like, you know, I'm in like kind of pretty much the same state, except not puke, you know, like, I'm like, hey. And she's like, you really hurt my feelings. What's it to you? What you did? And I was like, I'm really sorry. I was like, those guys that you were with were really scared of me. They seem pretty hardcore, and I'm a bitch. And she's like, you're not a bitch. You're my boyfriend. And it's like, I kiss her on the cheek, and she's like, let's make out. I was like, no. And she's like, why not? And I'm like, because you're underage. She's like, what? And I was like, yeah, that's what your brother told me, that you were 15. She's like, I'm not 15. And I was like, let me see your driver's license. And she's like, okay. She's reaching into, like, she's got this, like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a little backpack like that. It's not a purse, but it's like a backpack like that big. She goes in to grab her wallet, and I'm sitting there like, oh, okay, you're going to show me an ID? She's not 18, okay, cool. All of a sudden, I'm, like, sitting there talking to her. She's going into her shit, and I just get dope clean from behind. I get beat up. You know, and I don't even really know what's happening. It's like happened so quickly and like from behind me that I don't really have a chance to see what's going on. All I know is that I like curl up in a ball, like just to defend myself because I'm getting hit by multiple angles. I'm getting jumped, which happened to be in high school a couple times, so like I knew exactly what I felt like, and it happened to me in county jail in Santa Barbara. But before all this, before Florida. So, I'm never telling you that story where like I was supposed to get the meth, and then like I found it in my sock, and then I just snorted it in the shower, and I snorted it all, and then they like pulled me off the bed and jumped me, and I woke up in the infirmary. Anyway, I've been jumped, so I know what it felt like. So I'm getting hit by like multiple angles. I'm like, you piece of shit, and I'm looking up, and I'm getting pelted by skateboards, which hurts like a motherfucker. Like, I'm getting hit with like the wheels, and they're like, pow, pow, and I'm just getting hit. There's nothing I can do about it. I mean, like, fighting back is completely futile at this point. I'm just like, you know, beat up and getting pelted with the wheels, and I basically get my ass handed to me by these guys, and it's like a group. It's like her brother in a group of his friends, like, you fucking piece of shit, you fucking stupid man or bitch, you just prey on women or what? And I'm just like, no. And I'm looking up and he's just like, spits on me and I'm just like, fuck, I'm leaking too, like, I'm fully, and you gotta remember, the day before that, I had fallen skateboarding this way, and I hit my head when I was trying to drop it on the outlet, so when they, like, were, like, beating me up, that shit came back open, and head wounds just, like, spray, it looks like a, it doesn't even look real, it's like, you know, it looked like a horror movie, like, leaking in blood, and she's like, stop, she, like, grabs me, and she's like, I'm so sorry, and she's like, he's a piece of shit, she's like, but I love him, and I'm just like, I'm a chomo, and she's just like, what? She shows me her ID, and it's a New York ID, and I'm like, barely looking at it, and I'm looking at the date of birth, and it's like 1986, she's 18, holding her like that, and she's like, you guys need to get away from him, and they're like, fuck that guy, and like, just, you know, these skater punks, I mean, really, if I had a little sister, and some dope fiend, like, on the name, why should you drop in on his half pipe? And I'm like, one eye open, like, trying to drop it in, and I'm like, fall, and it's just like obvious that I'm on like seriously heavy narcotics. If that had happened to me with my sister, and then that same dope fiend just like fucked her at a park, and then like, I gotta go pee, and then just like bolted so he could get home to make a sober living, curfew, I would have been pissed too, but she was not 15. That guy basically tried to blackmail me into thinking that to get me to the skate park, saying that he called cops about to come. Him and his friend, I already knew that because I'm like, I think I'm pretty street smart, and I'm like pretty like intuitive. I don't know. I'm gonna try to get my ex-wife's box. That wasn't very smart, but I kind of knew that it was coming. But at the same time, it was like, if I went the rest of my life without like addressing that, I would just feel like a piece of shit. I wouldn't be able to. That's the one and only time that I ever been in a situation even close to that. And that freaked me out so bad from that point forward that I was like a straight weirdo. I was like, okay, hold on, we got this consent form that I got printed out. Hold on. You see that? Yeah, let me take a photocopy of your identification. I wasn't that hardcore, but I was definitely like more conscientious of it at that point. And so like I'm sitting there, she's telling me, she's like, I love you, and I'm like, I'm leaking. My head's just like open, cut up everywhere. I probably like, I really like I had scars all. I've been beat up so many times in my life. I could probably like tell you exactly like this is probably like stuff everywhere. I guess from federal prison where I got fucking beat up like Jack. Right there. That one is when I got jumped by a black dude and hammer fisted me. I don't know if you can see that. It's like right here. That happened in Orange County. I don't know. I got shit on my chin. It's from jail. But yeah, I got scarred. Like, oh, that's a good one too. That's from like somebody's ring. And, like split my chin open. Oh god. But yeah, so she was like calling me, I love you. I was like, I love you too. And the story keeps going and going and going and going. But like basically that's how I met her, and that's how I got jumped for thinking that I was a chiller. Thank you for listening to my piece of shit life. One more installment. Thank you very much. Laura. Alright, so I had already like recorded half the video and I was like yawning and I just sounded like a weirdo. So, okay, so I just sent I ordered a 3 terabyte hard drive off Amazon to the director of the documentary. It's to send me all the footage, so I'll have control over it. I'm just gonna start releasing a bunch of shit on Patreon. The more cohesive stuff, each tier, so like the Sponsored tier, I'm gonna put an entire cut of a documentary on as soon as I get it. It's like an hour long, an hour and 50 minutes. Pretty much like a very rough rendition of what it'll look like. And then on the VIP tier, I'm gonna start putting sections, like an entire interview, stuff like that. And then like montages, filler stuff that we're not using, but it's still pretty cool. I'll put on the $10 tier. I'll put some photographs and stuff on the $3 tier. But I want to start like really putting exclusive content like that. And then there'll be storylines. These are the storylines I'm gonna be doing. Florida, I'm gonna keep doing this series. I'm gonna get to like the Mike Burton stuff coming up pretty soon. I'll incorporate the Megan stuff. It's just gonna be audio. Well, I mean, it'll show her, but it's gonna be like censored. But you guys already know what she looks like. She thinks fucking stupid about it. I don't know. She just doesn't want like to be put on blast. I'm like, bitch, you on blast. Bitch, you on blast. Nah, I don't talk like that. What if I did? Shut up, bitch. That'd be a scumbag about that. I don't know. I'm actually a really nice guy. You gotta be when you have a small cock, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you do. Mr. Girl. Have you ever been with a guy that has a micro penis? I've heard of it. I've had my ex-wife. Yeah, I got it. She's like, one time, I sucked this guy's dick. He had a micro penis. I was like, what does that mean? She's like, it was this big. It was like hard. Hard. I was like, damn, what I look like when you came? She's like, I tear jaw. I was like, ew. Fucking gross. Anyway, so weird. So I'm going to be doing the Florida series. Then I'm going to go to the Parting with Celebrities. That's going to be on that's after China. I'm going to do the China series on VIP. That's only like 2 or 3 videos. I was there for like a month. I think I can maybe do it more than one video. I did like a prelude video to kind of set it up. And then we'll do the Parting with Celebrities on the VIP tier. On the sponsored tier, I'm going to start a series that's when I got out of prison this last year, what was really going on. And there's some pretty really interesting illegal shit that went on, like when I became a male prostitute performer. When I was getting butt fucked at construction sites. I was like, damn, that drywall's bomb as fuck. Let's be out. No, I'm just kidding. But I will talk about all sorts of illegal stuff that happened this last year. Kind of the real story, because of course I put out a false narrative because I could be honest there. And I was on parole. What am I supposed to say? I was doing crazy shit. Not like crazy illegal, but pretty illegal. And eventually that'll trickle back down to the various things. That's what I kind of envision with Patreon. I'll keep some stuff exclusive at the top, and then I'll trickle down other stuff so that like, even if you're in the $10 tier, eventually you'll get stuff in the $20 tier, and the $100 tier, eventually $40 tier will get that. Some stuff will just stay in each tier, and you'll know when it's like, this is staying here. I don't know. So that's what I'm Florida series. We'll get into that. And then, like, don't forget, other stuff happened in Florida that we're going to get into. All the stuff that was up to Mike Virgin, which I've already told, but we'll go more and more into that. Because, you know, I exclude details when I tell that story, and then Megan will just, like, appear in that section. And then I went to jail in Florida, and I was, like, the only white guy. You know? I had to take group showers, and I was like, down one straight gas. I quit snorting Mobition today too. You can probably tell I'm like not like that. I think people are starting to be onto me on YouTube. They're like, oh my god, you're on Mobition. I'm like, oh not all that, it's whack. That shit's whack. You guys know the truth. I'm a Wellbutrin junkie. Yeah, I ran out. I'm out, so I have to stop. But I feel good. I mean, what the fuck? That just shows what a dope, you know. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, you know. If boofing, you know, Dimetap would get you loaded, I would be like, let's boof Dimetap. Just like stick it up my butt. Alright, let's get into the story. Last time that we talked, it was kind of a suspicious story. When I almost thought I was a channel. What if I was? What if it was like guys. I just gotta get off my chest on a chill though. I'm not. I've done a lot of bad stuff. But I can honestly say I've never told on anyone. Ever. Never rolled it up over a dad. And I've never molested a kid. Or raped a woman. Or hit a woman for that matter. Shit, I'm... Fuck, that's like 5 for 5, homie. Kinda sounds like I might be a good guy. No, I'm a scumbag. Alright, so let's get into the story. So, I got beat up. That girl's brother had set me up. Basically made me feel like that I was a mom. And then if I didn't come back, they were gonna get me in trouble with the authorities for being a chomo. Could you imagine? Like going to like calling someone with your one free call? Like, hey, what's up, dog? Oh, nothing. I'm in jail again. Damn. For real, fool? You're always locked up, kinda. I know. That's fucking bullshit, dog. It seems like you're always in jail, kinda. I know. What are you in there for this time? For like selling drugs, for getting wasted and knocking up white boys? No. I'm in here for being a chomo. Serio? A fucking chomo? That's fucking disgusting, no? No. I can even imagine what that call would be like. So after that happened, I went back to this sober living, beat up. I got beat up pretty bad. Now you gotta remember that the time that I had gone to the skate park before that, when I was all like gout out on that China white heroin, I tried to drop it on the half place and I hit my head. That is big old like hole in my head that, you know, turned into this like scab. It looked like I don't even know what it looked like. This is big like black scab that was on me. And then when these guys jumped me at the skate park, you know, you fucked my sister, you bitch. Curl up in a ball, I didn't fuck that. Pussy. And then that thing on my the thing on my head just came completely open. So you gotta remember, like, I had to go back to Chef, the weed dealing culinary arts guy, and he's just like, oh Jesus, what happened to you? And I'm just like, you don't even want to know. He's like, no, I do. I told him the story, and he's just like, you're a piece of shit. And I was like, why? It's like, I guess, like, looking back on that story, I was kind of a piece of shit. I had sex with this girl on this baseball diamond field, and I was just like, I gotta take a piss, and I was just like, bolted. I went back to the half house and just like passed out like nothing happened. So I guess karma got me. So he was like, damn, bro, it's like, that's crazy. So he's like giving me ice and like kind of like nursing me back down. Now I told you about this place, this particular sober living. Like, it was like a weird sober living. Like, it was just an apartment. They drug tested you and you had a curfew. That was it. I mean, you know, I'm sure there's people that watch my videos that have been to sober livings, and usually they make you like do like morning meditation, they make you do chores, they make you go to groups, whatever, go to meetings, all this stupid shit that you have to do when you're on a sober living. Not this place. This place was just a straight up apartment complex that drug tested you. Now, remember, I've been smoking shitty weed, stress weed, as weed. Talked about it in the comments. And I've been drinking malt liquor a lot. I guess not 40. Somebody correct. There's no malt. There are no 40s in Florida. I was like, what shit? Oh, I mean, this was 15 years ago. Sorry. There's no four-door myth thing. No four-door Mustangs. There's no 40-ounce alcohol in Florida. And white... What did I say? White Crips. Not Crips. White Crips. So once in a while I say some shit like that. I mean, I'm trying to tell these stories. It's hard. Sometimes you just fuck up little details like that. So, I knew that I was dirty, you know, and then I was doing China White on top of that. And because I had met that guy TJ, now like I had like a legitimate know, had a connection to get heroin, and I could actually get it. And because I was living in a sober living and I wasn't really like running around homeless in the streets of Delray Beach anymore, my parents started sending me money again, and my habit just kind of grew exponentially with that. And I knew that when they drug tested me that I was going to be fucked. I mean, how would I not be fucked? I had weed, and now I had heroin in my system. And I was beat up. So I looked suspicious, but like I said, I mean, it's not like you were really seeing, like, you know, you didn't see staff, you didn't really, like, ever, I didn't even know, like, who ran that place. I mean, they just kind of, like, gave you an apartment, and, you know, if you weren't there on time, like, you'd get in trouble. But I wasn't there on time very often, I don't really remember. But there was, like, it was weird. So, man, it is so hot. I don't know where you guys are, but it's hot as fuck here in LA. It is cooking right now. We bought an air conditioner, a portable one, $250. Is that a good deal? 1,400 something? 1,400 watts or something. I don't know. That's not what it was, but it was like 8,000, and we got 14,000, whatever. So if you know anything about air conditioners, we got one for 14. It was 14,000. We paid $250 for it. On Amazon, it's 500. We got it used. Seems like a good deal. But the office that I'm in, it does not get cooled off. So, so I knew that my time was done, and I was beat up. Now, about a week goes by. We get more and more strung out, and sure enough, there's a knock on the door one day. Mr. Leo, I'm like, yes? You need to come downstairs into the staff office, and you need to drug test. I'm like, I look at my room, and I'm like, I'm fucked. Like, yeah, alright, I'll be down there. And he's like, you're not fucked. I got you. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, I got you for sure. I was like, yeah. We like, just piss. He's like, I'm not dirty. I'll pee. You can put it in a Visine bottle. I mean, you can just squeeze it into the cup. I was like, don't they watch you pee? He's like, dude, it's a chick. She's not gonna watch it. I'm like, really? Okay. So he peed in this Visine bottle. And I go down, and there's this girl. Now, she's blonde. She's probably, so I'm like 20 now. Like, no. I'm still 19. Still 19 at this point. Yeah, that's right, because I'm about to turn 20. And I remember that specifically. So I'm like 19 at this time. This girl's probably 37, 38, but like, you know, we've talked about before, when you're 19 and a girl's that old, it feels like they're like so much older than you. Like at 20 or 19, a 37-year-old seems like a 50-year-old when you're like 30, you know? It's really weird how that works. I mean, think back to when you're like 19, 20, 37, 40-year-old, that seems old as fuck. It doesn't to me anymore. My wife's 36, I'm 34. You know, and this girl that I'm having is probably about 37, 38, and my wife doesn't seem like she's 36. She looks like she's like 20. She's 30. She's 2 years older she's a year older than me. Yeah, she's born in 84, I'm born in 85. She looks really young. Doesn't Karina look young compared to me? I'm all shot out, like lines on my forehead, my dick's this big, either I'm fat or buff, not like a little root beer barrel dick. So I go down to drug test with this girl, and she's like in her like late 30s, and she's like, and she has a southern drawl, and she's like, hey. I was like, hey. And she's like, you had a drug test? I was like, yeah. I was like, I heard you don't launch, but I'm just gonna say you can if you want to. And she was just like, oh, because you think you're the first one that's tried that shit with me? Come on, pee. Come on, go into the room and pee. And she's all like, giggling, you know? And like, come on, even at 19, you can tell when a girl's being flirtatious, and she's being flirtatious to me. I don't know if I can cite an exact example, but I picked up on it. I went into the bathroom, they squeezed a little Visine bottle, handed her the test, it had like this much pee in it, it was like so suspect. And she's like, okay, thank you. And I was like, I'm Ryan. I forgot what her name is, but she introduced herself. So anyway, so now I go back, and then now I know that I can be drug tested at this place. So it turns into this whole thing where like I'm getting high, parents were sending me money, going and hanging out with TJ, and, you know, I'm going back and living in the sober living. At the time, my dad had signed me up for like the old Netflix where, you know, they would send you the DVDs, and I remember I was watching Train Spotting a lot. Like I could order any movie I wanted. I just want to watch Train Spotting, you know, just like it's more like when you're in jail and you want to watch Cops or like a locked up show. You're like, let's watch that. We're locked up, but let's watch some other dudes that are locked up for getting arrested. That sounds bomb. It's the same kind of shit. You're strung out on your heroin. You're like, let's watch a heroin movie. Dude, this shit's so entertaining. Ridiculous. But like, so I watched that movie over and over and over again. So what ends up happening is I started spending more time with TJ. Now TJ's kind of like a wigger. You know, the white guy that thinks he's black. I know that can be kind of perceived as a racist term. I'm really not like that at all. I know I say that all the time. Like usually when you're not racist, you don't really have to say like, no, whoa, I'm not racist. I'm not racist. I swear to God, I'm not racist. It's like, well, why do you have to say that? You're not. I really am not. But like a lot of times I think things that I say can be perceived as that way. I remember like some gay guys like, are like, you're homophobic. I'm like, I don't even give a fuck about stuff like that. Like, you know, just, you know, don't try to butt fuck me. And if you do, Venmo me like 13 or 14 bucks. Hello. So, I started hanging out with TJ. Speaking of gay, I can't tell if the guy's gay or not. He's always having young guys over there. They're always Asian. It's always young Asian guys that have like these model, like these kid cars. You know what I'm talking about? Like they're like Hondas, but like they like have the BMW logo on it, and there's like these flimsy body kits on it. And they're like, yeah, this is my BMW. They have like the BMW like logo emblazoned on the like on the steering wheel, but it's like a holographic sticker. It's like the same kind of sticker like a junior deputy badge. You know, it's like kind of like shiny and gold. You know what the fuck? It's a BMW thing, like a sticker. And you know, they have like that gel hair. They listen to techno, and you know, they like have Dragon Ball Z like hoodies with like multiple logos all over it, and they're just, I don't know. I guess that's like for TJ's homies or whatever. And they're like, who are those guys? Like, shut up. I just kind of took that as weird. What the fuck? Like, why would you say that? Like, why? You know, like he almost like knew that I was like making fun of him, because it was weird that he would hang out with guys like that, their kid cars and their techno and their what else is there? There's weird stuff. That was back when those little electronic pets were popular. Do you remember those? They were like these little electronic, like they were the most ridiculous things ever. They made no sense. They were like super popular at the time. These little like electronic. It was like an electronic pet that you would have. And like, you know, the whole thing, like you turned it on, it was like an egg, and then it would like hatch. And it didn't really do anything. You could like press buttons and they could go like, and then if the battery, I remember like the battery would die and people would like, oh my god, I forget what were these things called. They're like, there was some weird name, some weird Asian name, like, I don't know. But like when the battery died, they'd be like, oh my god, my electronic pet's dead. And then like flush it down the toilet like it was a dead goldfish. I'd be like, dude, why don't you just put any battery in it? Shut up. Shut up. You always make light of shit like this. I'm like, dude, it's not a real, it's a fuck, it's, okay. It's one of those kind of like worthless trends, like Pogs. Remember Pogs? The slammers? They'd have like the really like high-tech slammers that were like shredder slammers with like claws on them. And like, the shredders, for any of you guys that are younger and don't know what Pogs are, they're like these little like cardboard, they're almost like trading cards, but they were like circular cardboard wafers, I guess. I don't even know how you'd describe little wafer-looking things. Like the whole point, which you would like they'd come with like Pog holders, like these like plastic holders that you could put them in, and you're supposed to put the Pogs on a stack, and then you get a slammer and like slam it down, and like Pogs would like. It's just, it sounds ridiculous trying to explain this. This is how ridiculous it was. I don't know. There was a lot of weird trends and stuff like when we were growing up, you know. And if you're older than me, you still probably know talking about Pogs and slammers and nobody ever played the Pog games. They would just have these like collectible, kind of like gimmicky Pogs. Dude, look at my Simpsons themed Pog. Look, it has Marge, and it has Homer, and it has Bart, and it has Maggie, and it has Krusty, and you're just like, who gives a shit, dude? The son's an urban skateboard. You know, that was one of those bad influence kind of things. But yeah, that was going on this summer. These like electronic Asian pets, and these kids would come over in these like kid BMW cars. They're Hondas that would look like luxury cars. They're really obvious, and it was. And I think DJ like butt fucked him. I'm not really sure. Like, so I started going to his house a lot. Okay, so I lived at the sober living house, and it was in Delray Beach. He lived in West Palm Beach. No, he might have lived in Delray. I don't know. He lived right, like, not too far from the sober living. He lived close enough to where my sober living was, where I could skateboard to his place. So I'd go over there, and like, he would sell China. He had the best heroin that I found the whole time that I was in Florida. This really, really, really good China white that would eventually kill a girl that I left to rehab right in my arms. Remember the girl that that Megan had to like clean sperm out of her vagina with herbal essences? Dude, never. That was the best heroin that I did out in Florida. So I would go over there. I always had the same routine. Now, also at this time, and I think this is probably important to bring up. See, like some of these stories are just to build up other stories. So let me go into this detail because it's important to know. So back in when I got sent away to Utah, I had like I don't know, my first little girlfriend. This girl Kelly, right? We didn't even like do anything. It was like a really like innocuous, innocent kind of thing. And what happened is she was a cutter. You know, she was a self-mutilator because she had endured some abuse when she was younger. And I was just like kind of misplaced at that in Utah. You know, I don't think I really needed to be there. That's wrong. Have you ever had your Yeats lost? I lost mine 6 Saturdays ago, homeboy. Like a really creepy show. Yeats, for those of you that tune in to my juvenile delinquency series, Yeats is your anal virginity. So they would have this proverbial term, losing your Yeats, which meant that you were butt fucked in some shadowy alley from your friends. You know? I don't know anything about it. Sounded weird to me. But so like, you know, I felt misplaced there. She felt, you know, she fit in a little better there, and that's when I was 15, and she was really out of control. She's a bad kid. She knocked out staff members all the time, females. I would chin check them and knock them the fuck out. I really liked her, you know. And then she was like the coolest girl ever. And we had this kind of innocent, flirtatious thing, and then my life kind of kept going, and I got out of there. She ended up staying there longer than me, and then I got sent back there when I was 17, and I was there with her. And I wrote her a letter. I had my dad send her a letter, and she sent me some scathing, like, really, Ryan, you were the love of my life. We're like 17 at the time. You were the love of my life, and you never wrote me when you got out. You got into cocaine. You got into Jedi mind tricks and immortal technique, and you didn't give a fuck about me, did ya? And I just got this letter that, fuck, I was just trying to get some bomb shots or something, you know, I'm sorry, fuck. And that was that. Yeah, I didn't talk to her. Then when I was 18, after Kate broke up with me, I was bummed out, depressed, watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre and doing ab exercises like Christian Bale in American Psycho. It's like, 76, 77, and just seeing some chick get like gutted in the chainsaw. I'm like, I'm so heartbroken. And she called me. She called me out of nowhere. And she's like, hey, I know you. What the fuck is it? Like, it's Kel. It's like, Kel? Who's Kel? That it was like some tranny that like I'd probably talk to, like wasted, like, you know, downtown Santa Barbara. Like, you look like a dude, here's my number. Happened to me a couple times when they call and they'd be like, hey, it's Tanya. And they're like, what's up, Tanya?
Nothing? Do you want to go bowling? And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. Well, you should probably know that I'm a guy. And I'd be like, what the fuck? Click. And I thought it was one of those things. But she's like, it's Cal. I was like, who? And she explained. And so I had this delusion because you gotta remember, I was just coming out of a breakup with Kate. Totally heartbroken. Your first love hurts the most. It hurts. You know, I was never a self-mutilator, but if there was ever a time that that I should have cut, it would be right there. I thought, worthless junkie. Can't even keep a girl, you piece of shit. And so since we broke up and then she called, it was kind of like a matter of convenience, you know. And that's, you know, that's how I work. I don't know if that's how other people work. You know, not everyone's like that. Some people go through breakups and they're just like so heartbroken. Just like, I hate people, and they just, you know, that's dumb. When I break up, I have to have rebound sex, and like not just like normal, like raw dog, you know, nasty, like let's film it and let's upload it somewhere. So, you know, rebound, like pervert and shit. I think it's a validation thing, I'm not sure. So she became like, I guess, some sort of illusion. And that kind of mutated into, you know, me wanting to make an underground film with Paul, my very good friend that just died. You know, Paul, I pitched it. I'm like, let's make a film. It'll be like Fear and Loathing and Blair Witch Project. Bought it. We'll drive cross country because she lived in Michigan. We'll drive cross country from California to Michigan and we'll do a bunch of drugs. We'll smoke crack. We'll do peyote. I had these like really delusional, grandiose visions of like making like the counterculture, like cult classic of the century. Like us doing drugs in my Volvo going to Michigan. Like I like thought about like scenes where I'd be like shirtless with like my long shaggy hair, like taking peyote like I was Jim Morrison, and we'd like put some like trippy trance music behind it, and I'd be like doing like a snake dance and then like I don't know what the fuck I attribute a lot of it to crack. You know, I was smoking a lot of crack when I was like coming up with these weird ass ideas. So anyway, so basically that became an obsession of mine because I'm OCD. Not OCD where I'm like clean, because I'm not. I'm gross. I haven't cut my toenails in like 9 months. They're like that. My toenails are longer than my cock. Straight up. You know, and then they like curl. You know, I look like a gargoyle statue or something. And it's fucking gross. You know. And but I have OCD in the sense where when I think of something, like when I really get my mind set on something, I get this like obsessive energy towards it. So for a long time, I had in my mind that I was gonna make this film, this underground cult movie. So it was like halfway, I thought that that's what was gonna make me. So I just had these like dreams of being some sort of like cult drug person. You know, I think it's because I grew up idolizing Hunter S. Thompson and like other people like that. William S. Burroughs, even though he shot his ex-wife and then started sucking dick to forget about the pain, which honestly, as cool as that sounds, I never went down that road. Burroughs was kind of a creep like that. You know, so half of it was the delusion of wanting to make that film, and another half was that like I thought that Megan had feelings for her, and I really didn't. She was just a good listener. So it happened for many years, from about 18 until probably about 20. Well, she wrote me while I was in the feds until 2010. We got in a fight over politics because I was a liberal and she was a conservative. I was like, you dumb cunt. I said this to her when I was in prison, and then she'd been talking to me for years, and then she ended up getting pregnant. And now she has like 3 kids, and I'm like really good friends with like her whole family. She's a sister to me. But so the point that I'm telling you all this is that back then I was living in Florida, and I still have this delusion that I was going to make that film, and I was talking to her every day. And I really cherish this conversation. She's one of my best friends to this day. And it wasn't really a romantic thing. It really wasn't there. We were more like just a brother and sister kind of friend type thing. But she was a great listener. And
like I'd be on the streets of Florida and I'd be like, I'm so hungry. And she'd be like, why don't you just like go to the buffet section at Sizzler and just like eat the little chicken things? And I'm just like, no, hey, how do you go? Okay. Sometimes she'd send me money. She was really cool with that. She'd send me letters and stuff. And I was in rehab. She was always like very supportive when I went to jail. She'd send me letters as well. So while I was living in Florida, I talked to her all the time. So that was basically what I lived with a sober living. I watched Train Spotting, go to TJ's house, and I'd talk to her in his living room. I'd shoot heroin and talk to her. And like back then, I really thought that heroin was like cool. You know, I'd call her up and be like, I am high on heroin right now because I'm tortured and mysterious. She's like, that's fucking stupid. She's like, I just went to a bar and had a trainer on me. No, I don't know. She never said she like that. I don't think after she could have. No, I'm sorry. I don't do that. And then she has Patreon or stuff. But anyway, so the point is, that was really like my life, as pathetic as it was. And like once in a while I'd have like sexual rendezvous in Florida, fuck some girl, you know, on a field in the middle of Bunker Raton or something. But I spent the majority of my time talking. And the reason I spent so much time just explaining that, you'll know, plays a very, very big part of the whole Florida story. And I need to reference it multiple times. So I'd, you know, be at the sober living, I'd skate around, watch Train Spotting there, and I'd skate to TJ's, and I'd like sit on the living room couch, shoot heroin, call Kelly, and then like the Asian guys would come over. And they'd always be really short, you know. You ever notice like ISIS could be really short, like kind of like Ewoks? There's like Asians like that too, like really like fat ones, but like their lip rays pierced and just like with like, you know, the Adidas shell toe. You almost feel like they should have glow sticks and shit, like those kind of people. And then like they'd go with TJ into his room, door shut, and techno. You'd see like a strobe light, like, no, what was it? I don't know if he was like just going like that with the light switch. You'd see like light strobing from under the door. And I'd be like, what's going on there? It sounds like you're outside some rave or something. I'm like, I don't know. I think my heroin dealer just like butt fucking a couple Asian cats right now. She's like, that's fucking whack. I'm like, I already know. I'm just here for the drugs. She's like, I know. So that was really like my life. So I talked to her a lot. And she had like boyfriends and stuff. So as I was living in the sober living, and I'm peeing into the Visine bottles, and I'm getting away with stuff, every time I have to go test, which is frequent and abnormal, right? I'm getting tested more than anyone else there. And I start to realize it's because this like 37-year-old who I think's like ancient, she's like a cougar to me, wants to fuck me. Or at least I think that. Who knows? I mean, I had like the worst acne, and like I was skinny, and you know, it's not like I had some bomb-ass body or anything. I'd always go in there like shirtless, like for no reason. And she'd be like, hey, you gotta wear a shirt, you know? I'd be like, I'm doing the laundry, I don't have one. She's like, wow, where'd you get that tattoo? I'd be like, oh, my ink? I can tell you about it. That's Hunter S. Thompson. He's a writer. She's like, did it hurt? I'm like, every cell in my body ached. But it was like a tribute to him, if you know what I mean. She'd be like, it's so sweet. So around that time I also got a job. So my parents were like, we're not just gonna send you money anymore. They didn't even realize that all the money that they were sending me was going straight into my arm. I forget where I was working, but it was like another telemarketing kind of place. Something like that. I don't even remember what. I don't work at some fucking places. I bet the one that I was at that time doesn't even really stick out of memory. But I did save up for a tattoo. That's like one of the few things that I like saved up for and got. And I got this one. This little sun. And you can't see it, but it's crying and it has a black eye. It didn't have like all this other stuff. Like it didn't have color. It didn't have this wave. It was just this sun. Yeah, I was that guy. And you know, of course, I'd wear like the sleeveless shirts. So like, if you can picture me from back then, I had like long, shaggy hair, acne, I didn't have all these other tattoos either. I would just have like the little sun, the fear and loathing, and I'd walk around with like my, sleeveless shirts and just be like, hey, I'm just here to serve. There's like no waves there in Florida. Not where I live. So that's pretty much your lane. So eventually what happens is, I'm hanging out with DJ, I'm talking to Kelly all the time, I'm skating, I'm watching Train Spotting, that's my life. I'm living with Chef, he's giving me a clean fist. He ends up leaving. With no explanation, I don't know where he goes. I think maybe he got kicked out, or maybe he just left. I'm not really sure. So now I have the place to myself, which is cool, turns into a jack shop, just like jerking off in the kitchen, or jerking off in the living room, jerking off Train Spotting. No, I'm not, that's fucking weird. But now that he's not there, I know that I'm screwed. So I go down for my, now it's becoming like my bi-weekly drug test. Go down there with my shirt off, and I know that I'm screwed. But see, in my delusional, arrogant head, I'm like, I'm looking so bomb, this chick's not even gonna trip. So I go in there and I give her a dirty test, and it's one of those, where she actually sticks the dipstick in, and it comes up dirty for opiates and THC. And she's like, oh boy. I'm like, what's up? Now, come to find out that this place is owned by her husband and her. So it's like a couple that owns this place, and she's like, honey, you're dirty. I was like, dirty how? And she's like, you're dirty for pot, and you're dirty for heroin, for opiates. I can't have you here like that. I was like, are you serious? Now, we had like such a flirtatious banter at this point. I really did think that she wasn't going to trip on me. She's like, yeah, I can't have you here. I don't remember what her husband was. It was some like really mustache name, like Harold or something. Well, Harold will be so upset, sweetheart, if he finds out that you're dirty. I'm gonna have to take you somewhere. You're gonna have to go to detox. I'm like, you're kidding me. And she's like, I'm not kidding you. So she ends up actually taking me to a detox center. And I'm like, well, where are you going to take me? Like, I don't think my dad will pay for detox. She's like, oh, no, I can take you to the best place. I was like, all right. So we're in the car, and she's driving. And she drove an Audi, like an Audi convertible. And I'm in the passenger seat, and she's just kind of like, she's wearing like this, like a tennis skirt, if you know what that is. It's kind of like a ruffled little skirt, and like I can remember this like it was yesterday. Kind of like a leotard top. It's not right. I don't know. Whatever. It's like a tennis outfit, basically what she's wearing. And so we're driving in her Audi, and she brings me to this detox. Now she parks the car, and she's like, "Go in." And I was like, "No kids?" She's like, "You know I'm married." And I was like, I was like, and she's like, what? And I was like, are you sick? I was like, let me tell you something. I said, why did you test me so much? I was convinced that you liked me or something. And she just turns beet red, and she's like, I was like, because you don't test anyone else. Why are you testing me? What, just because I came and beat up one time? Like, why do you test me all the time if you don't like me? She's beet red, like almost biting her lip, like, and I'm just like, I just go in and kiss her. Now, usually when I do stuff like that, she'll kiss back, or like, and she just like, so I go in to kiss her, and she's just like, she like pecks me back. So she did kiss back. So as soon as she did that, I put my hand in her crotch. She's wearing this little skirt thing. And I started, doing the spider crawl, and I go, how do I say this without sounding like a complete piece of shit? I finger her. I stick my fingers in her vagina, and I'm just like touching it, and she's just like, no. Like almost like crying. I'm like, what the I'm like, am I hurting you? She's like, no. Harold just never does this to me. I don't know if his name was Harold, but it was some mustache name like that. You know what I'm talking about? It was some mustache, like Hank or some shit like that. Hank or Harold or whatever. And she almost was like crying. So I end up, not kissing her neck. It's actually like a very sensual hookup. When she's like 37, for me that's like, felt like I was like on some cougar porn or something. And so I'm sitting there parked in front of the state-run detox, fingering the owner's wife of my sober living, and I'm like kissing her neck and blowing air in her ear, like a move that I remember learning on like the Wonder Years show when I was a kid. And eventually, we just climb into the back. I'm talking about this, there's no space. Like, if you know how big there's like maybe enough room for people to sit. There's definitely not enough room for people to have sex, but we make it work. And she's like, kind of like sticks her legs up. So she's like in between the seats, and then like I go in, and it's really, really hardcore. Like, I'm just like, fuck. It's like the middle of the day in front of this really ghetto detox center. She's wearing a tennis skirt, and she has her legs like beat out in this convertible. And just like, and I look like such a weirdo. And like making sure to flex my like pheromone tattoo. And like I gotta come, and she's like, give it on my stomach. It was like a toaster strudel. And as soon as that happens, as soon as I come, and then it happened, and then I come, and it's like kind of awkward after, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. But when it's like the middle of the day like that, and it's someone that you've kind of had, it's kind of like having a authoritative role on you for a while, it's kind of weird, and she was like so fucking embarrassed, like hell. And she's just like, like getting her panties back on, and like, she's just like, you tell anyone about this? I'm gonna say it didn't happen. She's all too cool for school. She has Southern accent. I just don't feel like doing that. I don't know. So she takes me into this detox. She's like, takes me there like she's my fucking mom or something. Like, yeah. Acting like I didn't fuck her in her Audi convertible, her old tennis outfit. So she takes me into this detox. Now, at this point, I've probably been doing heroin for like 3 weeks. I've been I'm on a nice little run. And it's not this fentanyl shit that's out these days. Like, this is like real deal heroin, China White, I swear to God, is the worst kick in talk. It almost feels like it's synthetic. Probably because there's some fentanyl in it, and it's refined tar. It's basically treated, mixed with lactose and fentanyl and whatever else, and it's kind of like an extract. This stuff is pretty good. So she, it's like run by like, I don't know, it's like some black chick, and she's doing my intake, and she's doing all my paperwork, and, it's not like any detox I've ever been to. So after, like, they say that there's a bed for me, she ends up leaving. She's like, okay, it's just, you can tell she's really weirded out that this just happened. I know she wanted to. I think she wasn't expecting me to just like put on some move like that, and then it just kind of like happened. And I don't know. I've been in a lot of situations like that in my life. They don't always turn out great. Sometimes it just totally kills. Sometimes I think that it's like the best. Like I've been friends with a girl for like, we're just friends. Hey, come over, let's watch Frasier. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, damn, would it be crazy if you were sucking my dick? And they're like, yeah, it would be. And then like afterwards, it's like, yeah, I never want to talk to you again. You think that's so teeny and it smells like shit. Like, I'm not a friend anymore. So there's stuff like that. So anyway, so she leaves me there. And I'm used to my dad sending me these plush resort type detox centers. I'm never been to a state-run place. And, I kind of knew something was up when they weren't really like putting time into doing an intake, And they just kind of like, we're like, okay, we'll give you a bed. They ask me like, are you allergic to penicillin? Are you allergic? Okay, cool. All right, I'll bring you in here. Here, put on this uniform. I'm like, uniform? What the fuck? And they give me like these khaki, like, this like khaki. It almost looks like khaki scrubs. Like it looks like I'm in a county jail except it's khaki colored. They bring me into this dormitory, like these barrack-style dorms, and there's just rows and rows and rows of the most degenerate, street-looking Florida people, and they're all just like, you hear different people just squirt by. It's like being in some horror factory. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I'm looking, and there's just like people just like crawling like in between like the barracks and like puking into like tin buckets. I'm like, Jesus, what is this place? And they're like, okay, here's your bed. And I look, and it's just like, there's like some chomo looking black, like old black guy, and he's just like looking at me toothless. And I'm like, oh my God, where am I? What the fuck? And they just leave me there in my little khaki scrub. And they're like, okay, chow. It's twice a day. And we give you a lunch, bag lunch. So it's just like state prison in California or something. So I'm like sitting there on my bed. First of all, they give you no, like, their bed is just like a plastic mattress and like some like nasty wool blanket. This is so jail-esque. And I'm like looking at this like toothless black guy. I was like, hey man, what's up? He's like, oh, how many rocks? I'm like, no, I don't have any rocks. I was like, when are they gonna give me the methadone or the Suboxone? He's like, and then like, you know, he probably has like tuberculosis or like emphysema, and he's just coughing and like, he's gonna drop dead in front of me, and I'm like, what's up? You know, look for shit on my shit. And I'm like, what? You mean they don't give you shit? And that's what kind of place this was. This was a state-run detox that's not medical. They just put you in these barracks, give you some tin cans, and feed you a few times a day. And like, if you need something, they'll give you like a fucking ibuprofen. Yeah, it was like kicking in jail. It was probably worse than jail. You can't even get commissary or anything. You're just in these khaki scrubs. There's like, I'm like, he's like, wow, where's the recreation room? So, like, you see like 3 people playing Uno, the card game Uno. That's the only game that they have. It's like 1 pack of the Uno, the card game. It's missing like 6 of the wild cards on it. What the fuck is this? And we will get back, or we will get into what happens at this detox and what happens with the TJ and Florida Chronicle in the next episode. It's been really hot here today. I've neglected spending time with my wifey. I spent a lot of time with Nika today, but not with Karina. So we're going to go watch Doctor Sleep. I read the book, Sequel to Shining, and then we watched some of it on our birthday. It's really good. If you guys haven't seen that, Ewan McGregor, it's the sequel to Shining. Pretty dope. Alright, it's been fun. I appreciate you. I'll see you next time. Allah, bro. Alright, well, man, I've been having some Wi-Fi issues lately. Well, everyone knows them. Pretty much always have Wi-Fi issues. You know, I live in a guest house in LA, and we have been using our landlord's Wi-Fi. Then we upgraded, I don't know, like 3 months ago, and we were supposed to have 200 MPS. I used to be really good with technology, and I've talked about this many times, and then I started going to prison, and now, you know, I got out and people weren't using DOS anymore. They weren't using Windows 98. They were using whatever they're using now, iOS, the new operating systems that, you know, I just didn't evolve with the rest of culture because I was locked up. And I guess MPS is how you quantify, it's a really easy acronym and I don't know why I'm blanking on it, but it's pretty much how you quantify how fast your Wi-Fi speed is. So I had paid for 200 MPS, which is, I don't know, it's like low, you know, it's, I think it goes like 200, 500, goes up to 940, and I'm sure there's other plans. This is just with the particular service that I use. And there's ways to test your MPS, and I tested mine, and it came in at 18 MPS. and I Googled that, and I went on one of those message boards where you could like be like, hey, is this good? And people just started like responding with the little like crying, laughing emojis. I was like, what? They're like, that's like dial-up modem status. So I made an appointment and I'm upgrading to 940 MPS, which is cool. It means that I can basically download butt fucking Congo line videos, Roadshot porn in seconds instead of hours. It takes me, when I upload a video that's like 40 minutes, it takes 2.5 hours. I thought that was normal. When I get on my Nokia phone and play Snake 2, I'm like, oh yeah, this is normal. This is what everyone's doing. But now I gotta get with the times and I gotta get better technology. So that's what I'm doing. And I already, I've been uploading a lot of stuff, so I found a hard drive that has, I think I've talked about it, it has like hundreds of hours of footage, it has a bunch of photos, like thousands of photos, pretty much my entire life, because this is the stuff that Jeff had archived when we first started doing the documentary. So pretty much everything that I talk about, I have a lot of pictures of a lot of stuff that I talk about, a lot of videos, and I've been putting it up on Patreon, and people are happy about it. What else? Drug Stories for Truckers is officially coming out. We're just waiting for its release. It'll be on Spotify, iTunes. Donating all that to the Paul Project. I'll also be doing some raffles with Mickey Avalon and Sinister, giving away paintings, drawings, vinyls, all sorts of stuff. Because it's illegal in certain states to send Narcan, so now I have to have an attorney because we have to look over the legality of it, and we just started the process for getting everything with the Secretary of State through LegalZoom. There's expenses coming up, so to get the tax exempt status and to make sure that it's legal to send it to places and to use the mail, period. I mean, there's ways to get Narcan. I have 500 of your email addresses saved on that site. Once we send the 500, which I'm trying to, I just got to get it cleared by an attorney, and then we're going to send it. Doing some charity stuff. The Kindle version of my book is now going towards the Paul Project, and I just got accepted by Cameo. So I can be like, dude, I'll suck your dick for indica or sativa butt shakes. I love it. You guys can just make me say whatever I want. Yeah, I'm Ryan, I'm a bitch, and shit like that. And you pay me, and it's $20, and any proceeds I get from that will go towards the Paul Project. If you're in the $100 tier, you get a personalized Skype, Zoom, phone call with me once a month, and you also get free Cameo, and you get a gift. We just sent out Sinister lithographs to those sponsor tiers, and now we're going to send exclusive UGG boots this month. So lots of reasons to check out Patreon, plus a lot more storylines, exclusive footage, shit like that. And I'm having a good time with it, and I appreciate you guys that have supported me because my life turned around. And I already I'd already recorded 2 story videos, and it's on this other hard drive, so now I have to redo them. I hate redoing stories. I've already done the story that I'm about to do. And then I did a China story, which is a VIP tier storyline for Patreon. I have to redo both of those right now, and that sucks. I got an offer today to be in a movie, which is pretty cool, to act in a movie. And they're going to make me juggle bowling pins. I'm playing a gay skinhead. From Oakland. Like, comment, subscribe, patreon.com/RyanManning. Check out Cameo. I also fixed the link for the merchandise. That's not going towards charity. That is going towards Newport 100s. But Kindle version, raffles we do, and Drug Stories for Truckers, and the Cameo stuff is for that. And the paperbacks I used to send free books to prison, and I have an assistant now. I think I'm caught up on sending stuff. I know there's one sweatshirt that somebody had commented. We got that. We got your address if you sent it. I commented back, and I'll forward that on to the assistant to send it to you. Send you tracking as well. And that's about it. So where we're at in the storyline is this is the breakdown period. This is right before I went back to prison for the 3rd time. So just to kind of bring everybody back up to date where we're at. basically, I was homeless. Yeah, I got out of prison for the second time. This was in 2017. And I met Karina, my wife, and I got pregnant probably within like a month of us dating. We were really, really bad alcoholics during that period. We both stopped drinking right around the time that we found out she was pregnant. She stopped immediately. I probably stopped like a week or two later. I think a week later. And then a bunch of stuff happened. I sold the rights to Wasting Talent to Santos, and then the documentary Idiot Savant went into production. We started talking about that, and during the course of the documentary going into production, me knowing that I was going back to prison for the third time for my pimping and pandering case, being on federal probation, having a therapist that just, you know, tell her about how I punch my chick in the stomach and watch cum spew out of her nose like walrus tusks. And everyone's like, that's not what it's called. It's called a flying scorpion squat. Well, I mean, I'm just joking. I've never done that. That's fucking weird. I mean, if you've done that, that's probably crystal meth related, and it's cool. I mean, it's not me. I'm a shooting heroin and watching Naked Knife in the motel kind of guy. Never been a tweaker. Well, I mean, I have. I mean, my saying I've never been a tweaker, I like shot meth for like 3 years and stuck shampoo bottles at my ass. I get weird on that. Get paranoid. I get hypersexual. Sometimes I get paranoid and sexual at the same time. Beat off on looking through peepholes. Look like the Monopoly guy. Okay, what's up, man? Dumb, huh, man? Your blush looks like a hog, huh, boy? Sorry, I haven't done that one for a long time. I wanted to. Oh, God, I always forget to put my shit on airplane mode. Okay, so, in the last video, I've been talking about Paul. It sucks talking about him. I really miss him a lot. He was a great guy, and we had the same sense of humor, and he was a really talented guy. Great artist, great editor. You know, he made a lot of really, really, really great content. I have all of it, and I might start releasing it. I might just start putting it on the channel. You know, not everything that's on his channel. But the reason that I talked about him so much in the last couple of videos is because he was part of the breakdown period. You know, I found out that Nico had a hole in his heart. We didn't know if he had Down syndrome. We didn't know if it was related to Karina being drunk. You know, when he was conceived. We think, just to go back to when Nico was conceived, just because I want to talk about it, because it involved fucking my hot chick, wife, person. She's cool. She's cool. She's a nice person. So the night that I think that Nico was conceived, we used to party in the salon that Karina worked at before she got fired. So we would get just straight hammered at this place. We'd smoke cigarettes in there, we'd run around naked and play games, and she'd be like, oh my god, I shot my cigarette, fuck me. I'd be like, what if I quit smoking? And she's like, then just fuck me for free. I'm like, oh my god. Your stories fell off. And don't watch them, guys. Jeez. I have to attack me. Some people like it. For the 10 of you that still like me, hi. Hey. Talk about prison. Talk about how tough you were. I'm a bitch. I'm not a good convict. I'm a spoiled bitch. So we used to party at her salon, and I remember very specifically waking up at on 4th of July. 4th of July is when I think that Nico was conceived. So we woke up wasted. I don't think we might have been doing coke the night before. I want to say that we were, maybe. I don't know. Whatever the case, we were fighting bad, and we were at the salon, and we woke up naked upstairs in this little lounge, butt naked, and we heard all these people in there. Now, the salon wasn't open that day, so Chris like, oh my god, there's people here. Do you think they know we got fucked? Oh my god, what if there's a camera and they saw me bending over for the cigarette thing and they saw the whole thing? I'm like, so what? Who cares? She's like, yeah, I don't care either. So there were these people in the salon, and, you know, like I said, I mean, the place was supposed to be closed that day. So she's like, shh, shh, be quiet. I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm like all like hungover because I think we were doing blow the night before. And I think we were drinking. I don't really remember. But I remember I woke up and I just started smoking a cigarette in this, like we're indoors at the salon. We're upstairs in this little, I guess it's like the best way to describe it would be like a staff lounge. And I'm just sitting there naked smoking a cigarette. And she's like going to investigate who these people were. And somebody that worked there, I guess their family was there from out of town and they were giving them a tour. You know, this guy's like, okay, so, you know, the guy talked about that. Not saying if you work at a salon that you're gay, but this guy worked at a salon and he was super gay. He's like, yeah, this is, that's just like Karina, yeah, this is where I work, and, ooh, it smells like cigarettes in here. Karina comes up, like, this really happened, she said that, and then she runs up and she's like, oh my god, what are you doing? Why are you smoking? And I'm just, like, naked, I'm like, oh, I don't know. So I put it out, and we almost got busted. And it kind of blew our spot up. It freaked her out. Because we would like kind of sleep there. When we didn't have anywhere else to sleep, we'd sleep up in the staff lounge. And we'd get drunk. Sometimes cocaine. Anal sex, you know. Typical Wednesday night stuff. And Karina's like, we can't stay here. We gotta go. So we ended up taking off. And it kind of like ruined our place to stay. Now at the time, my parents had already gotten their restraining order on her. My parents had kicked me out. This is like when I was in like full-blown homeless stage. I posted a lot of footage from this era on Patreon. I was like basically surviving by selling things out of my backpack. Legal things. And so we had nowhere to go. You know, she could stay at her parents' house, but she couldn't, like someone stuck in the middle of my kids, she couldn't have me over there. But what happened is we ended up going to like the Santa Barbara 4th of July parade on State Street, which is like the main street right there. We walked to a park. I remember we got Slurpees at 7-Eleven. We didn't even get Slurpees though, like we didn't even put the Slurpee sauce. You know, it's Slurpee sauce. Who said shit like that? We put the Slurpee in we just got the Slurpee cup, and we got like the little plastic thing that you like put on, you know, the little lid. We stuck a straw in there, and it was just straight Jack and Coke. So we were like drinking our Jack and Coke Slurpees at this park, scorching hot outside, scorching. We were like covered in sweat. And what ended up happening is my parents live up on the Riviera in Santa Barbara. So the Riviera, as it sounds, is up in the hills. It overlooks the ocean. It's really beautiful. You know, there's mountains on one side. I mean, it's lower mountains. It's the Riviera. You know, it's like the French Riviera, and it overlooks Santa Barbara. Mountains behind it. So usually on 4th of July, we would go up to this place called Franceschi Park. Popular park in Santa Barbara, and there's another part of it that's like the lower part of Franceschi where my friends and I used to take a lot of mushrooms, acid, hallucinogens. We go up, we trip up at this place because it's really beautiful and we can see the ocean, and we ditch school and we just trip and hang out up here. It's a really nice place to hang out and take drugs that make things wavy. I guess is the best way to say that. And so what was also cool about that place is just like most towns in the country, you know, they do an annual 4th of July show where there's fireworks. Well, up from this vantage point, up by the lower part of Franceschi Park, it's kind of nestled up in the hills of Santa Barbara. So it's a private spot that you can look out and you can see the ocean, you can see everything below. It's a great place to watch the fireworks if it's clear out that day. So we were drinking all day. We woke up hungover, and I got us busted because I just started smoking a cigarette naked. They could smell the cigarette, spooked her out because she didn't want to get caught. She hadn't lost her job yet. It was like within a few days before she got fired. I'm just trying to put some context into this and why we thought that we might be responsible for the hole in the heart with Nico. So we drank all day. Then we went and we got what's called 2 Buck Chuck. Now I didn't know what that was. I was always a heroin addict, you know, smoke crack, shoot heroin, you know, solid shit. And Karina was like a straight up drunk, so she turned me on to a lot of stuff. You know, she's like, she'd always know like the best deals. I didn't even know what Bevmo is. She's like, it's like Costco but for alcohol. I was like, what? We go there with like shopping carts. You just, you know, it looked like leaving Las Vegas shit. She'd be like, oh my god, I want that. And look, that's like special lemon flavored spiced rum. That shit sounds disgusting. Let's drink it and discipline ourselves. Like, what does that mean? Like, and she would never answer. But she said stuff like that, very like little type stuff. She also introduced me to something called $2 Chuck. And there's like this whole like made up backstory with it, like really creative stuff, you know? She's like, yeah, there's this guy named Charles. And Charles was an alcoholic. Charles' wife wasn't okay with him drinking. So he started an alcohol company called like, it's some like Charles Xavier Winery. It's like some like pretentious shit like that. But everyone nicknames it $2 Chuck because it's cheap wine. And the whole like mythology behind it is that some guy named Chuck was an alcoholic. He wanted to get wasted. And he'd be like, okay, babe, I'm going to work. And there'd be this like huge assembly line with this like cheap wine. He'd be like, I need to taste that. It's required for my job. Pound $2 Chuck all day and then like go home to his wife all like shit-faced and be like, let's watch pornography. Back when porn, like, back when it was like hard to get, it was almost like illegal, you know? I'd imagine that like two Russian guys, like Russian guy meets up with another Russian guy at a park and like has a briefcase. And they just like kind of sit down, drop the briefcase, act like they don't even know each other, just sitting at the same park bench. And then the other guy that didn't have the briefcase before, the guy with the briefcase just picks up the guy's briefcase and walks away, goes home, opens it up, and there's like this like cobweb, like dust, festoons, little like, you know, rolls of tape that you could watch like on an old 8mm projector. And it's just like that really corny black and white porn with like those women that have like 1920s women's swimmer bodies with like the black cap on. What the fuck am I talking about? Dude, that did fall off. Sorry. I was going off on a weird one. $2 Chuck. So we ended up buying some of that $2 Chuck. It's $2 wine. And our whole plan was to go up to the Riviera and just have a romantic night up there. I have a picture of it. I'll make the picture of this particular night the thumbnail for this video. And we went up to this, you know, we had a blanket. I don't even know where did we even get a blanket? We did though. Probably just in my red backpack. It's how fucking homeless I was. I was like, grab the toothbrush, grab my trucker hat, grab the blanket. I feel like having a wild night out. She's like, okay, let's do it. So we ended up going up there, and we really did. I wrote her a poem, and I read it to her about how much I loved her. And we got along that night. We didn't fight. It was like a very, very loving night. Held each other, watched fireworks. Probably fingered her a couple times. Maybe. Probably. Yeah. It probably happened. And so after it was all over, it was probably like, that stuff wraps up around like 10:30, 11 at night. So that park is about 5 minutes from my parents' house. Now, remember, I wasn't allowed there. Now, my mom, for whatever reason, was out of town. I think she was up in Northern California with her family. Oh, yeah. Her mom had passed away on June 13th. And I think she was still up there. You know, she has a couple brothers and a sister. I think she was hanging out with her siblings and just kind of processing because she just lost her mom. So my dad had the house to himself. And after the fireworks were over, and after I read her the poem, and after I fingered her, going, she's like, where are we gonna sleep? Oh my god, are we gonna be on the street again? I was like, no, that babe. I'll protect you. She's like, oh, your personality's so long. I was like, I know. Let's go. So my whole plan was to break into my parents' house. So I break into my parents' house, and listen, I've mastered this throughout the years. I mean, seriously, and their house is like really, I mean, not to pat myself in the back too much, but like to break into their house, it's like getting into a fucking fortress with a sledgehammer or something. It's weird analogies to them. It's very hard to get in there because they have an alarm system with sensors on the windows. They have motion sensors on the... Did I ever tell you guys the story about when we like left the window open and we were like just living in there because my parents were on vacation when we were homeless? And then Grant's like, I bet, because like every time we'd like leave my room, we'd have to crawl military style on the ground to try to like avoid the sensors that were in the corner. And Karina, like, she got all drunk and she's like, this is stupid. Fuck that. I bet that these sensors, you're so dumb. These sensors don't even work. She was butt naked, crawling military style because we were trying to watch Catch Me If You Can in the living room. And she just got up, she's like, fuck this. And it's like, Whoa! And like all these lights started like going off everywhere. It was crazy. Like some cat burglar alarm. It was hardcore. And it just, and it's so loud. You know, it sounds like some war siren. It's like, wah, wah, wah. The whole like neighborhood woke up and we were like so drunk, we're like, fuck it, let's just go to sleep. So we went and passed out while the alarm was going on. We wake up and there were some cops there and they're like, what do you guys do? You guys just break into houses and get butt naked and pass out in other people's beds? I was like, yeah, dude. That's not a picture of me. It's right there. There's like a family photo of me. I was like, what the fuck are you? I live here. They look at the picture and they're like, that guy had acne. I was like, that's when I was a drug addict. And they're like, put your hands behind your back. I got the, you know, it was bad. Anyway, yeah, I didn't get arrested though. So anyway, and that was like earlier on in the summer. So that particular night, we decided to break into my parents' house again. I didn't know that my mom was out of town, but she was. So when we go inside, we get inside, it's eerily quiet in there. My dad's like, it's a 2-story house. I think he was upstairs, and like we like snuck into my room, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just sleep on the side of the bed. We can have sex. We can just sleep here. And even if my dad like comes in, even if we see, I thought my mom was there. Even if my parents come in there, they won't see us. They don't even know we're here. So we went on the side of the bed, and, you know, I know it's probably, like, the correct thing to say that we made love, like, every time that we had sex, but, you know, usually I just fucked her hard and strangled her and pulled her hair and stuff like that. But this particular night, it was nothing but love. You know, we went up and we had that romantic night up at Franceschi Park. We drank two buck chuck, which, I mean, anytime I drink that, I make love. No more fucking when you're under the influence of 2 buck chuck. Okay. And then we were, like, hiding in this dark room, and we made love. It was amazing. It was like Titanic. She was, like, scratching my back. She's like, I love you, Jack. I was like, who the fuck, Jack? She's like, shut up. And so we had sex. And it was out of love. And then we were laying there naked, and my parents' dog, Brava, Ella, comes in, and she's just straight busting. She's like, you know, sniffing, and like her tail's wagging, and she comes up, and she's like just totally busting us. And you hear my dad like in the distance. He's like, Brava, where are you, girl? I was like, fucking great. Like, oh my god, what are we gonna do? I just put my hand over her mouth, like, shh. My dad came in and I could just hear him. He's like, there's nobody in here, Bravo. Come on, girl. Let's go to bed. I'm like sitting there like with my hand over my mouth. Oh my god, we're busted. And then we just left. We got away with it. And then we found out she was pregnant August 3rd. And that's when, on my birthday, it was my 32nd birthday. And we found out that she was pregnant. If you remember the whole story about the strip club and all that. Yeah. Let me do that. And so I like to say that Nika was conceived out of love. And if you look at the timeline of when we made love with the 2 buck chuck, it matches up. So we just like to think that we had sex on 4th of July, and that's when we made our beautiful son. Alright, see you guys next time. I love it. No, I'm just kidding. I just did that last video too. That's gonna get old real quick. So, what was the point of that whole story? Oh, so that gives you kind of an idea of how we were living during the time that he was conceived. There's a couple different schools of thought on, you know, neonatal deformities, and you know, if you're under the influence while you conceive the baby, if it actually is going to affect them, because there's fetal alcohol syndrome, which can lead to a whole laundry list of problems for the child, and we were really concerned about that when we first found out she was pregnant. Various physicians that we talked to in Planned Parenthood basically said that we were fine during the first trimester, during the first 6 weeks, that, you know, it was still feeding from the embryo, from like the protective protein coating around the egg. But then when we found out that there was a hole in the heart, it really made us feel guilty, because we thought that maybe that was our fault for doing, you know, drugs and alcohol and living within a lifestyle that we were living, even though she had stopped right when she found out she was pregnant. So the reason I said all that is that was a major catalyst for a lot of the stress. Now, I don't know if I ever told you guys, but that summer I started a novel collaboration with my absolute favorite novelist. His name is Tony O'Neill. He wrote a book called Six City. It's an amazing book. It's about these two dope fiends in LA that get a hold of a sex tape from Sharon Tate, the woman that was killed in the Manson murders. She was married to that fucking chomo, Roman Polanski. I can't believe people in Hollywood back that dude. How can you back up a pedophile, dude? It's like, well, he's very talented. Have you seen Chinatown? Yeah, I've seen Chinatown. Chinatown's a good movie. Have you seen Rosemary's Baby? Yeah. It's cool. It's a little outdated, but yeah, it's cool. Well, if you've seen those and you like them, how could he be a weirdo? Like, what do you mean? I like Michael Jackson's music. That guy is a straight up fucking creep. You can't even listen to it now. Every time I listen to it, I feel like a weirdo. I feel like I'm supporting it. You know, like before we knew that, we're like, man, this shit is fucking bomb. And then we found out like what he was really doing. Oh my! I mean, I imagine it's like R. Kelly. Like, how can you ever listen to "I Believe We Can Fly" that song and like not think about him being a serial fucking piece of shit? Or Bill Cosby. I can't even eat Jello now. When I eat Jello, I feel like I'm getting assaulted somehow. Ooh, that gelatin. It's fucking disgusting. Oh yeah, it's a Roman Polanski. But so anyway, Tony O'Neill, he's like my favorite writer, for sure. Favorite living novelist. He's the shit. If you're gonna read one book by him, I recommend Six City. It's amazing. These two dope fiends get a hold of that Sharon Tate sex tape, and it's a group sex tape where she's getting like eaten out by Mama Cass, Mama and the Papas, and all these other 60s luminaries, and these two dope fiends get a hold of this like tape, and they'll run around LA trying to sell it for $1 million. It's an amazing book. Slash from Guns N' Roses gave it an endorsement on the cover. Irvine Welsh, who wrote Trainspotting, gave it an endorsement. It's the shit. It's the shit. So I had written Tony a fan letter. He was the first person that I ever wrote a fan letter to, and gave him a copy of Wasting Talent before it was published. And I gave it to him, and I did that with like a lot of writers, you know. I'd send it to people, and they'd never write me back. I'd be like, oh, that must be a bit, okay. Thanks, man. Thanks, brother. Love you. I'll just quit writing. But Tony O'Neill wrote me back, and he loved it. And he gave me like really, really, really encouraging words about it. And Tony was like my favorite writer, and I was like, whoa, oh my God. You know, he's the shit. You know, he's a writer's writer. Like a bunch of writers. One of the biggest writers in the world is adapting Six City right now into a television show, and he's just the shit. So he and I, you know, he gave me compliments, he gave me a blurb for my first book, for Wasting Talent, and him and I, you know, stayed in close contact after all that. He would write me all the time, and we just became friends. You know, he's a great guy. He was in the Brian Jonestown Massacre, the band. He was the keyboardist for that band. He's the shit. Tony is the fucking man. I love him. I fucking love him. That's how I sounded. I fucking love that guy. That guy's fucking awesome. He's an awesome writer. If I talk like that, oh God. And so when I got out of prison the second time from Lompoc, him and I started talking, and I said, hey, would you ever want to collaborate on a book with me? And he's like, he's really nice, and he's always been a fan of my work, and I've always been a fan. We have like a mutual respect for each other. And he's like, well, I got a book that I was working on, I got about halfway through and I gave up on. If you can like make some sort of cohesive story and write about the second half, I'd be happy to collaborate with you on it. So I read it, and it was amazing. It was about cartels in Mexico, and I came up with this character named Gunner, who was he was a convict that was impotent, couldn't get his dick hard. You know, his whole life his dick didn't work. Could you imagine that? Jeez. And he went to well, not his whole life. He was an Iraq war veteran, and he was addicted to meth. This is all a made-up story, by the way. He was addicted to meth, and he went to a bomb, like he was like in a he was in like barracks. You know, he was in a military base in Iraq, and it got bombed while he was smoking meth. And he'd been up for like 4 days, and he's just like hitting the pookie on a candle in this, you know, in this like military bunker base or whatever. It gets bombed, and because he's up smoking meth in the corner, he's the only person that doesn't die. The roof implodes, and like everybody dies but him. So he's twacked out in this pitch black military base, and all he has is his lighter. And so he's he's already been up for a few days tripping, doesn't know what's real and what's not, and he's looking around the darkness, and he's just like seeing all his dead homies with like, what's it, strapinol? God, why do I fucking forget words? You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, he has like all these dead friends, and it fucks him up. He gets all weird, and his name's Gunner because he's like an elite military sniper. He ends up going to prison after that because he comes back from the war with all this PTSD, and he goes impotent after the war. He can't get his dick up anymore. His PTSD is too bad. He can't get a boner. While he's in prison, he kills somebody. Like in a riot. As soon as he kills the person, he gets a boner. He's a weirdo. Oh yeah, he's a weirdo. He's based on a true story. I just made this up. And so he realizes that the only way he can get his dick hard is by getting a boner. I mean, the only way he can get his dick hard is by getting a boner. Dude, I have a cure for your boner problems. Just get a boner. Oh, okay, cool. No more dick problem. No, the only way that he can get a boner is by killing somebody. So he becomes a serial killer. He starts killing people, and he goes down to Mexico because he like kill prostitutes down there without getting in trouble. So he like will be like, hey, let's have a threesome, and he'll kill one of them, and then he'll fuck the other one in front of him. It's very morbid. But anyway, Tony's story was about an old DEA agent that got fired because he became a heroin addict, because you know, like he'd go undercover being a junkie, and then he got addicted to heroin. So he's like some disgraced DEA agent. He was down in Mexico just drinking himself to death, and he gets involved with some crazy cartel thing down there where like they're trying to kill him and trying to like hide stuff in his body. You know, they like put people on ice and cut them open and put drugs inside their stomach. And then my idea, so I took his story with the ex-DEA agent, and then I brought my character, Gunner, the guy that could only get his dick hard if he killed people. And we're going to call the book Anti-Heroes, Juarez, just to take place in Juarez, Mexico. And it was going to be a whole series. And I wrote it all summer. I don't know if I ever told you guys about that, but I was writing this book, Anti-Heroes, all fucking summer. Karina and I would get drunk like at a park, and I'd be writing stuff. I'd be like, Dave, check out this scene I just wrote about this dead hooker that this guy kills. She's like, I can kill it. Okay, it's already dead. I'm like, that's not what I meant to say. What I meant to say is check out this scene about this serial killer that kills a hooker so that he can get a boner. And she's like, that shit sounds so fucking bomb. I was like, it is bomb. Check it out. And actually, it came out really good. This is not published, and so I'm telling you all this because this all leads up to what the fuck the point of this story is. So, the hole in the heart with Nico, that's one source of contention. It's a source of stress for me. Karina and I's relationship is tumultuous at best because of the shady shit that she was doing to me before she got sober. My probation officer, Josh, hated me. My therapist thought that I was a straight sex offender because I'd be like, yeah, and then cum spews out of her nose like walrus tusk. And I was like, is this too graphic for you? She's like, oh no, I'm writing. She gets out some Purell, washes her hand with hand sanitizer. Like, yeah, have a good day. Like, all creeped out. No matter what I said to this bitch, she would go and tell my PO that I was bad. Oh, he's doing bad. I could literally go to a session with her and be like, no, you're right. I am a scumbag. No, you're right. Should I keep a dream journal? Would that make me less of a piece of shit? She's like, yeah, yeah. Dream journal. Yeah, good. How'd I do? Oh, you're really doing good. Great. And then I go to my PO and he'd be like, she said that you're terrible, that you're a piece of shit and you won't admit it. I was like, what, Josh? I am a piece of shit. I am. You'd be like, you are being defiant. Whatever. So I had that going on. I'm getting drug tested once a week. And then on top of all that, of all these different stress factors, I got the looming prison case. You know, I'm going back to prison for the pimping and pandering thing. Then I get to film deals. So I have some good stuff going on. And now I'm not homeless anymore. Now I'm renting a room at Jeff's place. So I told you that I wanted to have Paul involved with editing some of the documentary. You know, let him do some montages, give him some responsibilities. He did have a cognitive decline because of the gut stuff. And it was really, really hard when you care about somebody. You can watch somebody wither away with meth, heroin, crack, coke, whatever it is, pills, and it sucks. But you know that it's temporary. When it comes to brain damage, that's something that, you know, you have optimism, you think that they can get better, but deep down you know that figuratively you've lost them. And that's kind of where he was. We were losing him, you know, he just wasn't the same as he used to be. So, because he's one of my best friends, I was trying to get him involved with the documentary, especially because we always had dreams and aspirations of being like, you know, counterculture filmmakers, writers, whatever. And it was hard communicating with him. You know, I'd have to explain things to him multiple times. And I was on the phone, you know, for for all day, every day, pretty much. You know, I would just like pace around in my little Nike SB slides without my shirt on, hot tan, all that shit. And just talk to like, you know, Jim, Zach, all these different characters that I was talking to at the time trying to get this movie going. And Paul would be like, so what do you want me to do? I'm like, look, Paul, all I want you to do is edit montages. And he would be like, okay, for sure. Then he'd call me like frantic and I'm like, dude, I don't remember what you want me to do. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I don't know I know that you want me to do something for the doc, but I don't know what. I'm like, Paul, editing montages. He's like, oh yeah, right. And then like the next morning I wake up to text messages. He'd be like, hey bro, what is it that I'm supposed to be doing? I'm not really sure what you want. I'm like, oh, I want to give you footage. I want you to throw it together in a montage. You know, put it together, a bunch of different images, clips, whatever, unified by one theme, and you know, with music as the backdrop or something. Okay. And then he called me like a few hours later and asked me the same thing. So it was like really sad and frustrating. My mom deals with Alzheimer's, the early stages of it, so I watched similar stuff with her. You know, he was like maybe 35 years old at the time. It was really, really sad to see somebody you care about deteriorating like that, but I still wanted him to be involved. So what had happened is Zach had reached out to him, because I told Zach, I said, listen, I need you to deal with Paul. And I explained the situation. I said, he's one of my best friends. He's having cognitive issues right now. I need you to be patient with him as I am with him. You know, I was always very empathetic towards the situation. And so Zach had called Paul, and Paul basically said, yeah, you know, Ryan keeps telling me about the project, and I just don't know whether to believe him. Ryan bullshits a lot, he exaggerates, he's a manipulator. basically not realizing that he's saying stuff that could get me fucked with Zach. You know, like, this is one of my best friends who I talk very highly about, and he's basically, like, saying bad stuff about me. Now, I'm sure you've already noticed about me just how I conduct the channel. Like, I promise the world, and I try really hard to deliver on what I say, but I fall short a lot. People on Patreon tell me that sometimes. They're like, hey, you know, why don't you just not promise stuff and just do stuff without saying that you're going to do stuff, and, like, then no one would get mad at you. I've had that problem my whole life. You know, I've always, like, wanted to make people happy, you know? And so, I guess I promise things sometimes, even if I have the intention to follow through with what I'm saying, sometimes I don't. And that's what he was saying in a nutshell. Like, well, Ryan exaggerates, and he's dishonest sometimes, and he makes promises he can't keep, shit like that. But the way that it was interpreted by Zach was what I said. I'm a liar, manipulator, and a bitch. I was like, whoa. So when Zach told me all that stuff, I got really, really mad. And I called Zach, and, or I called Paul, and I was like, what the fuck, dude? Are you serious? Like, I'm getting an opportunity to make a real movie, something we dreamed about for years, and you're smutting me up, dude? Like, are we supposed to be brothers? What the fuck is wrong with you? And he was very sincerely apologetic. You know, I can look back at this whole thing in retrospect. I know he didn't mean harm, but he caused some, you know? Or maybe that was my own, like, ego making, like, false interpretations about it. I'm healthy enough now where I can look back and, like, see where I'm in the wrong, and in this instance, I definitely was. So his girl called me, who's a really, really close friend of mine to this day. You know, she texts me today, and, you know, if she texts me today, like, the sweetest messages, you know, she's like, hey, Ryan, like, you're doing a lot of really cool stuff right now. I'm really happy for everything that you have going on. Paul would be so happy if he could see it. And so I'm glad that, you know, she's like family to me. So she called me, and she's like, Paul's really upset. You know, you're upsetting him. Because I basically had told Paul, like, fuck you, dude. Like, you're trying to screw me over, fuck you. So all that patience and all that stuff that I just said, like, completely went out the window when he said something that could be used against me with Zach. So she called, Paul's girl called to try to, like, smooth it over. And I basically said, you know what, fuck Paul. I went out of my way to try to help him out when I don't need to. I do not need to include Paul in this. And he shits on me. Fuck him, tell him to lose my number. Then I just blocked him, and that was that. A friendship that, you know, was like a, you know, at that point, maybe like a 12 or 13-year friendship, just, bye, fuck you. And that was the first of many, many situations like this, and this is like part of how the whole breakdown storm started brewing. So Paul was the first casualty of that. I blocked him. I basically said, fuck you. And he was very, 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 very hurt by it. This girl would text me and be like, you know, don't do that to her. You know, he didn't know better. He didn't mean to fuck you over in any way. He just didn't realize, like, what he was saying could be used against you. And I'm like, how did he not realize that? Fuck that. But if you think about it from a rational standpoint in hindsight, I can totally see he just didn't really understand that saying that I exaggerate or that I lie about stuff could hurt me in any way. And, like, the kind of things that he's saying that I'd lie about are, like, let me give you, like, an example. He would call me and be like, hey, can you lend me $40? And I'd be like, yeah, for sure. And then, like, I wouldn't have it a week later when he needed it or whatever. And I'd be like, hey, I didn't get the money, you know, so I can't give it to you yet, or, like, you gotta keep waiting, or I can't do it. And to him, I'd be like, you're lying. You know, oh, you have the money, you just don't want to give it to me. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, why'd you tell me you could do it then? And yes, that's my fault. I shouldn't say I can do stuff if I can't do it. Definitely a flaw of mine. Has good intentions, but I shouldn't do stuff like that. So that was like the first falling out with me. Tony O'Neill, because he was part of the Brian Jonestown Massacre, which is an amazing guy. So Tony's like the kind of guy, he's like that cool, like, manager at, like, an old vinyl record store that knows like all the obscure underground like rock bands and hip hop and like EDM, like all like the shit that's like super obscure. Knows about all like the artsy movies. We wrote a screenplay together too this recently, last summer. Whole different project that we collaborated on. We're on really good terms. He's about to come out with a new novel. I'm really excited to read it. He's English shit. Tony O'Neill, check him out on Amazon. He's a fucking badass writer. That's definitely like a writer I try to be more like, you know, it's like who I look up to. But Tony, because of his obscure taste, because he was in Brian Jonestown Massacre, which is a lot of the music in the documentary. I think I put out a couple systems where we use some of their songs, but because he was in the band and because he had such a good taste in music, I decided to make him a music supervisor. So, you know, he's like, well, yeah, you know, how much money can you pay me? I'm like 10 grand. And he's like, man, that would really help me right now. I was like, no problem, I got you. And I asked Zach, I said, hey, can you pay Tony this $10,000? And Zach said, that's no problem. Cool, perfect. So around this time, Santos started telling me about different celebrities that were fans of my work, you know, that we could get an interview from. Sasha Grey, the porn star, Mark Boone Jr. from Sons of Anarchy, played Bobby on Sons of Anarchy, Chris Ganley, producer American Psycho, I think we were getting Chad Muska, pro skateboarder. He was living next door to Santos at the time. We're gonna get Muska, and so like one of our whole things behind all that was that, you know, we had all this crazy footage of me smoking crack, guns, fights, toxic relationships. But what we didn't was have a lot of like famous people that we could interview, because a lot of times when you watch documentaries, the good documentaries have like, you know, multiple people that are giving sound bites and giving little interviews that go together to make like the narrative quilt of the documentary. And usually they like pick like 3 or 4 central people that are articulate, that can carry the film, the best people being interviewed. Definitely helps if you have famous people. Like, so now I've been around longer, I know bigger name people, but like those were, and not anything against those people, but those were the people that I had access to at that time. Sasha Grey, the porn star, Mark Boone Jr. Have I met Nick yet? Have we talked about Nick? I don't remember. But I'm about to meet Nick Stahl very soon, into like where we're at right now in this part of the story. So, you know, we have interviews by Jim Moles, by Santos, by Sasha Grey, Chad Muska, Mark Boone Jr. These are the people that we wanted to get the interviews with, that we had access to. So we started forming all that stuff, and we started planning different shoots that we were going to have, you know, to facilitate this, because we'd have to get a director of photography, we'd have to get an audio engineer, you know, to do a high quality shoot, which is what we did for the whole documentary. For the interviews, it's multifaceted, you know, there's different people in charge of different parts of it. So we started actually getting shoots together with all this stuff, and I just had that falling out with Paul. And now Tony O'Neill was asking me if I could send him the money for the music supervisor part. And Zach had already cleared it and said that he could. Now, we had probably, I think at this point we had about $30,000 in the bank to spend, I want to say, between Zach, Max, different people. And one of the first things that I wanted to spend the money on was to get those, you know, celebrity interviews out of the way, because I thought that it would give credibility to the documentary if you sit there with people that you recognize, you know, talking about my work and talking about me, people that I hadn't even met at that point. I'd met Muska, I hadn't met Mark Boone Jr., I hadn't met Sasha Grey, I don't think. And so that's what our plan was to get money together to facilitate these shoots. So we'd already done the initial shoots up in Santa Barbara. And we also had footage that was like gold, but it was on old cell phones that we had to pay to get, you know, to extract the data from. And it was expensive. We used like military grade technology to get data out of like broken phones, water damaged phones, phones that were cracked and inoperable. We had to send those away to companies that specialize in extracting data. And that was right. It was like 1,500, sometimes 3,000, depending on how damaged the phone was. This is the kind of stuff that we started to do. Now, around this time, my ego started just completely going out of control. I think that a testament to that is how I reacted with Paul. You know, Paul's one of my best friends, and instead of having his back, I just kind of like went with Zach, who I just met, but he was like helping me out financially, and he was helping me facilitate the documentary. And I got blinded by the fact that Paul had always been there for me. You know, he had ripped me when I was in the hole. I was in solitary confinement prison. That's the person that wrote me. Zach never did that. I just met Zach, but he paid my rent and he was helping me get my documentary going. My loyalty should have been extended to Paul, and that's how I normally would be. You know, I'm a very loyal person. I'm loyal to a fault for sure. But I was just starting to be in like a manic episode. I think it was just all these outside factors with stress. And what ended up happening is there was a number of things that we wanted to shoot. There were the celebrity interviews, and then also a new book had just come out by a company called Gutter Books. They have made a short story anthology called Just to Watch Him Die. Crime fiction inspired by Johnny Cash. And it's like a collection of different short stories by crime writers. I guess you could consider me a crime writer. I'm more of like a junkie writer, I guess. I mean, there's not like longevity in that, you know? I mean, you can only put like a couple books out about drugs, and then people are like, okay, let's get on to something more interesting than just drugs, which someday I will do. My first two books, though, are pretty drug-dabbed. So there were a bunch of writers in that book that I guess, you know, I don't know, about the same level as me, maybe some people bigger, some people below me as far as like what following was at the time. Wasting Talent was still a relatively cold book, even though I started to get these press articles written about me. Those hadn't come out yet, so I hadn't built following, but it started peaking right around this time, but it hadn't happened yet. So this book, this Johnny Cash book, was coming out, and I wrote my story, Folsom Prison Blues. So we had to pick a song that was inspired by Johnny Cash. Pick a Johnny Cash song, and then write a short story kind of influenced by that song. So I picked Folsom Prison Blues, and I wrote the short story, the one about this guy smuggling heroin into prisons in contact visits with balloons, and then somebody cut their stomach open and took the balloons out. And I wrote that was at Lompoc, and now it's being published right around the time that we were going into production for the documentary. So we wanted to, like, there were tour dates. I was supposed to do one in New York. My PO wouldn't let me travel to New York. Even though it was work-related, he wouldn't let me go. And so there was a reading coming up in LA. Now, readings I've talked about before, it's just like music, you know? Pretty much like when bands go to bars and play venues or whatever, there's a bill, and the people that are headlining name is bigger, or there's like supporting acts that open for them. So there was a reading in LA, and I was supposed to be the headlining writer, and then there was a few other writers that were going to be on there with me. And right when I got there, it was probably right when I started really exhibiting signs of the breakdown. And we will get into that in the next video. I'm scattering these stories out so that, you know, I can really contextualize my third prison term, and, you know, I'll just get to it anyway. Like I said, just watch the videos when we get to the third prison term. I'll be putting them on there. They'll be up first on Patreon, but I will put them on YouTube as well. I appreciate your support. We'll start getting into like the really crazy breakdown stuff soon, where it's about to get kind of weird when I start having like a full-blown psychotic meltdown and thinking that the FBI and military are after me, and there's helicopters chasing me, and my PO's trying to kill me with biological warfare. I'm trying to get taken out by different groups, and I call the FBI trying to get them to protect me from my PO. Just a bunch of crazy shit's about to happen, and then I go to prison. So look forward to getting into all that. Check out Cameo. That goes to charity. Cameo.com/RyanLeone85 and patreon.com/RyanLeone. Like, comment, subscribe, share, do whatever you gotta do. Talk shit, even if you want. I'm starting to answer shitty comments now. And positive ones. I'll answer some of those as well. Alright guys. See you next time. Stay safe. Aloha.
Hey, people of the universe, you're listening to Nervous Rex. That's a new intro song.
I mean, you just always off the cuff.
I am